It was a cold and misty morning on April 10, 1741. The 28-year-old Prussian King Frederick II looked at the small town of Mollwitz in the province of Silesia. Together with his near 22,000-strong army, he managed to use the cover of darkness and fog to creep up on the Habsburg forces quartering nearby. Judging by the campfires and the lack of movement, they had no idea a larger force was moving in on them. Frederick ordered his soldiers to take up positions and take their battle lines. His right-hand man, the experienced Prussian general Kurt von Schwerin, warned Frederick. If he deployed his army in a battle line, the element of surprise would be long gone. Frederick did not heed his warning, despite repeated pleas from his officers. Many years later, when reflecting on this battle, Frederick conceded he should have listened to them. It would be a costly mistake, but alas, the Battle of Mollwitz, Frederick the Great's baptism of fire, was about to commence. Ever since the Treaty of Westphalia concluding the 30 Years' War in 1648, the Holy Roman Empire had been a shadow of its former self. It was a patchwork of states, dominions, and duchies, with German princes attempting to seize as much power as possible. Over the years, the two ancient European powers, Austria and France, were joined by Britain and Russia, with Poland, Spain, and the Ottoman Empire in decline. Holland and Sweden were unable to maintain themselves among the European giants. In October 1740, the Habsburg Holy Roman Emperor Charles VI died without a male heir. Before his death, he had issued the Pragmatic Sanction. This meant so much as that the Habsburg hereditary territories were allowed to pass to a woman, his daughter, Maria Theresa. Yet, internal strife in Austria led to a weak and divided empire. Austria had just participated in the War of the Polish Succession and concluded a poor peace with the Ottomans. But it wasn't just the Austrian Habsburgs who were in an unstable position. For example, in Russia, Tsarina Anna passed away, and factions at court fought over control as her infant son, Ivan VI, succeeded her. The British were preoccupied with the war against Spain, and France was eager to weaken its archrival, the Habsburgs. As soon as Maria Theresa ascended to the throne, several European monarchs broke their promise of recognizing her. Meanwhile, within the turbulent European theater, one young king did not plan to play by the rules. In May 1740, King of Prussia Frederick William I passed away. Known as the Soldier King, he spent his entire reign expanding his army, dedicating the crown's revenue to drilling and improving his force. When he died, his 27-year-old son Frederick II succeeded him. He inherited a well-disciplined, modern, and relatively massive army, including a comfortably stocked war chest. Their healthy finances contrasted Prussia with the less-than-ideal finances of the electorates of Bavaria and Saxony. Their subsequent rulers spent heavily on palaces, ceremonies, and securing titles. Saxony's Elector Augustus III doubled as Poland's king and Lithuania's Grand Duke. Meanwhile, despite the electorate's troubled finances, Bavaria's Elector Charles Albert contested Maria Theresa's husband Francis of Lorraine's claim as the Holy Roman Emperor. Being an elector, and thus being able to cast an imperial vote, Frederick figured he shouldn't trade his vote for free. To make sure he played both sides, he assured Bavaria's elector that he supported his claim to the throne, albeit covertly, so he could also bargain with Maria Theresa if she turned out to have the upper hand. As such, the young king seeking to prove himself found himself in an incredibly favorable position. The geopolitical balance in Europe was quite uncertain, with all major powers preoccupied with other problems. So when Frederick learned of Bavaria lodging claims to the Habsburg inheritance and the Saxons following suit, he knew he had to act fast if he wanted to enter history books. And if we believe Frederick's writings, his motive indeed was that simple. In his own words, the satisfaction of having my name in the journals and later in history seduced me. The logical target would be Silesia, yielding the most tax from Habsburg lands. Moreover, it was one of the most industrialized areas at the time. Using the infrastructure his father left him, he mobilized his entire army much faster than any other European state could. To sketch a timeline, in October, Frederick learned of the emperor's death, and by December 16, his armies crossed the Silesian border. It was an unprovoked and unexpected attack of a minor player against the leading dynasty of the Holy Roman Empire and great power. There were barely any Habsburg troops stationed there, 4,000 at best. By January 17, the entire province was his, except for a few fortresses, among them Brieg and Neisse. All the while, Frederick engaged in active and energetic diplomacy with the ministers at home, European courts, and even with Vienna. Upon hearing of Frederick's callous invasion, the entire Habsburg court responded with shock, horror, and anger. Maria Theresa sent an army numbering approximately 20,000 under Wilhelm Reinhard von Neipperg to retake Silesia via Moravia. There was nothing but contempt for Frederick's obscene actions. Neipperg caught the inexperienced Frederick sleeping. Rapidly advancing via the west, he relieved the besieged fortresses of Neisse, marching onto Breslau. Neipperg's positioning cut Frederick off from the kingdom, headquarters, and supply lines. Frederick now had to hurry back to prevent Neipperg from cementing his position. A race between both armies emerged, trying to reach the other first. Frederick received valuable intelligence, however. Several captured Austrian soldiers revealed Neipperg's position nearby the village of Mollwitz. Thanks to the fog and slight drizzle, Frederick's army could close in on Neipperg's camp without them noticing. What followed was one of the most evident signs of Frederick's inexperience. Instead of using the element of surprise, he took his merry time deploying his army in a battle line, doing everything by the book. Additionally, he miscalculated the distance of a river close by, deploying several units behind a bend and others at a 90-degree angle from his main battle line. While all this was going on, Neipperg pulled on. His soldiers were cooking food and mainly facing the wrong direction. They were spread over the villages of Mollwitz and Grüningen. Panicked, he deployed his entire army. Thanks to having their guard down, this took over an hour. And thanks to Frederick taking his time, he allowed his enemy to position themselves in a proper battle line. Regarding the army composition, the Prussians enjoyed multiple advantages. The Austrians commanded some 19,000 troops, whereas the Prussians fielded 21,600 men. Furthermore, they utilized an iron ramrod, a novel way to increase the firing frequency of their flintlock muskets. As a result, the Prussian infantry fired up to 3 times more rapid than the Austrians. In addition, Frederick's late father drilled the Prussians, making them renowned for their discipline. In contrast, many of the Austrians were recently levied recruits. Frederick's infantry and artillery outnumbered the Austrians. However, the Austrian cavalry outnumbered the Prussians 2-1. The Austrians positioned their army in one long line with cavalry on its flanks. Meanwhile, Frederick himself manned the right flank of his army, consisting of a mixed cavalry-infantry contingent. The 2 center lines consisted of the Prussian infantry. On the left stood the heavily outnumbered Prussian cavalry. At around 2 p.m., Frederick ordered his artillery to open fire and his 2 center lines to advance onto the enemy positions. This was Frederick's first serious experience of battle. Several shells impacted the Austrian left flank, where up to 5,000 horsemen were stationed. Understanding they were under fire, they took the initiative, and without waiting for orders, they decided to launch a charge against the Prussian cavalry. The latter didn't attempt to counter the charge, despite a numerically superior Austrian force now charging them head-on. When both parties collided, the damage inflicted on the Prussians was significant. It didn't matter, Frederick was among them. Many of the Prussians devolved into a rout. Eyewitness accounts describe Frederick to behave with incredible courage, more than once risking his life with near indifference, but it didn't change a thing. With the Prussian cavalry crumbling and fleeing, the right flank of the center infantry lines was now exposed. Part of the Austrian cavalry charged into them. The situation appeared rather grim, if not hopeless, for the Prussians. The battle had only just begun and they lost control of the battlefield entirely. General Kurt Christoph Graf von Schwerin urged Frederick to leave. The king, appreciating his less than favorable situation, heeded this warning. He fled to the east with his cavalry unit, nearly being caught in the process. With Frederick gone, Schwerin, a veteran general, took over command. No matter his experience, Schwerin had a rather daunting task cut out for him. By now, the Prussian cavalry was entirely scattered, and the Austrian cavalry was making serious inroads against the Prussian infantry, launching constant charges against them. There were no rare instances of friendly fire from the second line against the first line either, but the Prussian infantry held firm. They continued firing volleys against and engaging in close combat with the Austrian cavalry. They killed their commander and caused significant casualties. When the Austrian infantry regiments tried to join the fight and relieve pressure from the cavalry, they suffered the brunt of the Prussian lines firing volleys at an incredible pace. After a while, the Prussian infantry finally managed to fend off the Austrian cavalry. Subsequently, Schwerin ordered the surviving infantrymen to loot the ammunition from the slain soldiers. He concentrated the majority of the Prussian infantry on his right flank. Then he ordered the right flank forward. The left flank received the same order shortly after. The Prussian bulwark advanced, stopping in between the marching, only to fire at the enemy. They swiftly repelled a hesitant charge by the Austrian right flank cavalry. An Austrian survivor recounted the moment. The enemy army now advanced from all sides. They enjoyed a numerical superiority of up to 3,000 men. They overlapped us on both flanks. I can safely say that never in my life did I see anything finer. They marched forward with the greatest steadiness, with their lines as straight as a die, as if they were on the parade ground. Their polished weapons glinting in the sunlight made a stunning impression, and their volleys were like a constant roar of thunder. Our army became completely demoralized. Our infantry could no longer be kept together in their ranks, and our cavalry no longer had any wish to form up against the enemy. The Prussian right flank was the first to reach the Austrians. Besides firing, the front lines engaged in heavy close combat. Brutal fighting spread along the entire Austrian line. This went on for a time as the Prussian left joined in soon after. The Austrian left was the first to break. As they saw their fellow soldiers flee the battlefield, the other soldiers too broke rank and abandoned the battlefield. Nyperk understood they were losing momentum. It would be challenging, if not impossible, to emerge from this situation victoriously. By the late afternoon, Nyperk ordered the official retreat. Lacking cavalry and because the night set in, the Prussians decided not to pursue the Austrians. Instead, Schwerin sent a messenger to Frederick to notify him of the victory. The Austrians retreated to Neisse, and the Prussians laid siege to Brieg, and they captured it on May 4th. Frederick made several mistakes during the battle, which he agreed to in a self-critical battle account. Despite this, letters he sent to his ministers and close relatives in the direct aftermath omit Schwerin's role in the battle entirely. His leaving of the battlefield could have multiple reasons. The most straightforward conclusion to draw was that Frederick fled, although many primary sources and subsequent historical analysis agree he showed great courage during the battle itself. He likely left upon repeated pleas by General Schwerin. But in any event, the new Prussian king managed to challenge one of Europe's greatest dynasties and emerge victoriously. In that regard, the victory at Mollwitz ensured Frederick's name traveled to all European courts. Despite not being in command himself, and the triumph largely having been achieved thanks to the discipline of his forces instilled by his father, it was a victory nonetheless. And the young king made sure he learned of his mistakes. He set up a grueling training regimen for his cavalry to never again be unprepared. He rose before dawn and drilled throughout the day. Naturally, he expected his officers and soldiers to do the exact same. Mollwitz would not be the final battle between the young king and the Habsburgs. If anything, as Thomas Carlyle put it, Mollwitz was the loose pebble precipitating an avalanche. The First Silesian War and the War of the Austrian Succession had only just broken out. On the evening of May 16, 1742, Frederick II, King of Prussia, and his 10,000-strong army set up camp somewhere in Bohemia. The men lit their campfires and began cooking, while Frederick talked strategy with his officers. Then a messenger suddenly entered his camp. His horse out of breath, he handed Frederick a letter written by his general marching, with the remainder of his army around 1 day's march behind him. The day before, Frederick passed a minor Austrian encampment nearby the town of Chotusitz. Thinking nothing of it, he continued his march. This letter, however, revealed the encampment they passed wasn't minor. It housed a 28,000-strong Habsburg army chasing Frederick. His general urged him to turn around immediately, as there was no doubt in his mind his army would face battle at the break of dawn. After Frederick's victory at Mollwitz, news traveled fast to all European courts. The small, insignificant Prussia managed to take on one of the greatest European dynasties. And they won. In the direct aftermath, Mollwitz led to a chain of events resulting in the War of the Austrian Succession. Planning rights, a period of diplomatic activity followed. Every power participating in the subsequent war had different interests. In short, the Habsburgs wanted to reclaim Silesia. Frederick wanted international recognition for his conquest of Silesia, and especially not his fellow electorates of Saxony and Bavaria to gain anything at his expense. The interests of other powers were a bit more complex. Bavaria wanted its elector to become Holy Roman Emperor, and Saxony wanted to take whatever territories it could to link Poland-Lithuania with its electorate. France wanted to prevent Maria Theresa's husband from becoming Holy Roman Emperor, preferably while reducing the Habsburg dominions to a second-rate power. In May, Bavaria and Spain, with the support of France, signed the Treaty of Nymphenburg. The treaty agreed to support the Bavarian elector's candidacy as Holy Roman Emperor. Later, Savoy-Piedmont and Saxony joined the alliance. Finally, Prussia joined on June 4th, with France agreeing to send 2 French army corps, one to aid Prussia, one to invade Bohemia. Still, Frederick wanted Silesia, but he knew he would not benefit if Maria Theresa's lands were improperly dismembered. As such, he joined the alliance with a significant dose of suspicion. Despite his allies preparing for war, Frederick enjoyed a relatively quiet summer, welcoming reinforcements and, at best, enduring some cavalry skirmishes against Hungarian hussars. Then in August, the French army corps arrived. Contrary to Frederick's expectations, namely marching them to Vienna, a combined French-Saxon-Bavarian army focused on conquering Bohemia to secure the electoral vote for Charles of Bavaria. Frederick's allies didn't know that Frederick concluded a secret truce with General Neipperg on October 9th. The Habsburgs were in a desperate situation, losing ground every day. Frederick did not want to lose face towards his allies. As such, both parties concluded a verbal truce which stopped Prussia from making war, without appearing to have stopped making war. Within a few months, Frederick had already betrayed his alliance, and it would not be the last time. In November, a combined French-Bavarian-Saxon army captured Prague. 1 month later, Charles was crowned King of Bohemia. Then, securing this electoral vote, he was crowned Holy Roman Emperor in January 1742. Prussia had been relatively dormant during these developments. Realizing his allies were taking control of the situation, Frederick decided breaking the truce would be worth it to cement his position. In December, he invaded Bohemia and captured Troppau and Olmütz. He betrayed Maria Theresa a second time. He rationalized it by stating the Austrians in fact broke the truce by leaking its existence to certain parties. Though things went well for Frederick for now, his allies faced tougher challenges. In January, a fresh army levied in large part from Hungary and Croatia under Field Marshal Count Ludwig Andreas Khevenhüller was determined to drive out the Habsburg enemies. From Vienna, he marched to Linz, where he defeated the French general Ségur. They continued their march west, capturing Munich, banning riots. In a twist of irony, the Bavarian elector was crowned emperor on that day in Frankfurt am Main. The first among European sovereigns had no state, no army, and no resources. In the background, Frederick continued securing his hold on Silesia by defeating some defiant Austrian garrisons before marching into Moravia together with a 20,000-strong Saxon army. However, when they reached Brno, the Saxons refused to go any further. Their refusal was one of the many reasons Frederick referred to when publicly bad-mouthing his allies on many occasions. It would not bode well for the future. The constant harassment of supply and communication lines by Hungarian hussars and local irregulars led Frederick to try and squeeze the province as dry as he could before setting up his headquarters at Krudim Facing hard times, Frederick reached out to Maria Theresa to see if she would be willing to accept another pact of neutrality. Considering his earlier violations and his callous invasion to begin with, she would not be fooled a third time. Sources conflict whether Maria Theresa sent an army to recapture Prague or to root out Frederick specifically. At any rate, in April, Austrian troops stationed in Bohemia received orders to link up with an army advancing through Moravia. Fielding an approximately 28,000 strong army under the commander Charles of Lorraine, they marched in Frederick's direction. Correspondence reveals Frederick was in the dark for the majority of the operation. It wasn't until May 10th he realized a powerful Austrian army marched in his direction. So he decided to split his army into two, taking them north. Frederick took 10,000 soldiers, while one day behind them followed 18,000 more under Leopold of Anhalt-Dessau, son of Frederick's mentor, the Old Dessauer. Frederick and Dessau figured they traveled far in advance of the Austrians. Then on May 15, Frederick passed an Austrian encampment near the village of Chotusitz. He didn't think much of it. One day later, near Chotusitz, Dessau's rearguard engaged in a minor skirmish with Austrian cavalry. The experienced commander understood it wasn't just a random encampment or skirmish. It was, in fact, Charles's entire army. Respecting the danger he was in, Dessau ordered his men on a grueling march towards Frederick to bridge the gap. He sent out several horse riders with the urgent message for Frederick to turn around and march towards him. That night at 2 a.m. his exhausted army occupied Chotusitz, a small Bohemian village. Riders returned with Frederick's reply. Dessau was not to engage under any circumstances until Frederick arrived. Dessau commanded up to 18,000 Prussian infantry. He deployed his men to the south of Chotusitz. He positioned his cavalry on both flanks, with his left flank commanded by Lieutenant General von Waldow. In front of the Zirkwitz pond on his far right stood 70-year-old Lieutenant General von Buddenbrock. The cavalry consisted of heavy cuirassiers, dragoons and light hussars. The positioning was done on purpose so that once Frederick arrived, he would find room to deploy his infantry. The infantry was comprised of both grenadiers and light infantry. Charles wanted to mount a charge before Frederick could deploy his army. Before dawn, he already deployed his infantry in two long lines in the center, flanked by two sizable cavalry contingents. The Austrian infantry wore the characteristic white coats with lapels, a tricorn hat equipped with muskets, bayonets, and small swords. The Austrian cavalry consisted of Hungarian hussars and traditional heavy Austrian cavalry. The left was commanded by General Karl Baczany, and the right by Wenzel, Prince of Liechtenstein. Before 7 a.m., Charles ordered his infantry lines to begin their march forward. Frederick and his 10,000 soldiers arrived around 7 a.m. A large body of Austrian soldiers advancing in the distance welcomed him. The Austrian artillery fired away at the Prussian positions, but the Austrians had no idea the king arrived. A large mound between Chotusitz and the Zirkwitz pond blocked their view. Still, Frederick felt he would not be able to properly deploy his army in time. As such, he ordered the artillery to fire at the Austrian positions. As the artillery fired, Buddenbrock received orders to charge against the Austrians and hamper their advance. The Prussian right charged straight towards the Austrian left flank. Baczany ordered his cavalry to launch a countercharge. Both bodies of cavalry heavily damaged each other upon impact. An aggressive and cluttered melee ensued. According to some eyewitness accounts, rising dust blinded the rearguard of the cavalry. The Prussian cavalry, inferior to the Austrians, endured the brunt of the damage. All the while, Frederick was still frantically deploying his army in the background. He learned from Mollwitz that his incredibly disciplined infantry could once again make the difference in the face of adversity. Soon after, Wenzel's cavalry launched a charge against Waldow. Fighting took place on both the eastern and western sides of the battlefield. Among all this chaos, Charles's infantry marched forward towards Chotusitz. Under Dessau, the Prussian infantry launched a countercharge as Frederick's infantry was still not ready for combat. Because the Austrian infantry had already advanced quite a bit, it did not take long for Dessau's infantry to charge into them. Heavily outnumbered, ferocious fighting broke out. Dessau's troops were slowly pushed back into Chotusitz, and when the Austrians reached the outer row of wooden houses, they lit them on fire. The smoke made commanding the armies incredibly challenging. As fighting ensued on every front, part of Waldorf's cavalry broke from the melee and charged into the Austrian right flank. Infantry fired volleys at each other as the cavalry battled it out. Finally, Baciani and Buddenbrook's cavalry drifted off to the Austrian left, leaving that infantry flank entirely exposed. It wasn't until 10:30 a.m. that Frederick finished deploying his infantry in a square. The fight had been going on for well over 3 hours at this point. Sources conflict, but Frederick's army numbered between 14 and 24 battalions. He managed to deploy them all without the Austrians realizing a large infantry body hid behind the mound. Upon Frederick's command, the infantry square marched forward towards the Austrian left flank. The Austrian infantry was incredibly surprised to suddenly see a massive body of infantry march over the mound in a disciplined formation, moving like a wall. Flanking them entirely, they rapidly fired their volleys against the bewildered infantry. Before too long, part of the Austrian infantry began showing cracks. With an unguarded flank and facing fierce resistance from the infantry within Chotositz, Charles decided the conditions weren't in his favor. Battling continued between both forces and there wasn't necessarily a side which gained the upper hand, but by the end of the morning, Charles ordered the general retreat. The Austrians managed to take most of their equipment with them, aside from a few heavy artillery pieces. Several officers reportedly urged Frederick to order a pursuit. However, he refused, considering his cavalry was still in disarray from the fighting, and Wenzel's cavalry guarded the Austrian rear. As the Austrians retreated, it slowly became clear to the Prussians they had won the battle. In total, Prussia suffered 4,800 casualties, whereas Austria suffered 6,400, of whom many, if not most, were prisoners. Because Charles was allowed an orderly retreat, the Battle of Chotositz did not prove to be a decisive victory for Prussia. Although not militarily, because international developments would soon radically play into Frederick's favor. Despite not being a decisive victor, Austria's retreat certainly allowed Frederick to boast of his victory. Letters to friends reveal he exaggerated the numbers, stating the Prussians lost 1,200 at best, whereas the Austrians lost up to 7 times as many men. Charles managed to coordinate a stable retreat, whereas he was able to take up arms against Frederick again in Vienna, where he got the best of Maria Theresa and her advisors, not to mention the empty treasury. If the Habsburgs wanted to defeat France, they could not have that pesky Frederick taking up resources. As such, they finally caved to another round of diplomatic talks with Frederick. The British presided over the peace talks, agreeing to pay a significant sum for Maria Theresa to cede Silesia. The British had no interest in the balance of power on the European mainland being upset. On June 11th, both parties signed the preliminary peace at Breslau. The final treaty was signed on July 28th in Berlin. The Austrians were only willing to cede Silesia if Frederick became its sovereign duke. The king reportedly replied, "I don't give a f*** about titles, as long as I get the territory." He now left his former allies, the French, Bavarians, and Saxons, to fight against the Habsburgs without him. His sudden withdrawal from the war was again a massive blow to his former allies. It was the second time he betrayed them in a very short period. Despite the peace treaty, neither side expected the peace to last indefinitely. Maria Theresa knew that she would have her vengeance once she beat the French. And Frederick understood this all too well, and as soon as the peace was signed, he began restocking his depleted treasury and rebuilding his army. All the while he strengthened his new fortresses in Silesia against a possible invasion. On the early morning of June 4th, 1745, Prince Charles of Lorraine and his 63,000-strong Habsburg army camped between the cities of Pilgrimshain, Guntersdorf, and Thomaswaldau. He knew the Prussian army, commanded personally by Frederick the Great, was close by. He was in hostile territory, after all. Then, amidst the darkness of the night, he heard screams, muskets firing, and general sounds of battle. Moments later, an out-of-breath infantry soldier ran into the Austrian camp. He shouted, "The Prussians are here! They are attacking our Saxon allies nearby Pilgrimshain." Charles began shouting orders at his men, for before he knew it, the battle had already broken out. In June 1742, Austria and Prussia concluded the Treaty of Breslau. Subsequently, Frederick remained an outside observer to the fighting for 24 months. He didn't idle during this time. He continued restocking his depleted treasury and rebuilding his army, making several military improvements. 2 months after Breslau, the British envoy reported that the king is augmenting his army every day. One of the main improvements was the retraining of Prussian hussars and the heavy cavalry, because during the First Silesian War it became painfully obvious this Prussian cavalry performed subpar compared to the well-disciplined infantry. So already after the Battle of Mollwitz, the first battle of that war, Frederick launched a grueling training regimen, which he continued after Breslau. From now on, his hussars weren't used as heavy cavalry anymore. Instead, they performed light cavalry, scouting, and acting as flexible units. Additionally, the Prussian artillery received training to make them faster on the battlefield. Frederick's zealous improvements of his army proved necessary, despite it formerly being peacetime. By late 1742, the Habsburgs managed to expel the French from Bohemia. They also occupied Bavaria, beginning a process of incorporating the electorate into the Habsburg Empire. The new year didn't bode well either. The British expanded their financial support to the Habsburgs to actual military aid. George II personally commanded his pragmatic army, scoring a victory against the French at Dettingen. During these months, the Saxons realized they gained nothing by continuing their alliance with France and Bavaria. So instead, in December, they switched sides and joined the Habsburgs. This defection was not in the least caused by Frederick's unfriendly attitude towards his allies, which he often badmouthed in public for anyone to hear. Formerly, the Saxon-Austrian alliance was defensive, but everyone knew it was directed directly against Prussia. Moreover, losing Saxony as an ally posed another geopolitical problem for Prussia. Saxony's elector doubled as the King of Poland-Lithuania. He could now agree to Russian armies trekking through the Commonwealth to invade Prussia from the east. In February 1744, Frederick learned of a secret alliance signed between Austria, Great Britain, and Sardinia. Despite him not knowing for sure, he rightly assumed it was directed against him. Similarly to the First Silesian War, he felt cornered and decided not to wait for his enemies to strike first. In June, he signed a renewed offensive alliance with France. His goal was to conquer Bohemia, strengthen the Bavarian Holy Roman Emperor, and seize territories up to the Pardubitz for himself while he was at it. Then in August, he marched south together with 80,000 soldiers, a fully stocked war chest, and ample wagons to supply his soldiers. Most of Austria's troops were fighting the French near the Rhine. The poorly garrisoned province didn't stand a chance against the high morale Prussians. Within a week, they captured the city of Prague. 1 week later, they captured Tabor. But despite having momentum, things went wrong. In Frederick's History of My Own Times, he wrote, "No general committed more faults than I did during this campaign." News of the Prussian invasion reached Charles of Lorraine. Contrary to Frederick's expectations, Charles turned his entire army around and returned to Bohemia, with, as Blanding puts it, a speed usually thought to be uncharacteristic of the Austrians. Count Batthyány had already been roaming around in Bohemia, augmenting Charles's army with another 18,000 soldiers. Additionally, another 20,000 Saxons joined in late October. Suddenly, Frederick faced an army of impressive size, nearly matching his own. Not willing to face the Prussians in open battle, a prolonged campaign of recapturing minor Bohemian settlements followed. This continued until December, when Frederick abandoned Prague and prepared for his winter stay in Silesia. The minor skirmishes and constant harassment of supply lines resulted in a war of attrition Frederick's army wasn't prepared for. Letters from Austrian officers reveal up to 30,000 Prussians deserted by the end of 1744. This included officers. They hadn't even fought a real major battle yet, and Frederick's army was already crumbling. A renewed anti-Prussian alliance, the expansion of the Saxon army, and the death of Holy Roman Emperor Charles VII unnerved Frederick even more. Charles's son and heir Maximilian III Joseph opened negotiations with Maria Theresa. After a subsequent disastrous defeat for the Bavarians at Pfaffenhofen, the Peace of Füssen marked the end of hostilities between Bavaria and Austria. And things got even worse. Despite the alliance with France still standing, by spring 1745, the kingdom had withdrawn close to all their soldiers to wage war in the Low Countries. Unbeknownst to Frederick, behind his back, the great powers were already discussing the partition of Prussia. They wanted to eradicate the minor player, which they deemed already destroyed. All required was a finishing blow to tip it over the edge. But regardless of his desperate position, Frederick clung on. He left Potsdam for Silesia in March, determined to rebuild his army through recruitment and amnesty for deserters. In the Austrian camp, spirits were high. The Austrians decided to march into Silesia and strike the inevitable final blow against a faltering Prussia. By May, Charles already reached villages a bit to the southwest of Breslau. Augmented by 19,000 Saxon soldiers, he continued his march north. The initial invasion through the mountain passes was straightforward without any notable resistance. However, the Austrians were unaware this was Frederick's plan. A Prussian spy in the Austrian camp informed Charles that Frederick retreated to Breslau for a last stand. But on the contrary, Frederick aimed to lure the Austrians into the Silesian plains for open battle. As soon as they entered Silesia, things changed. Charles referred to Silesia as the most difficult country he ever had to deal with. Frederick quartered his army at a small village on a 2-hour march away from Hohenfriedberg, providing significant oversight of the Silesian plains. Austrian correspondence reveals Charles expected to meet 40,000 battered Prussians at best. Instead, nearly 60,000 awaited him. On June 3rd, Frederick received intelligence of the Austrian army marching in the plains south of his position. He ordered his men to leave the campfires burning and tents pitched, deceiving the Austrian scouts. Then they embarked on a night's march towards the Austrians. That evening, the Austrian army camped in a long line spanning from the town of Pilgrimshain to the Strichau Lake. In contrast, the Prussians could not form battle lines in the cluttered terrain south of the Strichau. So first they used a few bridges around the Strichau to cross the river. Crossing the bridges for an army this size took quite some time. The first to cross was Lieutenant General Dumoulin, tasked with seizing the elevations in front of the Strichau. His force numbered some 6 battalions of infantry and 28 hussar squadrons. Frederick commanded the entire Prussian army himself. Sources conflict on whether he ordered not to take any prisoners preceding the battle. Prince Charles of Lorraine commanded the Habsburg army, with Johann Adolf II, Duke of Saxe-Weissenfels, commanding the Saxons. Prussia fielded approximately 42,000 infantry, 14,500 heavy cavalry, 2,300 light cavalry, and 192 artillery guns. Light infantry and the characteristic mitre-wearing grenadiers manned the infantry lines, whereas the cavalry consisted of cuirassiers, dragoons, and hussars. The Austrians numbered some 40,000 and the Saxons up to 19,000 troops with 122 artillery pieces. The Austrian cavalry consisted of heavy cuirassiers and light Hungarian hussars. Its infantry consisted of the traditional light infantry and grenadiers. Among them walked regional regiments levied from other areas of the empire, such as the Croatian Pandurs. The Battle of Hohenfriedberg enjoyed a somewhat confusing start. Unbeknownst to Frederick, only the center of the Austrian army had lit their campfires. The Saxons and Austrian cavalry were roaming in the dark. Dumoulin soon discovered that some Saxons had already occupied the elevations. When he arrived, skirmishes broke out. And when news reached Frederick, Dumoulin was already fighting soldiers on the hilltops. He ordered 6 24-pounder guns to move onto the hill to support Dumoulin. On the other side of the battlefield, the noise of battle alerted the Saxon and Austrian lines of the Prussian advance. In response, the Saxon and Austrian commanders began deploying parts of their army, Catching on and realizing he was losing his advantage, Dumoulin decided to bypass the hills and charge straight at the Saxon camp. However, because of the scattered nature of the Austrian and Saxon lines, most of his cavalry found themselves engaged in skirmishes before reaching the Saxon camp. In addition, the Saxon cavalry was deployed further to the west and in front of Pilgrimshain than the Prussians anticipated. The Prussians would be stuck in a pincer movement if things went wrong. Fortunately for Frederick, the Prussians maintained the upper hand against the unprepared Saxons. Before too long, Dumoulin managed to launch a charge against the main Saxon encampment. Weissenfels managed to deploy part of his cavalry and launch a counterattack against the Prussians, but to no avail. As the battle continued, parts of the Saxon infantry managed to deploy and face the Prussians, but they were outnumbered. Their position wasn't strong enough to take on the ever-advancing Prussian infantry and cavalry. Scattered, ferocious fighting continued as the Prussians captured many Saxons, including their generals. Meanwhile, in the background, the Prussian infantry under Prince Leopold Max of Anhalt-Dessau was finally wrapping up their deployment in the center of the improvised battle line. They began their advance against the Saxon and Austrian line. They did not mind the sporadic bombardment of the Austrian artillery. The Prussian right, facing whatever the Saxons could deploy, met combat first, but they soon littered the battlefield with blood and corpses as they fired their volleys. As battle continued, meanwhile, disaster struck the Prussian rear. Most of the army had crossed the bridges, but before a significant portion of the cavalry crossed, the bridge collapsed. As such, part of the cavalry was left behind the river. It was up to General von Zieten to find a crossing somewhere along the Striegau River. This wasn't communicated to the cavalry in the vanguard, however. By 7 a.m., Prussia largely defeated the Saxons. They were not able to resist the Prussian advance on nearly every angle of their front line. Those who survived fled the battlefield. The Austrians were left alone, but they had been deploying and were now ready for battle, albeit too late to help their allies. The Austrian infantry was positioned between Guntersdorf and Thomaswaldau, while the cavalry was positioned between Thomaswaldau and the Striegau River. The Prussian vanguard cavalry contingent was the first to face an Austrian charge on their left. They weren't aware of the bridge in their rear collapsing and the lack of cavalry reinforcements. A ferocious, savage battle ensued. The Prussians were put on the back foot by the numerically superior Austrians. Things did not look good until Zieten managed to find a ford and cross the river. The sudden arrival of more Prussian cavalry shocked the Austrians. Fierce combat ensued, while another cavalry contingent crossed the same ford in the background. These arrived just in time to charge against the Austrian cavalry reinforcements, which were charging against the Prussian vanguard. During this cavalry fight, the first Prussian infantry contingents advanced between Thomaswaldau and Guntersdorf. A report from the Prussian General Staff details: "It is flags flying and drums beating. It is Austrian canister shot and musket fire. It is an awesome, inexorable body of marching Prussians who refuse to disintegrate. Then it is assault by bayonet. The enemy falls back, the villages are seized. The king lowers his spyglass. The battle is won," he states. But they didn't win the battle just yet. As the infantry captured Thomaswaldau, they began firing at the Austrian cavalry from the west, succumbing to the overwhelming numbers and chaos a disorderly rout followed. Charles's army remained, however. Approximately 20,000 Austrian infantry held the fields between Guntersdorf and Thomaswaldau. The Prussian infantry moved against them like a moving wall. The Austrians bitterly contested the ground, giving rise to a terrible fire, not lasting as long as Mollwitz, but being much noisier. They appeared unstoppable. The elite Bayreuth Dragoon Regiment filled the gaps as reserves among the Prussian infantry. They would prove crucial in Prussia's victory. It is unclear how their charge materialized, but not having seen any action, the Dragoons were looking for combat. At around 8:15 a.m., they received the order to charge against the Austrians. The dragoons rushed between the Prussian gaps straight into the Austrian front line. They inflicted significant damage against the already battered Austrian lines. Within 20 minutes, they captured 2,500 prisoners, 67 colors, and 5 artillery pieces. When the smoke lifted, the troopers were seen to be hewing into a mass of fleeing Austrians. The charge was the final nail in the Austrian coffin. By 9 a.m., the battle ended as Charles ordered the general retreat. Frederick did not commit to pursuing the Austrians despite the incredible success, allowing them to withdraw to Bohemia without harassment. All that remained was a field of ghastly carnage, thousands of dead and dying men and horses. Days later, it became clear the total number of casualties on the Austrian side was close to 13,800, of whom 5,000 prisoners and 3,120 dead. As for Austrian generals, 4 were killed, 4 captured, and 6 mortally wounded. The Prussians suffered 4,751 casualties at best. It was an incredible victory for Prussia and Frederick personally. In the aftermath of the battle, Frederick sent letters to all European courts he could think of. He was happy to share his victory with the French King Louis XV and his old mentor, the Old Dessauer. He boasted of his victory, stating it was one of the most complete of all times, the likes of which is not seen since Blenheim. This referred to the major battle fought during the War of the Spanish Succession. He exclaimed his Bayreuth dragoons were excellent, and if this were Rome, they would have statues in their honor. In contrast, Charles was livid. A letter to Grand Duke Francis details his thoughts in the aftermath of the battle. The misfortune is all the more painful to me that our troops behaved like idiots. Forgive this expression, but I am furious. Frederick likely did not pursue the Austrians, convinced Maria Theresa would sue for peace after such a devastating defeat. This did not happen, however. The next few months, Charles received plenty of reinforcements from Italy and Bohemia. It appeared the war was far from over. Maria Theresa wrote letters to George II to assure him she was, in fact, not losing the war. But George got cold feet. On August 26, he concluded the Convention of Hanover with Frederick. Both parties guaranteed each other their territory. And, as was all too common during this war, both sides overlooked to inform their main allies, France and Vienna. Again, Frederick's allies were less than charmed with his conduct. But for now, Frederick enjoyed a brief respite. Finally, he could take a step back, somewhat relax, and count his chickens. However, he began counting before his chickens hatched. And in an ongoing war, that is never a good idea. They had been playing cat and mouse for months. The Prussian army under King Frederick II had been watching the Habsburg army commanded by Prince Charles of Lorraine. They recently set up camp nearby the small village of Burkersdorf. Much to Charles's surprise, the Prussians did not seize notable elevations in the region. Capitalizing on this momentary lack of defenses, Charles knew he would be able to ambush the significantly outsized Prussians. Under the cover of mist and darkness, Austrian and Saxon infantry and cavalry emerged from the dense Königreich forest. They were ready for the battle, even though their adversaries had no idea it was imminent. In the aftermath of the Battle of Hohenfriedberg, Frederick showered his army with praise. In revealing letters, he wrote, "The army, cavalry and infantry, and hussars have never so distinguished themselves, and how everyone and his brothers fought like lions for their country." He was also optimistic about the results from Hohenfriedberg. To his ministers, he wrote that the victory will bring us good peace and a long rest. He would soon find out that was far from the truth. But he did have a good reason to think Maria Theresa wanted to sue for peace. The Habsburgs suffered defeats in Italy and Flanders. Their allies were growing tired of the war. Meanwhile, Frederick began capitalizing on his success somewhat by advancing onto Königgrätz. The Austrians and Saxons retreated to the city south to a solid defensive position. When Frederick set up camp to the north, both encampments could keep an eye on each other. But both Frederick and Prince Charles of Lorraine kept it at that, and did not engage in any battle. Over summer, Frederick feigned some movements to unnerve Charles, while some generals rooted out the Hungarian hussars behind their lines in Silesia. But being this far south, Frederick's supply lines were stretched. Still, he considered himself an observation army, keeping the Austrians at bay. Throughout the weeks encamped there, he had to send off multiple detachments of soldiers to deal with small Austrian vanguard raiding parties to his north and to his west. The majority of his army, albeit slinking, remained dormant. Prince Ferdinand of Brunswick's letters reveal what he thought of Austria's strategy. They have wounded 2 of our people with their muskets while hiding like thieves and robbers behind trees and not showing themselves in the open, as becomes proper soldiers. British attempts to broker peace weren't fruitful. They wanted the war on the European mainland to end, but Maria Theresa was livid after the defeat at Hohenfriedberg. She sent Khevenhüller on a diplomatic mission to convince Duke Weissenfels to continue the fight against Prussia. Defeating Prussia remained the top priority. To augment the weakened Austrian army in Bohemia, Maria Theresa sent many reinforcements to Charles: 10 battalions of infantry, a corps of cavalry, and 2 senior commanders. Thanks to these reinforcements, Charles's army soon numbered over 40,000 again. In contrast, Frederick continued sending detachments of soldiers to other regions where reinforcements were required. His main force was slinking fast. By late July, Frederick decided to move. He set up his camp north of the small village of Burkersdorf. Considering himself just an observation army, perhaps that's how he lulled himself into a false sense of security. Letters reveal the king was already planning to return to Berlin in winter to oversee the continued construction of his palace, Sanssouci. But international developments hinted at Maria Theresa not being eager to give up the fight, especially because her husband had recently been crowned Holy Roman Emperor. And Charles too had different plans. First, he followed Frederick and set up camp close by, overlooking Burkersdorf and the Prussian camp from a hilltop. Then, after some hesitation, he decided his position was perfect for an ambush. The dense Königreich forest provided cover, while the hills ensured they would have the higher ground. On a foggy and damp early morning, September 30th, 1745, Charles and his army marched through the hilly Königreich forest to reach the flank of the encamped Prussians. He noticed the Prussians had not captured the Granerkoppe Hill, the dominant terrain feature in the region. That night, several Saxon and Austrian vanguard units took up their positions on the hills overseeing Burkersdorf and the Prussian camp. Then, in the early morning hours, the Saxons and the Austrians emerged from the thick woodlands. On the Granerkoppe, Charles positioned 10 battalions of musketeers, 15 companies of grenadiers, 30 squadrons of cuirassiers and dragoons, 15 companies of elite carabiniers, and mounted grenadiers, and 16 heavy guns pointed at the Prussians. It was a significant force for sure, but even more soldiers of the main army were positioned to the south of them. As the first Austrians emerged from the woodlands, Prussian guards called on and rushed to headquarters to inform Frederick. As Frederick was holding the 5 a.m. meeting with his generals, he received the news of Charles's army approaching. Frederick immediately jumped on his horse and rode past his army encampment, ordering the drummers and trumpets to sound the alarm. Thoroughly drilled, the Prussian infantry and cavalry rapidly took their positions. Letters from the French envoy after the battle reveal he was surprised at each regiment's speed, discipline, and initiative to take their positions without receiving specific orders. Despite this, the Austrian army numbered nearly twice as many soldiers, 40,200, against Prussia's 22,000. Still, the outnumbered Prussians managed to deploy parallel to the Austrians. Frederick didn't have much time to form his plans, but his rough sketch was as follows. He wanted his cavalry on the right to circle the Granerkoppe and flank the Austrians and Saxons on the hill. Meanwhile, the infantry would attack straight against the units on the Granerkoppe. The remainder of the army had to keep the rest of the Austrians and Saxons at bay without engaging in combat. By 8 a.m., the mist mostly dissolved, upon which the Austrian artillery on the Granerkoppe opened their fire. Simultaneously, Frederick gave the general order to his army to advance against the Austrian positions. The cavalry on the right faced the brunt of the damage. They were the vanguard after all. The artillery scored some significant hits against them, but they managed to push through and emerge on the Austrian left flank. A letter written by a Prussian officer reveals, "Our cavalry withstood this ordeal with composure that was all the more admirable when you consider that the enemy bombs frequently landed in the middle of the squadrons, carrying away 8 or 10 horses at once. After every explosion, the troopers collected themselves, filled the gaps, and continued their march with swords in hand. Circumventing the mound, the Prussian squadrons reached a narrow passage leading to an access point of the Graner Koppe. The surprised Austrian cavalry protecting the left did not launch a charge, as they remained stationary. The stationary Austrians suffered the brunt of the charging Prussian cavalry. Confused fighting followed, but the Austrians ended up being pushed back into the forest. Seeing their cavalry in disarray, several Austrian infantry units opened fire, and localized melees broke out between the infantry and the cavalry. All the while, the Prussian infantry marched on. On the Prussian right, the Anhalt Grenadier Regiment, marching directly against the Graner Koppe, reached the foot of the hill and began climbing it. They were met with extreme resistance, both by artillery and musket fire. Without inflicting any damage against the Austrians, many Prussians fell. Among the casualties was Prince Albert of Brunswick, Frederick's brother-in-law. The Austrians cried out, "Es lebe Maria Theresa," they caused mounting deaths among the grenadiers. Their first attack was repelled, with some units losing up to 3/4 of their men. The second attack was more successful. This time, the Geist Grenadier Regiment and 2 regiments of musketeers tried scaling the hill. Thanks to poor positioning by the Austrians on the slope, the artillery was unable to fire at the Prussians. Brief but savage fighting ensued on top of the hill before the Prussians drove the Austrians from it. The Prussian infantry and cavalry holding the other side of Burkersdorf received explicit orders not to engage the Austrians. Instead, they were to remain steady and prevent the Austrian right flank from running to support the left. But as the battle progressed on the Prussian right, the left slowly began moving onto the Austrian lines. It is unknown why they advanced, although it is for certain this was contrary to their official orders. Led by Prince Ferdinand of Brunswick, the Prussians engaged in skirmishes. As time progressed, these skirmishes evolved into a full charge by the Prussian left. The frontal charge against the Austrian infantry led to savage, fierce combat with the cavalry. The Austrian cavalry remained stationary and did not support their infantry through all this. Their lack of initiative allowed the Prussian cavalry to seize 850 Austrian prisoners. Meanwhile, in the background, disaster struck the Prussians, but not in the way they might have expected. Because as the fighting continued on every front, a few Hungarian hussars and Croatian pandours did not feel like fighting. General Nadashdy and Colonel Baron von Trenck led their men straight towards the Prussian camp behind the Prussian lines. The lack of able defenders made it easy pickings. They easily killed the few defenders remaining at the camp, and then they ransacked it. They came across Frederick's tent and the war chest. Reportedly, the war chest was filled with up to 80,000 ducats, but they stole all valuables they could find and carry, seizing over 1 million ducats worth of items and belongings. Among the loot was anything from table silver to linen cloths to snuff boxes to even Frederick's flutes and his dog. But although they were plundering the camp in the background, their allies likely could have used them in the battle line instead, because by noon the Austrians and Saxons deteriorated into a rout into the Königreich forest. It appeared the massively outnumbered Prussians managed to fight them on both lines and emerge victorious. Despite this relatively simple battle sequence, the battle was an incredibly bloody and savagely fought affair. The casualties indeed mounted. In total, the Prussians suffered 3,911 casualties, of whom 856 died. Frederick's brother-in-law, Duke Albrecht of Brunswick, was among the dead. It is very telling of Frederick's poor marriage quality, for he did not even write his wife a letter of condolence. The Austrian and Saxon casualties numbered 7,444. In the aftermath, Frederick tried to launch a pursuit, but the forest, hills, and lack of coordination among his troops prevented any significant follow-up. He later wrote about this. "My cavalry came to a halt not far short of the enemy rearguard. I hastened up and shouted, 'Marsch, vorwärts, drauf!' I was greeted with 'Vivat Victoria!' and a prolonged chorus of cries. Again I called out, 'Marsch!' and again nobody wanted to move. I lost my temper, I struck out with my stick and fist, and I swore. And I think I know how to swear when I'm angry. But I could do nothing to bring my cavalrymen one step forward. They were drunk with joy and did not hear me." He described the battle as terrible but glorious and the fiercest of the four he had fought. He remarked it had been bloodier than Hohenfriedberg. He also recognized the shrewdness of the Austrians, complimenting Charles on his initially thought-out strategy. It was thanks to Frederick's soldiers' discipline, the thinking on his feet, and the courage in the face of aversion that Soor did not become a bloodbath. Oh, and he wrote a letter to his wife after multiple complaints about his cruel behavior. It translates roughly to, "He was a brave man. I'm amazed he wasn't killed long ago." The French envoy remarked that at Hohenfriedberg he fought for Silesia, but at Soor he fought for his life. But despite this significant success in battle so far, danger still loomed for Frederick, and it would arrive much sooner than he anticipated. It was a cold and misty early afternoon in December 1745. Light snow fell down on the Prussian army, slowly approaching the small village of Kesselsdorf. They had been chasing their adversaries with great reluctance, echoed by their commander, Frederick the Great's mentor, Prince Leopold I, also known as the Old Dessauer. Inside the town, Saxon Field Marshal Frederick Augustus, Count Butowski, was relatively confident awaiting the impending battle. Kesselsdorf was well fortified, his Saxons outnumbered the Prussians, and he knew an even larger army was approaching to reinforce him. Then, the Old Dessauer ordered his army forward in a ferocious frontal charge against the fortified positions, despite facing superior numbers. After the Battle of Soor, Frederick made sure his army remained on the battlefield for a few days to show the world the Prussians were in fact victorious. Considering his army was outnumbered nearly 2-1, propaganda could quickly turn that around. All the while, Frederick received news of his generals scoring victories against irregulars behind front lines deep in Prussian territory. He also received optimistic dispatches from his envoy negotiating peace with the English. Admittedly, things were looking pretty good for the Prussians, and the king was certain peace was imminent. But it was wishful thinking. Maria Theresa was dead set on the destruction of Prussia and the king personally. Frederick's personal account in the History of My Own Times reveals the fortitude of the empress degenerated sometimes into obstinacy. She was a woman intoxicated at having recovered the imperial dignity for her descendants. Occupied solely by the smiling prospects of futurity, she thought her grandeur would be degraded should she negotiate with a prince whom she accused of rebellion as with an equal. After Soor, his supplies and army were exhausted to the degree that he marched his army back towards Silesia by early October. Frederick traveled towards Berlin while the rest of his army under the Old Dessauer crossed the border on October 19th. Despite his optimism, the war chest was running empty, and Frederick actively pursued a new loan from either France or England, whoever was willing to help. On the Austrian side, things were moving as well. The Austrians planned to augment the Saxon army at Dresden before launching a winter campaign directed against Brandenburg and perhaps Berlin. First, they planned to surprise attack the Old Dessauer, winter quartered in Halle. Then they would push his army back all the way to Magdeburg. Diverting from waging war in Silesia, an attack against the relatively unprotected Brandenburg and its capital could be a fatal danger for Frederick. If this assault materialized, it would circumvent Frederick's army stationed in Silesia entirely. It would be a disaster. But the Prussian king was very well informed. Upon his arrival in Potsdam, Frederick's sources among the Saxon court informed him the next Austrian attack was to launch from Saxony, directed against Brandenburg. Then news reached him from the Russian court, where the Tsarina publicly announced she would support Saxony if they faced an attack. So he rightly grew more worried. Uncharacteristic as it was for the Austrians, they once again moved fast with their plans. General Nadashdy with 14,000 light infantry reached Friedland, where he set up camp. Prince Charles was moving on to Reichenberg. Frederick's scouts reported that the Austrian army had already crossed the Saxon frontier in early November. In response, Frederick dispatched his trusted hussar commander von Zieten to hinder the Austrians from linking up with the Saxons at Dresden. Frederick himself, he departed from Potsdam and he ordered the Old Dessauer to redeploy his quartered army. Von Zieten's hussars were the first to engage in serious combat during the winter campaign. On November 23rd, one Saxon infantry regiment and 3 cavalry regiments defended Katholisch-Hennersdorf. Noticing the enemy, Zieten's hussars charged again. After brief but savage fighting, the Saxons retreated, losing over 900 soldiers. Only 9 miles away was Prince Charles's army. Its lack of supplies, poor morale, and contradictory orders by generals wasn't a good foreboding. Instead of coming to the Saxons' aid, Charles learned the Prussians outnumbered his 18,000-strong army nearly 3-1. He ordered the retreat back into Bohemia. It appeared the Austrian offensive was averted before it had ever begun. Charles lost over 5,000 soldiers, whereas Prussia lost no more than 100. Frederick wrote, "I have done everything that a general can do with the least spilling of blood and with the greatest results." He wasn't wrong, and this did not go unnoticed among the Saxons and Austrians either. Soon after the battle, they received the British envoy carrying Frederick's instructions to offer them a moderate peace. Despite the initial refusal, the Saxon ministers did open negotiations, and the prospects seemed rather promising. Still, Frederick bombarded his mentor, the Old Dessauer, with letters ordering him to fall on the Saxons. So as the negotiations were ongoing, Dessauer scored victory after victory, crushing the poorly garrisoned Leipzig and forcing the Saxon field marshal, Frederick Augustus, Count Rutowski, to fall back nearby Dresden. It has to be said that the Dessauer completed these tasks with an unhealthy dose of aversion. Surviving correspondence between Frederick and him reveal he did not shy away from giving his opinion on the forced marches and battles during midwinter. His men were tired, and he refused to carry out Frederick's orders several times. Some correspondence implies that if things had gone differently, Dessauer would be a suitable candidate for court-martialing. But unbeknownst to both commanders, in the background peace negotiations were ongoing and looked more optimistic by the day. Still, following the king's orders, Dessauer advanced onto Dresden. Finally, on December 15, both armies met near Kesselsdorf, slightly south of the capital. It was a cold and misty afternoon with light snow. The Old Dessauer and his army marched onto Dresden from the west, when scouts informed him of Field Marshal Rutowski and the Saxon main army holding the ground from Kesselsdorf to Ockerwitz. The old Prussian commander, 69 years old at this point, commanded a 32,000-strong Prussian army. Field Marshal Rutowski commanded a 35,000-strong Saxon army. Rutowski's Saxons were positioned along the Schönerbach River. The Austrian contingent under General Grüne was positioned on the outskirts of Ockerwitz towards the Elbe River. Rutowski ordered his infantry in Kesselsdorf to fortify the town with solid defenses and artillery. In the early afternoon, the Old Dessauer's army approached Kesselsdorf. His army spanned from the southwest all the way to the north, opposite of the Saxon right flank. As the entire army approached, Dessauer ordered his infantry in the south to launch a frontal charge against the heavily fortified Kesselsdorf. Among the vanguard, charging towards the city, were his Anhalt grenadiers. Thanks to the strategic positioning of the artillery and the general fortifications, the infantry charge against Kesselsdorf experienced fierce resistance. The Prussian soldiers marched on despite continuous artillery shots fired against them. They suffered enormous casualties. As the infantry continued their charge, the Prussian infantry to their north and the cavalry on their left flank began their assault as well. However, the banks of the Schonerbach River were muddy and the terrain was difficult to cross in general. Consequently, Saxon artillery fired against the Prussian infantry and cavalry crossing the stream. Certain locations saw skirmishes erupt, but large-scale battles did not ensue, for both parties were too hindered by the terrain. Meanwhile, to the south of Kesselsdorf, the 1st Infantry Wave eventually had to retreat despite their discipline. The charge simply was not sustainable. They suffered hefty losses. Things were not looking good for the Prussians, and the Saxons also knew it. With sky-high morale and confident they would deal the Prussians a decisive blow, the Saxon defenders of Kesselsdorf leapt over their defensive positions to give chase against the Prussians. It is uncertain if this was a direct order, or if it was a spur-of-the-moment decision by the Saxon infantry. What is for sure is that once they left their defensive positions, the Saxons were exposed to whatever Prussian soldiers remained outside Kesselsdorf. Consequently, a 2nd Grenadier Regiment launched a counterattack. The Prussians clashed heavily with the Saxons. Brief, heavy combat broke out, but the Prussian iron discipline proved superior. Understanding their mistake by leaving their fortified positions, the Saxon lines quickly deteriorated into an uncoordinated rout. The Saxon left flank suffered the brunt of the damage, leading to them being pushed north towards the center lines. Despite only minor skirmishes happening throughout the entire center line, the Prussians had a minor advantage there too. When the Saxon defenders in the center line learned of their retreating comrades to the south, the center line began showing cracks as well. Because of the lack of aid from the Austrian general Grüne, we can safely assume the lines of communication between the Saxons and the Austrians were subpar. Shortly before dark, the entire center line deteriorated into a rout. Rutowski had lost central command for a while already, and could do nothing but leave his position. As for the Austrians, their only contribution was joining the Saxons in flight once they noticed their positions breaking. The Saxons and Austrians fled all the way to Prince Charles's army. Dessauer decided not to pursue them, but instead sent word to the king of his victory. In total, the Prussians lost 3,500 men, of whom 1,000 died. The Saxons suffered 3,000 fatalities. 5,000 more were captured. Relatively speaking, it was quite an expensive victory for the already thinned-out Prussian army, but international developments would soon mitigate these losses and turn the modest victory into a great one. This was an incredible victory for Prussia despite the casualties. Still, in a letter, Frederick made the sober remark that it was better to suffer the dead at Dresden than at Berlin. Fate had it that the victory was unnecessary. As Dessauer and Rutowski were fighting the battle, unbeknownst to them, Frederick received word from the British envoy. King Augustus, doubling as Saxony's elector, agreed to the proposed peace terms. The Austrian envoy too supposedly agreed to these terms. If anything, the victory at Dresden strengthened Prussia's position. Frederick obviously was delighted, and when both armies linked up near Dresden 2 days later, Frederick dismounted and embraced his old mentor. The bad blood had been forgotten. The following day, after the surrender of the small Saxon garrison defending Dresden, the Prussians victoriously rode into the Saxon capital. Maria Theresa could do nothing but concede a military solution wasn't viable. On Christmas Day in 1745, both parties signed the Peace of Dresden. It ended the Second Silesian War. Maria Theresa confirmed the contents of the Treaty of Breslau, acknowledging Prussia's sovereignty over Silesia and the Duchy of Graz. In return, Frederick guaranteed the Habsburg lands and agreed to vote for Francis, Maria Theresa's husband, as Holy Roman Emperor. Saxony had to pay Prussia 1 million thalers as war indemnity. And for those who wonder, Frederick's dog, stolen at the Battle of Soor, was returned to him preceding the final battle. In his History of My Own Times, Frederick himself wrote that the war had cost him 8 million thalers. By the time he signed the peace, he was left with just 15,000 in his treasury. Despite this, upon his return to Berlin, he was given a hero's welcome and hailed as Frederick the Great for the first time. The young king likely played a vital role in the propaganda campaign resulting in this flattering sobriquet. The War of the Austrian Succession ended up lasting 3 more years. Frederick's ally France was largely left to fight it out on its own. As it became more or less customary, the French did not find out about Frederick's peace until after he actually signed it. Just like before in November 1741 and the Treaty of Breslau in 1742, they were livid. For now, they were stuck in a war of which the outcome was still uncertain. But whether they would emerge victoriously or not, they wouldn't forget Frederick's betrayals. In the 1740s, many European states were astonished at the outcome of the 2 Silesian Wars. Both in terms of speed and success, the at best minor principality Prussia took on Austria, the Holy Roman Empire's strongest dynasty and one of the critical great powers of the European continent. Prussia was one of the many German principalities. It wasn't the wealthiest, it certainly didn't have the most resources, and its disjointed territories did not hint at it becoming more than a historical footnote of the Holy Roman Empire. The success also made it a prime target for its enemies, who had not forgotten nor forgiven Prussia, and especially its King Frederick's conduct. He began a war without a legitimate cause, abandoned alliances whenever he saw fit, and betrayed the Habsburg monarchy several times, suing for peace, but not adhering to it whatsoever. At any rate, he was a gambler. Fortunately for him, in case of Silesia, it had paid off, and through this conduct, Prussia defeated Austria. However, Prussia's victory wasn't necessarily the result of great strategic insight and resolute leadership, at least not initially. Frederick's father, Frederick William, the Soldier King, spent his entire reign augmenting and expanding the Prussian infantry. When he passed away in 1740, his son inherited a relatively enormous, well-disciplined and well-drilled army. In battle, the Prussian infantry proved superior to the Austrians and Saxons. Their skill compensated for Frederick's initial lackluster command of battle. For example, during the April 1741 Battle of Mollwitz, the Prussians were put on the back foot, and Frederick's general, von Schwerin, recommended the king to flee the battlefield, which he promptly did. It was only thanks to the relentless advance of the Prussian infantry in the face of adversity that the Prussians came out on top. 1 year later, at the May 1742 Battle of Chotositz, this pattern repeated itself, although credit to Frederick is due that he undoubtedly learned from his mistakes. To begin with, it confirmed the suspicions that Prussian cavalry wasn't able to compete with the Austrians. It was only thanks to the flexibility and the discipline of, once again, Prussia's infantry that the battle was turned and they emerged victoriously. By the time the Second Silesian War erupted at Hohenfriedberg, Frederick proved himself an able strategist. He adapted to ever-changing circumstances, and once again his infantry secured the victory for Prussia. What made Prussia's victory all the more impressive was that Prussia's fellow principalities Bavaria and Saxony fared much worse during and in the aftermath of the war. Bavaria's elector had to flee his electorate when the Austrians invaded. The Saxons changed sides in the middle of the war, only to lose to the Prussians at Hohenfriedberg, Soor, and Kesselsdorf. 3 years after Prussia made peace, financial exhaustion led to other participants of the war to sign the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle, ending the war. In it, it confirmed Prussia's sovereignty over Silesia. Well, sort of. Despite the acquisition, Prussia's adversaries were already plotting how to seize Silesia and tear up the entire kingdom, which had humiliated both Austria and Prussia's wronged allies. Austria felt especially vicious. Frankly, the 8-year-long peace that followed was nothing more than a truce. Destroying Prussia became the foremost objective of the Habsburg monarchy. This Anger is understandable if we consider Silesia's qualities. Thanks to its well-developed agricultural and textile industrial infrastructure, its abundance of resources and minerals, and its size, nearly 1/3 of the size of England, it was a significant loss. Relatively speaking, Silesia contributed the most to the Habsburg monarchy's coffers, around 25%. Its 1.1 million inhabitants added a third to Prussia's population, and thus conscriptable men. Under Prussian rule, the province contributed nearly half of the crown's revenue, not to mention its strategic geographic value. Its loss caused the Habsburg monarchy to lose its influence in northern Germany, while Prussia gained a springboard to Prague and even Vienna. In addition, the many fortresses were robust and welcomed frontier defense. I won't go into too much detail, but the sources in the description offer a very detailed account of Austria's reorientation of foreign policy in the aftermath of the war. Christopher Clark provides a neat overview. In short, championed by the youngest cabinet member, Count Kaunitz, rapprochement with France became official Habsburg policy. Kaunitz argued that despite Austria's traditional enemy being France, and its traditional ally being Britain, this should be reversed now that it became clear the objectives of Britain as a maritime power were too distinct from continental Austria's. Additionally, the multilingual nature of the empire was a weakness, and the Habsburgs should focus on the German lands. Kaunitz's proposal was twice as long as the proposals of the other ministers combined, and he was on his own. The proposal was controversial, bold, and radical, but Maria Theresa decided to embrace it nonetheless. Kaunitz rose through the ranks during the following years, becoming Austria's ambassador to Versailles and becoming the Habsburg monarchy's state chancellor in 1753. He preoccupied himself with smoothing things over with their traditional enemy, France, and he did, successfully. The Habsburg monarchy also found a sympathetic Russia, whose Tsarina Elizabeth and her advisors were alarmed by the sudden rapid rise of Prussia. Especially its potential expansion in the Baltic, using the Duchy of Prussia as a springboard, wasn't sitting well with them. 2 years before the war ended, Prussia had already signed an alliance with Austria, explicitly mentioning how the Hohenzollern monarchy was to be partitioned in case of its defeat. King August of Poland, doubling as Saxony's elector, also continued his alliance with Austria. Sweden too eagerly joined the Habsburgs, for they stood to regain Pomerania in northern Germany. Militarily, Austria enjoyed multiple reforms. The most striking and essential for the 7 Years' War is its reform in artillery. The Austrian Prince Joseph Wendel von Liechtenstein personally financed a radical improvement of the artillery wing of the Habsburg army. When they saw combat again in 1756, their adversaries definitely noticed it was not the same Austrian army they faced during the Silesian Wars. Frederick knew and understood there were forces at play he had no control over. Sure, he had won, but his victory arguably landed him in more dangerous waters. Before the ink of the peace treaty was dry, he already began preparing for the next war, dryly remarking, "The ant amasses in summer what it consumes in winter." He spent the 11 years between the Second Silesian War and the 7 Years' War outbreak improving his army. This already began between the First and the Second Silesian War, and during peacetime, Prussia's regiments continued their brutal training regimen. Prussia's autumn war games were conducted in Silesia because Frederick and his advisors expected a future war to take place there. Prussian cavalry, artillery, and technical arms received most of the improvements, for the condition of the infantry was still among the greatest in Europe. Frederick knew this and also became a little bit complacent. He mistakenly believed whenever his infantry advanced, he would emerge victoriously, but reality would soon prove him wrong. Besides this, peacetime saw another radical shift in Prussia's military. Frederick drilled his cavalry so that its quality became unparalleled in Europe. He did this the same way his father had prepared the infantry. Soldiers had to ride their horses daily, even in peacetime. It was a simple recipe, drilling, and even more drilling, but it worked. By the 1750s, his dragoons and cuirassier regiments could gallop and charge with the horses touching each other. In addition, cavalry commanders knew Frederick would have them court-martialed if they suffered an enemy's charge while stationary. Lastly, commanders were at liberty to direct their attacks and maneuvers without awaiting official orders, as long as they thought an opportunity presented itself. Frederick embarked on an energetic diplomatic mission to guarantee alliances during the interbellum. His main priority was to appease Russia, remarking to his envoy in St. Petersburg that there is nothing in the world I would not do to maintain in perpetuity harmonious relations with the Russian Empire. Unfortunately for Frederick, the Prussophobe vice-chancellor, Count Alexei Bestujev, blocked every attempt at reconciliation. When Tsarina Elizabeth promoted him to Grand Chancellor, the situation worsened. Up until the outbreak of the war, there was no point in attempting to conclude an alliance with Russia. His Vienna intelligence reports detailing Kaunitz's plans didn't offer much hope either, but stubborn as he was, and as we will see, still lacking tact as a statesman, he let his personal biases get the best of him. Frederick was convinced of the natural hostility between the French Bourbons on one side and the Austrian Habsburgs on the other, until far too late. There was no way an anti-Prussian alliance could ever materialize between these two states. His French ally would support him without a doubt, despite his defections during the Silesian Wars. Meanwhile, around the world things were heating up between England and France. Their skirmishes in the New World, India, Africa, and the Caribbean caused massive shockwaves which continental Europe would feel for years to come. France saw its colony Canada threatened by the British. By 1754, war seemed inevitable to both parties. Although Britain was a maritime power with its eyes set on the New World, King George II had significant interests in continental Europe. His homeland, the Principality of Hanover, was in potential danger against France and its traditional but unreliable ally Prussia. George figured, to prevent France from invading Hanover, he required a distraction. Austria and Russia were critical in this. But negotiations between Austria and Britain collapsed. The interests of both great powers and traditional allies were too diverse. Maritime Britain looked at the New World, and continental Austria had no real interest outside of Europe. Diplomatic changes were slow to materialize, but this period, the diplomatic revolution, saw most great and minor powers realize their interests diverged too much from their traditional allies. Alliances, sometimes centuries old, were beginning to show cracks or fall through. Russia was still a potential ally for the British. Their envoy to St. Petersburg offered Elizabeth to finance their army and fleet as long as they promised to keep the Duchy of Prussia preoccupied. The 1755 Treaty of St. Petersburg put this agreement into writing. Britain agreed to subsidize Russia with £100,000 if they promised to hold an army of 50,000 and 50 galleys stationed on its western frontier. In case of an outbreak of war, Britain would pay an extra £400,000. Elizabeth was slow to ratify this treaty, however. It is an understatement to say Frederick was unnerved when he learned of these plans. Having always respected Russia's strength, he embarked on the diplomatic route to assure George he would leave Hanover alone. Anglo-Prussian relations improved in the years preceding this, and in part thanks to the Tsarina's slow ratification, George was receptive to a defensive agreement with Prussia. At the January 1756 Convention of Westminster, Prussia and England signed a defensive alliance. Despite the treaty not necessarily being a direct threat against any other power, it led to an all-out war over the entire world. It doesn't take a geopolitical expert to see this hastily concluded treaty was a monumental mistake on Frederick's part. The Russians were angry as the British suddenly halted their subsidies thanks to the conduct of the very state the subsidies were directed against. Enraged, the Tsarina eagerly searched for any alliance against Prussia. Betraying the French for so many times and even joining a pact against his former ally, well, it was considered a cardinal sin. The anti-Prussian sentiment at Versailles increased, and Louis XV refused to listen to anyone who did not hate Prussia and its king. With the Habsburg attempts to reconcile their relationship with Versailles, Frederick's acts were the final push France required to consider Austria as its ally. Things moved very rapidly. 3 months after signing the Treaty of Westminster, France signed a defensive alliance with Austria. Both parties promised each other significant military aid in the event of an attack against one of them. Russia obviously learned of this and happily joined them, becoming the leading proponent of an all-out war. Prussia was, quite literally, encircled. Now, the Triple Alliance of Austria, France and Russia agreed that they would reduce Prussia to the Markgrafate of Brandenburg. They would share the rest of the territory among them. These aims weren't too ambitious, considering it was 3 great powers facing a much smaller, not real great power. Britain's theaters of war were on the other side of the world, and there lay Frederick's Prussia, isolated in Central Europe, surrounded by 3 enemies. And each of these enemies had a bigger army than Prussia had. War was returning to Europe, and everyone knew it. In the winter of 1756-57, Frederick collectedly augmented and prepared his army for the inevitable war, which spring would bring. Sure, he could look back on a somewhat satisfactory end of his surprise attack against the Saxons. Thanks to their surrender, they wouldn't be a threat. He consolidated his control over the principality during winter. He expelled the king, who took up residence in Warsaw. Incorporating Saxon soldiers in his army provided 10 new regiments, not to mention the food, material, and capital his new conquest provided. The great powers wouldn't be able to use the electorate as a springboard against Brandenburg's heartland. But the Battle of Lobositz did not grant him the victory he so desperately required to knock anyone out of the war. The Saxon soldiers proved a liability rather than an asset. In spring 1757, 2 regiments disbanded for sedition, and another escaped to Poland. With the international anti-Prussian alliance gaining momentum, Frederick rightly worried about invasions against his kingdom once winter was over. The Russians would invade from the east, the Swedes from the north, the French from the west, and of course Austria from the south. Moreover, the Imperial Diet declared war against Prussia that winter, leading to an extra worry. The West now was also prone to imperial invasions. Frederick quartered in Dresden throughout the winter, building up his army and preparing them for the inevitable campaign through the Bohemian hills against Prague. In Prague, the Austrian Field Marshal Braun also prepared for the year to come. He divided his army into 4 parts. In Eger, he stationed 30,000 soldiers under Charles Marie, Duke Arenberg. If the French managed to reach Bohemia by spring, these had to link up with him. 50,000 quartered at Budin, 30,000 under Count Christian Moritz von Koenigsegg und Rothfels quartered close to the Lusatian border. The remaining 30,000 were stationed at Königgrätz. In April 1757, Frederick deployed his 120,000-strong army along the Bohemian frontier. They were divided into 4 separate units. The plan was to incrementally march into Bohemia across a 100-mile front. Their goal was to converge north of Prague. Prince Moritz of Anhalt-Dessau, commanding 20,000 soldiers, advanced towards the Eger Valley from the west. Marshal August Wilhelm, Duke of Brunswick-Bevern, commanding 16,000, invaded from Lusatia. The center north. Schwerin invaded from Silesia, commanding some 34,000. Bevern and Schwerin were to link up with each other at Sobotka and launch an attack against Jungbunslau. Frederick would march via Lobositz with 40,000 soldiers and a 3,900-wagon-strong baggage train. On April 18, the invasion began. Count Schwerin embarked on his march. 2 days later, Bevern marched into Bohemia. Bevern commanded some 15,000 troops. He was aware that a 23,000-strong Austrian army under Count Koenigsegg quartered on his route near Reichenberg. He hoped they would move toward Schwerin once scouts confirmed the Prussians launched their invasion. This was idle hope, and that same day his vanguard already encountered some of Koenigsegg's soldiers. The Austrian commander immediately dispatched messengers to nearby strongholds requesting reinforcements. Meanwhile, in Prague, Field Marshal Maximilian Ulysses von Braun received news of Schwerin's invasion. The Prussian army accumulating to Bohemia's west and northeast unnerved Braun, who traveled to his force in Budin. He also ordered Duke Arenberg to move his corps from Eger to join him. On the late evening of April 20, Bevern arrived north of Reichenberg, where, as expected, Koenigsegg defended the town. They knew they had to delay the Prussians as much as possible. Some Austrian detachments were quartered to different villages. To their west at Gabel, Count Macquarie moved north to cut off Bevern's communication line. However, some of Bevern's hussars halted their advance and Macquarie was forced to return to Gabel. Meanwhile, General Franz Moritz von Lacy and a few of his soldiers rapidly approached Reichenberg as reinforcements. Close by, another Austrian force under Colonel Karl Prinz von Liechtenstein, numbering some 800 cavalry and 300 infantry, was reluctant to leave their position at Grötau to reinforce Reichenberg. Commander Georg Ludwig von Puttkamer quickly capitalized on this by attacking Grötau. After a brief skirmish, Liechtenstein's force was scattered. Puttkamer seized 60 horses and many prisoners. Liechtenstein hurried to Reichenberg, together with whatever of his battered force remained. Puttkamer followed him. In the late evening of April 20, Bevern and his army approached Reichenberg. He positioned his army behind a brook, separating him from the Austrians. They set up camp and built a bridge to cross in the morning. In total, Koenigsegg commanded between 14 and 17,000 soldiers. These comprised 14 infantry battalions, 15 grenadier companies, and some 3,400 horsemen in 22 squadrons. In addition, he fielded approximately 78 artillery pieces. The Austrians erected barriers and placed their batteries in anticipation of the battle. They put up their ramps on the elevation in front of Reichenberg and a thick forest to the far left. Letters survive stating that thick forests made it difficult for any kind of troops to pass. The Austrians were flanked by two rises, the Iser and Jeschke. They held the strategic high ground. Behind them laid several valleys encircled by elevations. Bevern commanded 15 battalions and 20 squadrons, 11,300 infantry and 3,100 cavalry. He fielded 40 artillery guns. It is safe to assume they enjoyed a slight numerical superiority. At dawn on April 21st, Bevern deployed his army parallel to the creek they had camped behind. The Austrian watchmen immediately informed their commanders battle was imminent. Koenigsegg too deployed his army in a long stretch from a hill in front of Reichenberg to the thick woodlands on their left. He reinforced his already strategically strong right flank, concentrating the majority of his army there. Lacy commanded this Austrian right. Liechtenstein, who arrived with his still shaken cavalry from the previous day's assault, commanded the Austrian cavalry. They took up positions in front of the Franzental. Koenigsegg held control of the Austrian center. After crossing the bridge, Bevern's men took their positions. General Hans Sigismund von Lestwitz commanded the Prussian left. The cavalry was concentrated on the right wing, commanded by Lieutenant General Friedrich Eugene von Württemberg. A few hundred hussars under Puttkamer were hidden away in the woods on the far right. Bevern took charge of the main infantry body. Bevern concentrated the main attack against the Austrian left, the least reinforced flank. Lestwitz advanced against the Austrian right to divert attention. The volleys of artillery on both sides marked the start of the battle. Because of the uneven terrain, occasionally the Prussian artillery fired straight into their advancing infantry. Not an ideal position to be in. Württemberg and his 15 cavalry squadrons launched the first assault against Liechtenstein. Both parties heavily clashed and fierce combat ensued. Meanwhile, the infantry continued their advance forward slightly to the left, but their advancement also allowed them to invade the Austrian center ranks entirely. The main body of infantry climbed the left slope of the Austrians' elevation. After exchanging musket volleys, savage close combat followed. the iron discipline of the Prussians once again proved superior, and the Austrian formations on the ramp began cracking. But whereas the infantry was already proving successful, the cavalry was in a more difficult position. They had launched 3 charges in a very short period, but none proved successful. Still, the Austrian cavalry drifted off from their infantry lines. The significant distance allowed the Austrians on the ramp to their right to fire away during the skirmish. It caused mounting casualties, with the Prussian infantry pushing back the Austrian defenders on the ramp. To their left, the flank became exposed to fire from 2 sides. The Prussian cavalry retreated, unable to inflict decisive damage. But before Liechtenstein could recuperate, Bevern had already ordered the next assault. This time, 3 infantry battalions moved forward. They were tasked with climbing the Jeschke mountain on the Prussian right. They climbed through the forest only to outflank the infantry on the ramp. A brief skirmish broke out. During this skirmish, Puttkamer's hussars came into action. They launched a charge from their hidden positions, surprising the Austrian cavalry. When the surprised infantry on the ramp was routed, the Prussians gained an ideal position to fire away at the Austrian cavalry's flank. The confusion and damage the Prussian volleys caused allowed Württemberg to launch another charge with his dragoons. Again, they clashed with the Austrians, and another bloody, ferocious melee ensued. Meanwhile, Koenigsegg grasped the severity of the situation. Having had the strategic high ground, the Prussians now turned it around and were securely positioned on what had been the Austrian left. Bevern adequately used his momentum. He ordered the remainder of the infantry forward along in a straight line. It was time to take the center. They began scaling the slope. Battle ensued along the entire line as the Austrians were hard pressed and forced to give up more ground against the ever-advancing Prussians. But this didn't go on for very long, and many were pushed back towards the Franzental. Koenigsegg attempted to rally his men for a final counterattack, but the chaos was too much. Soldiers descended into a rout as the Prussian right wing nearly enveloped the main body of soldiers in a pincer movement. The situation became too dangerous, and Koenigsegg ordered the general retreat. Official documents written right after the battle revealed that the retreat was made in good order, covered by Count Lacy, who commanded the right. Ironically, his side, the strongest side, had barely seen any combat. In total, the battle had lasted for 5 hours. The Prussians suffered some 700 casualties, whereas Koenigsegg lost 900. Many of the Prussian casualties were caused by friendly fire. Koenigsegg's retreat allowed Bevern to penetrate Bohemia and continue the march towards the rendezvous point. Upon the victory, Brunswick freed the way which allowed him to continue his march against Prague. Despite poor road conditions and hilly terrain, the advance went rather well. Meanwhile, to the north of his military camp, Frederick told his brother that the upcoming victory would prove as decisive for the fate of present-day empires as Caesar's defeat of Pompey at Pharsalus in 48 BC had been for Rome. Perhaps a bit dramatic, but definitely understandable considering the importance of the upcoming Battle of Prague. Everyone was aware of its importance, and the battle would soon arrive. In spring 1757, the 7 Years' War's first autumn and winter campaign lay behind them. Europe stood at the brink of an enormous war, which would radically change the course of history. Frederick the Great launched his spring campaign with a 4-way invasion of Bohemia. In northeastern Bohemia, the first commander of his army to face combat was the Duke of Brunswick-Bevern. At Reichenberg, he managed to rout the Habsburg army meant to push back the Prussians. For Frederick, it was a promising start of the campaign. The invasion continued with momentum. 2 days after Reichenberg, Frederick crossed into Bohemia, expelled the Austrians from Linné, and positioned himself strategically to outflank the large Austrian army under Field Marshal Braun at Budin. Braun's reinforcements, commanded by Duke Arenberg, hadn't arrived yet, so Braun decided to retreat to the northwest of Prague. Meanwhile, the Prince of Anhalt-Dessau linked up with Frederick at Linné. To their east, Bevern captured Jungbunzlau, linking up with the 73-year-old Field Marshal Schwerin. The storehouses nearby ensured the ability to feed their 40,000 soldiers for close to a month. Thanks to their victory at Reichenberg, they would be able to form the right to Frederick's left pincer movement of the Bohemian capital. The Austrians were aware of the danger they faced. In the Austrian camp, Browne frantically tried to get his men ready for combat. As all these parties began planning for the inevitable upcoming battle, a well-known commander arrived in Browne's camp. Prince Charles of Lorraine, commander-in-chief of the Habsburg army, arrived in Prague in early May. The city was in disarray, fleeing citizens and decaying defenses. He took over command, and despite internal friction, every party understood it was the right move. Browne suffered from severe tuberculosis, but he remained in the field despite his condition. Charles called a council of war. They agreed they should meet Koenigseg's corps, retreating and still shaken from Reichenberg, near Prague, on the right bank of the Moldau. They knew Marshal Daun marched from Moravia towards Königgrätz. Although they were in danger for now, their numbers were rapidly increasing. Charles augmented Prague's garrison with 13,000 troops. The remainder of the army, close to 60,000 soldiers, took their positions around the eastern part of the city. Meanwhile, the Prussians continued their advance. Frederick learned of the Austrians taking up their positions to the city's east. Marshal Keith, commanding 32,000 soldiers, remained on the left bank of the Moldau, while Frederick linked up with Schwerin to Prague's northeast. He commanded up to 64,000 troops. On the morning of May 6, Prince Charles wasn't worried about what the day would bring. His army held strong defensive positions, and even more reinforcements were on their way. But his confidence that day would be calm was misplaced. At around 5:30 a.m., Charles received alarming news from his irregulars. Austrian outposts were pushed back around Prussia. 30 minutes later, Charles ordered the battle formations. It seemed like a full-scale attack was imminent. Charles positioned his army to the north of Malachitz, the small village to Prague's east. His left flank rested against the Žižka hill. His command spanned along the Tabor hill towards Kay. Browne held the command of Austria's right wing, sharply bending south along Sterbohol. His right was held by cavalry. In total, up to 62,000 troops were deployed outside Prague. 70 infantry battalions, 124 cavalry squadrons, and up to 200 guns. Several thousand, including 5,000 cavalry, remained inside the city's walls. The Battle of Prague was a muddled and chaotic affair, even more than usual. As such, reconstructing certain parts of the battle is challenging and sometimes open to interpretation. Those first skirmishes at Prussia, alarming Charles, were conducted by Schwerin and Winterfeld. They commanded 2 columns. After taking Prussia, their army awaited Frederick's arrival. When he arrived a bit after 6 a.m., the Prussian army's size swelled to 64,000. In total, the Prussian king commanded 66 infantry battalions, 123 cavalry squadrons, and around 190 artillery pieces. The Prussians enjoyed a slight numerical superiority. But the king was in quite a sorry state. He suffered severe food poisoning and could barely ride his horse without throwing up. After a brief deliberation with his generals, they decided to move fast and concentrate the attack along the Austrian right flank. The Prussians immediately began their march with Lieutenant General Johann Karl Schöneig's dragoons moving far in advance as the vanguard. When Charles noticed this, he sent units from the center to augment the right. Some 15 regiments of cavalry under General Andras Hadik and 40 grenadier companies were concentrated around Sterbohol. The Austrian cavalry arrived just in time. Schöneig's dragoons launched a frontal cavalry charge, countered by the freshly arrived Austrians. A prolonged cavalry fight followed, lasting for the remainder of the battle. Meanwhile, in the background, Schwerin and Winterfeld led their soldiers past Possernitz. They faced continuous artillery shelling. Because the Prussian artillery could not traverse the marshy ground, they all concentrated along one narrow road. Cluttered with heavy guns, the road became obstructed. Consequently, the infantry had to walk through the marshy meadows and fields. Frankly, the terrain was quite inhospitable for the infantry, and men were already tiring. Finally, Schwerin's 14 infantry regiments took up their positions, facing the majority of Brown's infantry between Sterbohol and Kay. Frederick commanded the center, Schwerin in the left. Winterfeld commanded the right vanguard. Realizing the delay's danger, Winterfeld decided not to wait for official orders and ordered his 8 battalions to charge. They moved forward in their characteristic disciplined formation like a moving wall, traversing water, reaching their waist. They received orders not to fire until they came close to the Austrian lines. Frederick was unhappy with the early assault. Old Schwerin disagreed. Frische Eier, gute Eier, he said, meaning something like the early bird gets the worm, before leading his men into battle as well. Those were the last words he would ever speak to his king. The Austrian artillery on the Homolo hill and the grenadiers standing on its slopes fired volley after volley. Not retaliating, the Prussians suffered enormous casualties. The front lines received the brunt of the damage, and several units were near entirely decimated, if not routed. Moreover, the poor terrain conditions considerably slowed down their advance. General Winterfeld was among the front lines, leading by example. During the advance, an accurate shot hit him in the neck. He was severely wounded as he fell from his horse. Schwerin and several of his most trusted officers moved forward to carry Winterfeld back to safety. Schwerin rode in the front as his men carried Winterfeld away, ready to lead by example. As he continued the advance, a canister blast mortally struck his head, removing most of it. He died on impact. Austrian artillery continued tearing through Prussian lines. The charge had been an absolute disaster so far. The battle had been going on for a while now, and at around 11 a.m. the Austrian inroads against the Prussian lines showed. Things were not looking good. Confident he was capitalizing on his success, Brown launched what he was confident would be the last charge against the Prussians. But nearby the city of Kay, held by Königsegg, the Prussian commanders noticed a gap between Charles's north-facing troops and Brown's eastern lines. The charge would prove to be a crucial mistake. Bevern commanded the infantry nearby, although sources indicate regimental commanders acted on their own accord. They mounted a full charge. Facing little resistance, they managed to flank Königssegg's infantry. Suddenly, the Austrian position did not seem so stable. Brown's men fiercely resisted the Prussians, and savage combat broke out. This charge nearby Kay is generally considered to be the turning point of the battle. During all this intense fighting, more misfortune struck the Austrians. A cannonball struck Brown. It shattered his leg, and he had to be carried away from the battlefield. As the fortunes were changing for Austria, they were left leaderless. Throughout the entire battle, General von Zieten had been roaming the rear of the Prussian lines. All the way to the south, he saw an opening of the Austrian right flank. He didn't think for too long, and he ordered his hussars to launch a charge against Hadik. The clash was enormous and somewhat unexpected. The impact quickly spread through the Austrian lines like a shockwave. Suddenly, Zieten turned the indecisive cavalry battle. Many infantry regiments realized the sudden gravity of the situation. They were close to getting stuck in a pincer movement. All troops between Sterbohol and Hostavitz collapsed. Many retreated towards Prague, and a significant force retreated to the south. During this, Prince Charles collapsed. It is unclear what happened, but he likely suffered a seizure, leaving him incapacitated. Austrian commanders rallied some retreating Austrian infantry behind the Tabor hill. As the Prussians chased the infantry, fierce resistance blocked their passage. They inflicted heavy casualties. Meanwhile, Manstein became frustrated with his lack of combat. He decided to launch a charge of his own accord. To his right stood Prince Henry, who crossed the Rokenitzer stream to support Manstein in a famous event. The Austrians holding the northern lines put up fierce resistance, but both commanding generals were quickly killed. The infantry soon gave way. Prince Henry appeared to the northwest of the Austrian lines. To their south, von Zieten advanced along Neustrassnitz. Again, the Austrians risked becoming stuck in a pincer movement and retreated towards Prague. The Austrian cavalry remained disciplined enough to continue brief counterattacks, protecting their infantry during the entire retreat. Most soldiers managed to find refuge in Prague, though a force of around 12,000 fled to the south. Pursuing them was unthinkable. The battlefield was littered with dead and dying men. The casualties during the battle mounted to astonishing levels. Contemporary plays and ballads referring to the battle used it synonymously for slaughter and massacre. The Prussians suffered 3,099 dead, 8,208 wounded, with many succumbing to their injuries, and 1,657 missing. 400 officers were among the killed. One field marshal, one general, and 3 other generals were mortally wounded. These official figures are commonly thought to be underreported, with the actual figures being even higher. The Austrians suffered fewer number of casualties, totaling some 13,400. Again, among them some 400 officers. Many of them were prisoners of war. Sure, it was a Prussian victory, but an incredibly costly one at that. The death of several senior officers on both sides and Frederick's incapacitation due to food poisoning made the entire battle quite a muddled affair. Besides Schwerin and Winterfeld, generals Fouquet and Courcelles were severely injured, while their regiments suffered over 50% casualties. Frederick later wrote to King George he lost Schwerin, who he referred to as one of the greatest generals of the century. But admitting his losses wasn't the same as admitting the battle had been more costly than he anticipated. To his sister, he wrote he had totally beaten the Austrian army. They are entirely separated, and I hope to take most of the generals and soldiers in Prague as prisoners of war. His mother received a letter in which he boasted of being free with 150,000 men, while he dispersed the Austrians in the wind. This was all window dressing, to put it bluntly. In private, Frederick admitted to the gravity of the situation. He blamed more or less every subordinate of his, and surviving letters reveal his generals and his brothers blamed him in turn. But he did learn from his mistakes. For example, firing volleys during marching was a tactic he disavowed, but now reinstated. As a result, his troops would never again have to hold fire during their advance forward. As for Austria, the defeat certainly put Vienna on high alert. Their French allies weren't too impressed with their conduct. The cannonball shattering Brown's legs proved fatal. He died on June 26. Austria lost one of her best, if not the best general, Frederick wrote. The battle's aftermath didn't play in Frederick's favor. Over 46,000 soldiers now defended Prague, and it soon turned out they were well provisioned, contrary to what Frederick assumed. And remember the 12,000-odd troops who didn't flee Prague but turned south? Well, in the southeast, Austrian Field Marshal Daun was assembling a 55,000-strong army welcoming most of these soldiers. Frederick established siege batteries and bravely bombarded Prague. But once news reached him of Daun's large Austrian army, he decided he would not be able to continue the siege of Prague with this danger looming. He began preparing the march towards his next battle, which would become the famous Battle of Kolin. The 1757 Battle of Prague was an incredibly bloody and costly affair for Austria and Prussia. Suffering enormous casualties, Prussia's King Frederick the Great emerged victoriously. Still, the fleeing Austrians retreated behind the Bohemian capital's walls. Frederick was convinced he could force the city and its garrison to its knees. On May 29, he began the bombardment of Prague. With 10 25-pounder guns and 12 heavy mortars, the Prussians fired over 30,000 shells. But the garrison in Prague evidently enjoyed more provisions and tenacity than Frederick anticipated. Then horrifying news reached him. By early June, he learned of Field Marshal Leopold Count von Daun assembling a new large army to the east. Initially, Frederick assumed this was no more than 20,000 troops. Daun probably retreated with them after learning of the Austrian defeat at Prague. But General Georg Puttkamer, who chased the fleeing Austrian garrison, relayed to him Daun commanded 55,000 soldiers, including those who fled the Battle of Prague. This was a serious problem. Frederick did not have enough resources to conduct a siege and face a massive army simultaneously. Daun was no stranger to Frederick, although the Prussian king didn't know it. The Austrian field marshal made a name for himself a decade earlier, seeing combat at Chotusitz, Hohenfriedberg, and Soor. Whereas Daun had ample opportunity to study Frederick as a commander, Frederick barely knew anything about him. This was the first time he faced an army commanded by Daun. Upon learning of Daun's strength, Frederick's first act was to dispatch the Duke of Brunswick-Bevern in Colin's direction. With a 19,000-strong army, he marched east, capturing supply depots along the way. Meanwhile, the Prussians were slowly grasping the severity and impact the Battle of Prague caused to their army. The situation was bad. The final figures of Prague were worse than expected. A surviving account of one of the Prussian officers clearing the battlefield reveals: "It is dreadful beyond conception to walk in a field of battle after victory, to see friends and enemies, men and horses, the dead and dying all heaped together and almost floating in blood. The stench of carnage fills the air with infection, and the groans of those who yet live rise as if in union on every side." Then Frederick received news of a new Franco-Austrian treaty in which France pledged 120,000 soldiers and not laid down arms until Austria captured Silesia entirely. Letters from the Duchy of Prussia revealed a Russian fleet entered the Baltic Sea, and an Austrian deserter confirmed Frederick's worst fear. Prague held enough provisions to last a couple of months at least. Not knowing what to expect of his adversary, Frederick decided to raise a force and travel east. He left Field Marshal Keith in charge of the siege of Prague. A letter he wrote Keith on June 6 reveals he was confident but serious about the situation. "Leopold Daun is being reinforced. We must prevent him interfering with us. We must put together all we can, attack him, and chase him away as far as possible." On June 14, Frederick linked up with Bevern nearby Kolin. Bevern informed him that Daun was commanding a worrisome large army. Daun camped near Czaslau and had just received direct orders from Maria Theresa to relieve Prague's garrison. He ran into Zieten's hussars multiple times, preventing a direct attack against Bevern's force, but certainly alerting him that the Prussians knew of his whereabouts. Frederick did not know about Daun's goal to relieve Prague, but he did suspect battle was imminent. He sent word to Prince Moritz of Anhalt-Dessau at Prague. Moritz rounded up any and all soldiers he could find who would not be missed during the siege. 48 hours later, Moritz arrived at Kolin with reinforcements. Frederick commanded some 35,000 men. Daun still outnumbered him significantly by some 20,000. Thanks to the skirmishes, Daun was well aware that the Prussians were in the region. His scouts informed him of Bevern's army, augmented by Frederick and Moritz. With some characteristic cautious maneuvering, Daun marched against the Prussians, reaching their flank. On the evening of June 16, he deployed his army in two lines on the slight slopes south of the Imperial Road. They spanned from Blinka all the way towards Ksetchos. Irregulars under General Beck held Planyan. Nadashti's irregulars remained south of the main army, able to move towards whichever flank required them. The Austrian movements did not go unnoticed. Frederick camped nearby Kurin and realized Daun attempted to cut them off. He decided to move his entire army to the north. Meanwhile, Daun received a false message that Frederick expected up to 60,000 reinforcements later that night. So Daun expanded his lines with his left towards Krichnau and his right towards Radovesnitz. By the morning of June 18, Daun's men were ready. He commanded between 28 and 34,000 infantry, between 14 and 18,600 cavalry, and around 150 artillery pieces. Meanwhile, Frederick decided it was time to move. Surely he could circumvent Daun's army, reach the east's lower slopes and flank the Austrians. When Beck was quickly expelled from Plagnan, his confidence grew. Adhering to that strategy, his commanders ordered their army forward. In total, Frederick commanded between 32 and 34,000 soldiers, 18,000 infantry, 14,000 cavalry, and some 88 guns. Frederick kept part of his cavalry in reserve for a mopping-up operation or reinforcements if need be. He had no idea Daun extended his position to Ksechers and Radovesnitz. At noon on June 18, an exceptionally dry and hot summer's day, the Prussian columns began their march from Plagnan. General Johann Dietrich von Hülsen commanded the vanguard. Lieutenant General von Treschkow followed with his division. Zieten commanded some 50 squadrons of hussars to protect the flank. Manstein commanded the middle and Bevern the right. As the Prussian column marched, news reached Frederick that it may take longer than anticipated to circumvent the Austrians. Rumors of Daun expanding his lines east worried the king. Some woodlands, the Eichenwald, lay south of Ksechers. When the Austrian bombardment erupted, Frederick figured passing through the woodlands would achieve the same encirclement effect with fewer casualties. He told Hülsen to explore the shortcut. But Frederick had no idea that this uphill shortcut marched straight into General von Witt's hidden division. Combined with the infantry deployed within the village, the Austrians were about to shoot at the oblivious Prussians like fish in a barrel. When they turned south, parallel to Ksechers, indeed the Prussian infantry came under heavy fire. Hearing the noise of battle and volleys, Frederick deduced the Austrian right flank was much stronger than he anticipated. This was it. There was no more time for elaborate maneuvering. As Zieten ran into Nadashti's cavalry to the east, Frederick ordered Moritz to launch a frontal charge against the Austrian positions. Statements survive of Moritz telling Frederick the idea was ridiculous, but to no avail. Fraser writes the infantry marched forward in a frontal attack uphill, outnumbered and with no favorable circumstances whatsoever. It was a desperate maneuver. The Austrian infantry and artillery, safely positioned on the Ksechers hill, launched volley after volley. They tore into Moritz's division. The prince reportedly exclaimed the battle was lost. Meanwhile, the rest of the Prussian column was still trekking along the Imperial Road and taking their positions. Pro-Red sharpshooters positioned around Brezan picked off soldiers on the flank. In an attempt to mitigate the casualties, Major General von Manstein took part of his army and charged into the village direction. He scattered the sharpshooters. However, the town enjoyed more defenders than he anticipated, and as savage fighting erupted, he called in support of his reserves. As the fighting around Brezan and Chosenitz continued, his soldiers slowly pushed towards the hill. The advance began extending beyond what Manstein intended, but the chaos on the ground prevented him from pulling his army back safely. Several detachments began climbing the Przerovsky hill. Along most of the Prussian front, the scene was the same. Infantry climbing over their dead or dying comrades, sustaining heavy fire. But Manstein's attack did ensure the Austrians could not reinforce their right flank. In utter desperation at his lack of reinforcements, Frederick ordered 67-year-old General Peter von Pennever to launch a cavalry charge. They advanced past Brezan before being mauled by heavy artillery fire and a subsequent cavalry counterattack. Despite the casualties, at around 7 p.m., Moritz's infantry reached the top of the Ksechers hill. The subsequent close combat appeared to favor the Prussians. Another charge launched by Bevern pushed into the Austrian left flank, on top of the Psarowski. Then on the far left of the Prussians, Major General Christian von Krosigk launched a charge against the village. The combination of the sudden momentum, the Prussian advance and the Austrians running out of ammunition and wavering lines made it seem like Prussia was about to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. It would not have been the first time, but it just wasn't enough. Krosigk was struck by a cannonball, dying on impact. Fighting continued for a while, but the brigade began wavering before cracking and scattering. Penaver's damaged cavalry retreated through the Imperial Road. The Prussian infantry was exhausted and battered. Whenever they made an opening in the Austrian lines, it was filled with fresh reserves. Finally, the late Krosigk's cavalry suffered heavy counterattacks by the much more numerous Austrian cavalry stationed near the Eichenwald. Bevern's infantry suffered heavy casualties, battered by the artillery and infantry on the hill. Some sources indicate Bevern managed to scale the hill and line up his army. But the flanking of the Netherlands Linie Dragoon Regiment from the left crushed his infantry, and they retreated through the Imperial Road. On the left, the Austrian cavalry surrounded the Prussian vanguard. Breshkov was wounded and captured, together with his infantry. At around 8 p.m. the Prussians retreated. Zieten and Hülsen maintained order among their troops, preventing Daun from following up the victory with a chase. Kolin's score was gruesome. The Prussian army received an enormous blow. Of their infantry, 8,755 were killed or missing, 3,568 were wounded. Of the cavalry, 1,450 men and even more horses were killed. To put this into perspective, over a third of the troops deployed became a casualty statistic. They lost an additional 5,380 men as POWs. Daun lost 8,114 soldiers, most of whom were wounded, totaling about 15% of the troops deployed. The Austrians camped on the field, a classic sign of victory. When news of the victory reached Vienna, the city burst into spontaneous celebration. Maria Theresa created the eponymous order, awarding Daun the first Grand Cross. Allegorical works were written and the Pope conferred his indescribable jubilation. As you can imagine, the mood in Berlin stood in stark contrast to these jubilations. After nearly 2 decades of incredible successes, this defeat served as a cold shower to the Prussians. Tim Blenning writes, "In just a few hours, Frederick lost more than a battle. His superhuman reputation had collapsed." Austrian memoirs reveal how their opinion of Prussian soldiers shifted. It turned out they could be made to flee. In a letter to Marshal Keith, Frederick conceded he had tried to do too much with too few. He became depressed and disillusioned, ordering Prince Henry to prepare to lift the siege of Prague. His cynic wit shows in one of his letters. Success breeds overconfidence, and the next time I will do better. Every man must have his setbacks, and it seems I shall have mine. In his political testament, written 11 years after the battle, Frederick wrote how if they had won at Kolin, the Austrian army in Prague would have had to capitulate, the French army would not have crossed the Rhine, the Russians would have stayed at home, and Austria would have had to make peace on Prussian terms. Blenning remarks very much to the point. In the event, the opposites of those things happened, and with them, the defeat transformed the very nature of the war. Frederick's war was about to turn into a war of attrition, and his enemies were more than ready to capitalize on the Austrian success. In the summer of 1757, Frederick the Great, King of Prussia, received barely, if any, positive news about the progress of the ongoing war. The defeat at Kolin in June put a considerable dent in the Prussian war machine. Frederick raised the siege of Prague and debated on what to do. Initially, he wanted to retreat to Saxony, but he tried to maintain much of his conquered Bohemian territory instead. He divided his army into 2 equal parts. At Leitmeritz, Frederick commanded some 34,000 soldiers. His brother August Wilhelm commanded an equal number of men to his east. These fed off the magazine at Zittau in Upper Lusatia. Frederick told him it was of vital importance to defend the supply depots and entrances into Silesia. Meanwhile, irregulars under Nadashdi and Beck infested the main roads and villages around the frontier. Frederick spent some of his most unhappy days in the palace at Leitmeritz. On June 28, news reached him of his mother's death. When he found out, he wrote to his sister Wilhelmine, "All misfortunes overwhelm me at the same time. This loss is the culmination of my sorrows, and yet I am forced to act, and I do not have time to give full course to my tears. All the losses in this world may be redressed, but those occasioned by death are beyond remedy." He indeed did not have time to grieve. In Bohemia, 110,000 Austrians were ready to advance. To his east, 100,000 Russians under Field Marshal Stepan Apraksin moved against his duchy. To his west, 125,000 French were becoming a significant danger for his Hanoverian allies. Under Prince de Soubise, they already conquered Prussia's clave possessions, and a 70,000-strong army under Count d'Estrées now directed their march against Hanover. And to top it all off, another army, the 40,000-strong Reichsexecutionarmee, consisting of imperial soldiers commanded by Field Marshal Prince Joseph von Sachsen-Hildburghausen, were on the move to link up with the French. Through diplomacy, Prussia continued attempting to establish peace with France, to no avail. Worrisome news from Sweden reached Frederick as well. They were preparing an invasion force to seize Pomerania. It wouldn't be until September 13 till they landed, but it opened another front. Three main fronts opened: the south around Silesia and Saxony against the Austrians, the west against the French and Imperial Army, the east against the Russians. Facing over 400,000 hostile troops, Frederick amassed no more than 154,000 soldiers. Up to 64,000 were stationed on the Bohemian frontier against the Austrians. 10,000 remained in Brandenburg as reserves defending the capital and Pomerania. No more than 30,000 were dispatched to East Prussia under 70-year-old Field Marshal Hans von Lewald. An additional 54,000 soldiers, although many of them were British and Hanoverian, served under the Duke of Cumberland against the advancing French and Imperial Army. The first action occurred on the Bohemian front. Contrary to Frederick's expectations, the Austrians focused their assault to the east against August Wilhelm's army. This was entirely unexpected, and it showed. On July 15, the Austrians under Duke Arenberg seized Gabel, capturing Puttkamer. August Wilhelm was outmaneuvered. The Austrians continued with a vengeance, and 8 days later, they fell onto Zittau. Just like that, they seized a depot which could have sustained 40,000 soldiers for a month. Again, a massive blow to Prussia. The Austrians used Zittau as a springboard to launch raids into Silesia throughout the summer. August Wilhelm retreated to the west with a highly demoralized army, suffering continued attacks by irregulars. His poor managed retreat left the path to Silesia wide open. Bad news continued. 3 days after Zittau, a French army under Marshal d'Estrées defeated the Duke of Cumberland's army at Hastenbeck. Negotiations between the French and Hanover opened. This worried Frederick. The withdrawal from Hanover, and thus Great Britain, from the war would severely weaken Prussia's western frontier. Additionally, a French army under Marshal Soubise, stationed in Strasbourg, preyed on the Prussians. The king met his brother at Bautzen. After the meeting, the prince reportedly departed in tears. A surviving letter Frederick sent to him does not leave much to the imagination. "You make me pay a high price for the confidence I reposed in you. Never again will you, August Wilhelm, command another army to ruin. To my way of thinking, your splendid expedition was nothing more than the impulse from some superannuated, spoiled child, from whom we take a knife lest he should cut himself and injure others. The prince and his generals deserve to be sentenced to death by court-martial, but his position prevents this." August Wilhelm resigned from the army not soon after. He passed away, likely from a cerebral hemorrhage, before the animosity between the brothers could be resolved. In the wake of his retreat, Frederick traveled to Silesia to reassemble his army north of Zittau. He commanded some 65,000 men. Primary sources conflict about the army's state. Some mention the army being re-energized thanks to the king's presence. Others mention it was demoralized. Prince Henry supposedly talked the king out of several near-suicidal attacks against the Austrians during these days. Heeding Henry's advice, Frederick returned to Dresden with 25,000 soldiers to take stock. He ordered Bevern at Gorlitz to defend Silesia with some 40,000 men. General Winterfeld was assigned to assist Bevern. Frederick concluded the most dangerous problems was the French. They even refused his peace offerings, promising millions of thalers as indemnity. Likely because Madame de Pompadour, the French king's mistress, had a strong dislike for Frederick. The feeling was mutual. But to his east, trouble continued brewing. General Beck, Nadashti, and Arenberg, among many other Austrian commanders, roamed the frontier. One of these commanders frequently raiding Silesia was Colonel Janusz von Eberstadt. Already in early July, he captured Landeshut, although some sources indicate he captured it as late as August 10. But Landeshut too became a hub for irregular incursions against Silesia. Prussian scouts relayed this information to Major General Johann Friedrich von Kreitzen, stationed nearby. The general now set out to surprise Janus and expel him from his stronghold. After weeks of maneuvering around each other, Kreitzen finally decided to mount an assault against the stronghold. Although Prussian reconnaissance was poor, Kreitzen rightly suspected Janus outnumbered him. Unfortunately, sources aren't very detailed about the number of units involved. Kreitzen commanded some 3,000 soldiers. Janus commanded some 4,000. Many of them were Croat irregulars and many of them were cavalry. Kreitzen devised a plan to expel Janus from Landeshut without engaging in any large-scale battle by surprising him. On August 12, his army set out to march from the northeast towards Vogelsdorf, a village to the north of Landeshut. After a night of marching, Kreitzen arrived at Vogelsdorf. Far in this vanguard, his hussars ran into several light Grenzer troops roaming the forest. It soon became clear the Prussians were outnumbered, and after a brief skirmish, the hussars retreated to relay their findings to Kreitzen. The Austrian light infantry continued roaming around the Buchberg forest. The Grenzer outposts roaming the forest prevented the Prussian troops from moving past Vogelsdorf and locating the main Austrian encampment. Only thanks to some campfires burning south of Landeshut near the Kirchberg could they roughly pinpoint Janus's position. Despite having marched all night and day and having incomplete information, Kreitzen decided to mount an attack that evening. He hoped his army would swiftly get rid of the light infantry on the Buchberg, while the rest captured Landeshut to secure a stronghold against Janus's main army. The march commenced at 7 p.m. Unfortunately for Kreitzen, he misjudged the time it took to reach the Buchberg. When night fell, he had to order his army to halt because they could not correctly assess the enemy's positions. The Prussian position was an incredibly dangerous one. Amidst the meadows and fields with barely any cover, Kreitzen ordered his army in a large square, protecting his baggage train. Behind them stood the hussars, ready to use their agility in battle. During this rather clumsy advance by the Prussians, Janus had been well aware of their movements. There was a complete lack of interaction by his soldiers, however, for a good reason. As night fell and the Prussians formed an infantry square, Janus sent agile light infantry detachments to harass the Prussian flanks. Then, with his main army south of Landeshut, Janus began moving towards Kreitzen's southeast. Amidst the darkness, suddenly Prussian soldiers were picked off one by one. Parts of the Prussian formation became chaotic, firing at random. The general staff reports of the battle mention multiple friendly fire casualties. During these hours of chaos, horses broke loose with Janus's men capturing at least 30. In addition, around 100 Saxons forcibly enlisted in the Prussian army decided this was a splendid time to desert. Amidst the darkness and chaos in front of the Buchberg, Janus reached the forest. His army deployed in the tree line, including at least 6 heavy guns. Kreitzen realized he was in danger in the valley, although he likely was unaware of Janus's real movements. As the Austrians took their positions, Kreitzen ordered his army to retreat to Vogelsdorf while maintaining their square formation. The supply wagons heavily impeded their movement speed. By this point, dawn was setting in. When the first rays of sun illuminated the plain, Janus saw the Prussians haphazardly retreating. He ordered his artillery and infantry to open fire. The quiet morning was polluted by sounds of heavy artillery fire as the shells struck the ground around the Prussians. Sources indicate the accuracy was nothing to write home about, and the artillery inflicted barely any casualties. But it did ensure complete panic in the Prussian lines and the abandonment of their entire baggage train. Disregarding the misfortune, Keitel managed to rally his men within the valley. He ordered his infantry in a straight line. Janusz deployed his infantry in a similar fashion, resulting in two infantry lines running parallel to each other. Keitel was the first to order the general attack. His infantry moved forward against the Austrian position on the slopes of the Buchberg. The charge enjoyed incredible momentum. Sure, the Prussians suffered heavy artillery and musket fire from the Austrians, but they were bloodthirsty. They pushed the Austrian infantry back onto the slopes of the Buchberg before pushing them into the forest altogether. In addition, they seized several Austrian artillery pieces. But because Janusz enjoyed numerical superiority, he had a trick up his sleeve. His Grenzer battalions to the Prussian right were in an ideal position to flank the ever-advancing infantry. They did so, drawing their sabers and charging into the Prussian lines. Meanwhile, his remaining artillery fired volleys of grape shot. This tore into the infantry lines. Brief, ferocious combat ensued. As the reports from the general staff indicate, the unusual sight had immediate effect on the morale of the Prussians. Their lines wavered, they yielded ground and became dispersed. The combination of grape shot, the flanking, and close combat in the tree line mauled the infantry. Before too long, the Prussian lines broke entirely, and the surviving infantry soldiers retreated, suffering fire along the way. Because the Prussian infantry body deteriorated into chaos, several units fled in the wrong direction. In total, the Prussians lost 1,337 men and 30 officers. The Austrians captured most of them. Among them was an entire battalion, which ended up surrounded and forced to surrender. The Austrians lost 3 officers and 96 men. The Battle of Landeshut was nothing more than a footnote, if that, in literature about the 7 Years' War. But it perfectly illustrates the trouble for Prussia during this conflict. Even if they enjoyed momentum, they generally were outnumbered. The aftermath of the battle was emblematic for the Silesian and Bohemian campaign of the 7 Years' War. Prussia's defeat ensured the Austrians were free to use the strongholds along the Silesian border to conduct raids into the province. Janusz was promoted to Major General for his victory. It wasn't until midwinter that Frederick was able to mount an adequate response to the Austrian presence on his frontier. But for now, more pressing issues captured his attention. In the west, the French and Rijksarmee were preparing to link up and attack Prussia. And in the east, the Russians too had learned of the Prussian defeat at Kolin, and their enormous invasion force was rapidly gaining ground. The heavily outnumbered Field Marshal Lewald was the only one standing in between Field Marshal Apraksin's Russians and the entire Duchy of Prussia. At the famous Battle of Groß-Jägersdorf, they would decide the future of Prussia's east. In the summer of 1757, things were not looking good for Prussia. Its King Frederick the Great often wondered if his participation in what would become known as the 7 Years' War had been the greatest mistake of his life. After the costly victory of the Battle of Prague, Prussia suffered a decisive defeat at the hands of a much larger Austrian army at Kolin. In the aftermath of Kolin, Frederick retreated to Silesia and Saxony in an attempt to hold the frontiers there. The theaters of war during this time can be roughly divided into 3 parts. A large French army and the Rijksarmee threatened Prussia's western flank. In July, a combined Hanoverian-Hessian army under the Duke of Cumberland was defeated by General d'Estrées, opening the way to Brandenburg and Saxony. To the south, the Austrian army under Field Marshal Daun and Prince Charles of Lorraine threatened Prussia's heartland, not to mention the constant raids by irregulars against towns and villages. This was exemplified by the defeat of a Prussian army at Landeshut. Though not a decisive monumental battle, it illustrated Prussia's problem. They were nearly always heavily outnumbered. But through it all, the most significant problem logistics-wise was East Prussia. The duchy was separated by over 300 miles, around 500 kilometers, of Polish territory. Moreover, because of Russia's lukewarm feelings towards the French and British and their abysmal supply line infrastructure. The conflict on Prussia's eastern frontier had not yet escalated to combat. Frankly, the Eastern Front had been dormant so far, but news of the defeated Kolin also reached the east, and things began moving. The Russians learned of Prussia's recent defeat and sent 2 armies to the duchy. 18,000 soldiers under Count William Firmer laid siege to Memel. Another army numbering some 70,000 under Field Marshal Stepan Arpraxin crossed the Niemen River, slowly advancing towards Wehlau. The Russian army, especially its Cossacks, were notorious for its plunderings and general disobedience. The invasion was no exception. In early July, Firmer captured Memel, establishing the main supply base and departing to link up with Apraxin. The first reports of Cossack plunderings reached Frederick on July 17. He had the looming danger in the west and south to worry about, and ordered the heavily outnumbered 70-year-old Field Marshal Hans von Lewald to hold the duchy with 25,000 soldiers. The king wasn't too worried that unruly bunch would stand no chance against the disciplined Prussians. Additionally, the Russian supply lines were stretched beyond what could reasonably maintain an army. As a result, tens of thousands of soldiers were foraging the woods and plundering villages, but marauders were not. Fact of the matter was that the Russians advanced against the Prussians. In late August, Apraxin continued his advance against Lewald, stationed at Wehlau. Lewald received no specific orders, only to face the Russian army as he saw fit. Historians mention his advanced age and his inexperience as an autonomous commander. But given these facts, it makes it all the more surprising what happened next, because due to some rapid and unexpected maneuvering, the Prussian army surprised the Russians between the villages of Groß-Jägersdorf and Norrkit. On the evening of August 29, Lewald and his army arrived nearby the village of Puschdorf. They set up camp between the village and the woodlands, but not for long. That night, the Prussians prepared a march against the Russians in what would hopefully culminate in a deadly surprise attack. Lewald commanded approximately 25,000 to 27,700 soldiers, 17,000 infantry in 22 battalions, 8,200 horsemen in 50 squadrons, and 55 artillery pieces. Field Marshal Stepan Apraxin commanded at least double that. Sources differ a little bit, but it is generally assumed he commanded between 55,000 and 75,000 soldiers. At least 36,200 infantry, 18,600 cavalry, and 263 guns. The Russians camped between Usbunsen and around the Pregal near Norrkitten. Their surroundings consisted of marshes and woodlands. The Russians outnumbered the Prussians at least 2-1. At around 2 a.m. that day, unbeknownst to them, Lewald ordered the entire Prussian army to march in 3 columns through the woodlands towards Groß-Jägersdorf. The Duke of Holstein commanded the south, Lieutenant General Schorlemer the north, and Lewald the center. Despite hoping to surprise the Russians, there is reason to assume Apraxin could have prepared for the Prussian attack with the knowledge of hindsight. His Cossack scouts had already informed him of the advancing Prussians in late August. However, because of the lack of deployed guards, the advancing Prussian army wasn't spotted, and the situation didn't put the Russians on high alert. At 4 a.m., a misty dawn, the Russian soldiers slowly awoke and began preparing for their march. The Russian cavalry and Cossacks moved from their camp at Usbunsen down south, along the road towards Allenburg. Firmer's division was delayed, resulting in only half of the Russian cavalry moving south. To the west, Lewald's army advanced. When he saw the Russian cavalry trekking south, he ordered the Duke of Holstein with 20 whole squadrons to move against the vanguard. Next, he ordered Lieutenant General Schorlemer's cavalry to move towards Weinoten in the north. If successful, the Prussians would mount a surprise attack against both the north and southern flank. Lewald maintained command of the Prussian army, covering the entire center. They deployed in front of Groß-Jägersdorf and Uderballen. Thanks to the morning fog, the Russians overlooked the advancing Prussians at first. A Russian battery nearby Weinoten was the first to notice Schorlemer's advancing cavalry. They opened fire, alerting their comrades that battle was likely imminent. However, upon hearing the noise, several units collapsed in disorder as their officers frantically sought to deploy. Frankly, it already was chaos as the Prussian infantry appeared in front of the marching column. The Prussian infantry and cavalry soon fought against haphazardly formed Russian vanguards. They pressed the attack and aggressively pushed into their lines. Eyewitness accounts survive of Russian officers caught by total surprise. Some of them galloped around distractedly, shrieking out meaningless orders. Regular soldiers supposedly left the battlefield to go guard the baggage train or to hang around in nearby bushes. Because general control lacked, many infantry units could not form up in squares, a traditional defense against attacking cavalry. The Prussians made serious inroads in record time. Things were not looking good for the Russians. But to the south, Sibylski's cavalry managed to form a battle line against Holstein's advancing cavalry. Still, Holstein's dragoons launched a severe charge and burst through the enemy lines. Brutal fighting broke out. And to the north, despite the initial surprising casualties, the Russians held Schorlemer's cavalry at bay. However, this promising position for the Russians was radically altered when Firmer ordered the advanced batteries in the north to retreat. There's no satisfactory explanation for why he gave this order, but it directly freed up Schorlemer's 30 cavalry squadrons. These cavalry squadrons now flung themselves at Firmer's cavalry despite the artillery battering. Casualties mounted. To their south, the Prussian infantry continued making inroads against the Russians. Fighting slowly moved into the Norrkitten Wald, but despite the Prussian discipline and their advantage of surprise, it gradually became evident reserves plugged the holes with relative ease. This also became noticeable to the south. Holstein's dragoons lost 55 men. Despite inflicting many more casualties, it put them on the back foot. The other cavalry units too lost significant numbers, sometimes up to half their strength. They battered the Russians, but their numerical disadvantage showed. Meanwhile, nearby Nordkitten, General Pyotr Rumyantsev managed to rally his infantry. Using them as reserves, they charged through the forest against the Prussian infantry. The combat slowly began moving in the opposite direction, outside the woods. The Russians returned fire perhaps a fraction of the time, but the volume of volleys still tore into the Prussian ranks. The battlefield was cluttered and chaotic thanks to artillery shelling from both sides. Eyewitness accounts mention blinding smoke. During the skirmish, a Prussian regiment accidentally fired into its front lines. Many men were lost. Then on the south, the Russian cavalry seemingly broke. They were routed, and Holstein's dragoons chased them using the momentum. Would Prussia finally break through? Well, certainly not in the way they expected. It was all a ruse. The Cossacks feigned retreat as Holstein's dragoons chased and passed Uzbunsen. Suddenly they ran into Sibylski's heavy guns. They mauled the Prussian cavalry, and as the Russian infantry closed off their only escape, they surrendered. They were captured almost to a man. This happened around 6 a.m. Fighting continued until approximately 7 a.m. The battle lines remained somewhat the same. The decisive combats occurred around the center where the Prussian infantry and Russians heavily clashed. Still, despite causing many more casualties, the holes were plugged with reserves. For example, an infantry unit broke through the Russian ranks but lost 489 men and 16 officers. Because of the lack of follow-up, the heavily battered unit had to pull back again. As more Russians began forming up and resisting the Prussians, Lewald understood further attacks would disproportionately affect his men, so he ordered the general retreat. In total, the Prussians suffered between 5,000 and 6,000 casualties. Sources indicate 1,452 dead and 4,502 wounded, although the number of wounded soldiers seems to be inflated. Among them were 282 officers. They also lost 17 battalion guns and 11 big guns. The Russians suffered between 5 and 7,000 casualties, at least 1,818 dead and 2,800 wounded. Among them were 11 generals, a surprisingly high number. I think it is worth briefly reflecting on the battle and its implications. First, the Prussians managed to closely contest an army twice their size. They surprised the entire army, and initially it seemed like they would emerge victoriously. But we should also not forget that the Russians still managed to come out on top, despite a surprise attack, fundamental lack of discipline, and an absence of drilling. Sure, their numerical superiority played an essential part in the eventual victory, but still, they had no opportunity to form conventional battle lines, for example. Redman explains how the Europeans did not know much about Russian warfare at this time. Besides Sweden wars the previous century, their next best source were the Ottomans, which did not exactly provide the average European commander with much knowledge. Simply put, the Prussians had no idea what to expect, and they misjudged Russian tenacity. This is something that caught me personally somewhat by surprise, but it makes total sense. During the early and middle 18th century, there indeed must have been an absence of knowledge about the Russian warfare and army and their battle tactics. As for Gross-Jägersdorf's aftermath, for the Russians, the most logical course of action would be to continue for 50 more kilometers and seize Königgrätz, the duchy's capital. This move would certainly amputate one of Prussia's safeguards, and it would open the way to its heartland. However, the opposite happened. It was a blessing for Frederick, one that is inexplicable. There would be several more of these strange, inexplicable events during the entire war. Because whether it was because of a false report of the death of the Tsarina, the complete lack of supply lines, local uprisings against the marauding Russians, or an epidemic of smallpox among his soldiers, all that we know is that Apraksin did not follow up his victory. After the victory of Gross-Jägersdorf, the Russians retreated from the duchy. Unfortunately for Apraksin, the Tsarina had not passed away. When she learned of his rather random retreat, she relieved him from command and investigated the Chancellor, supposedly supporting the retreat, for treason. As a result, the Chancellor, Alexei Bestujev-Ryumin, was exiled to his estates. The Tsarina appointed the new Russian commander, William Fermor. This new commander would give Prussia much more of a run for its money, and as the other parties of the war learned of Prussia's defeat, things began heating up in Central Europe. The 18th century was not known for its rapid communication. During the 7 Years' War, this was no different. By early September, Frederick the Great, King of Prussia, was still oblivious to Field Marshal Hans von Lewald's defeat at the Battle of Gross-Jägersdorf over a week earlier. In fact, the spirits in the Prussian camp are described as being pretty optimistic during this time. But the war was dragging on, and frankly, Prussia's position was anything but to be happy about. At this stage of the war, there were roughly 3 fronts Prussia had to consider. The Russians were a source for worry in the east. Although, frankly, after Gross-Jägersdorf, they did not follow up their victory and left the Duchy of Prussia alone. To the south, the Austrians pestered the Silesian and Saxon frontiers. And to the west, the French and Imperial Army were becoming a major worry for the Prussian king. In July at Hastenbeck, the Duke of Cumberland suffered a defeat against the French army. This freed the French and Imperial Army to link up and move against Prussia's western border. As for the Saxon-Silesian front, we left it right after Prussia's defeat at Landeshut in early August. The door to Silesia was left wide open. The strategic situation was roughly as follows. Habsburg commanders Nadashti, Beck and Arenberg, among many others, roamed the Silesian frontier. The Duke of Brunswick-Bevern, assisted by General Winterfeld, held the gateways to Silesia with some 40,000 soldiers around Görlitz. He was to report any severe incursions against the Silesian territory as soon as they happened. To the west, the defeat at Hastenbeck led to negotiations between France and Hanover. These negotiations would eventually result in the Convention of Klosterzeven, leading to Hanover's withdrawal from the war and partial occupation by France. The convention wasn't signed until September 10, but by late August the writing was already on the wall. At Dresden, Frederick, Keith and Moritz planned accordingly. Since their Hanoverian allies would soon be of no use, they prepared for a march against the combined French Imperial Army in the west. If that army linked up with the Austrians, it would all be over. This was their only hope, to save Prussia's western flank, and with it, its existence. They commanded some 25,000 soldiers, a vastly inferior number to the French Imperial armies. In Bohemia to the east, besides the commanders of irregulars, Field Marshal Daun commanded around 75,000 soldiers. Being a notoriously cautious and patient commander, he mainly roamed around in friendly territory, attempting to find an opening into the Silesian heartland. For weeks, skirmishes continued along the entire frontier, but none of them proved decisive, nor did any of them seduce the other side to engage in a large-scale battle. Not for a lack of trying on Prussia's side, by the way, but the Austrian commanders understood they enjoyed a numerical and supply superiority. Time was on their side. There was no reason to engage in a major battle. For example, the Austrian army was firmly entrenched in Zittau. There was no reason for them to move, and for Prussia it was impossible to launch any type of assault. As they sustained constant harassment by irregulars, the relationship between Bevern and Winterfeld was nothing to write home about. Frederick purposefully left Winterfeld together with Bevern as the aging duke did not have the king's complete confidence. This dynamic caused embarrassment for Bevern and annoyance for Winterfeld, who did not like the fact his superior impeded his autonomy. The Prussian army was roughly split in two with this dynamic in mind. Bevern commanded 30,000 soldiers holding the strategically well-fortified Görlitz. Winterfeld commanded some 10,000 soldiers on the right bank of the Neisse River, nearby Moys. They were close to each other, very close, but they were still separate. In Vienna, the lack of initiative by Prince Charles and Daun rubbed Maria Theresa the wrong way ever since the war had broken out. In late August, she sent one of her many letters to Prince Charles, goading him into action. He had to retake Silesia, especially now that Frederick was preoccupied in the west. Unbeknownst to her, recent developments highly played in their favor. It spurred Charles to take action finally. Nadashti seized a strategic position near Seidenberg, close to Winterfeld's encampment. The time was right not just to enter Silesia, but hopefully seize the entire province and push through Saxony and perhaps even Brandenburg. If done correctly, they could decapitate Prussia. They could, at least, sever its limbs. On the morning of September 7, Prince Charles ordered Nadashti to move into Silesia along the right bank of the Neisse. Daun, commanding the main Austrian army, followed him closely in case things went wrong. To the west of the Neisse lay Görlitz, where most of the Prussian army, some 30,000 soldiers, camped. A wooden bridge over the Neisse connected Görlitz and Moys. At Moys, Winterfeld's 10,000-strong corps camped. On the morning of September 7, Nadashti reached the vicinity of Moys. He commanded between 20 and 26,000 soldiers, including artillery. 5,000 of them were cavalry, and a few thousand were irregulars, mainly Croats and Hungarians. Winterfeld's soldiers were outnumbered at least 2 to 1. The Austrians swiftly expelled some outposts at Hermsdorf and Leopoldshain. That morning, Winterfeld was absent. He likely was in a meeting with Bevern across the Neisse. The fact the commander was absent, as the Prussian scouts noticed Nadashti's numerous army approach from the southeast, could have impeded the deployment stages of many armies with a centralized command structure at the time. But thanks to Frederick's military reforms, many Prussian units acted autonomously. When the scouts warned them of the approaching army, they took their positions accordingly. General von Zieten commanded the left wing of the Prussian army, consisting of 35 squadrons of cavalry and 8 battalions of infantry. 2,000 Prussian grenadiers stood on the slope of the Jakobsberg in front of Moys, to the southeast of the main army. The remainder of the army was positioned on Moys's outskirts. The Austrians divided their army in 2 parts. On the right, They occupied Hermsdorf and Leopoldshain. The left, commanded by Arenberg, preyed on the Jakobsberg. To the south of Moys, two Hussar regiments roamed around looking for an opening. Nadashdi's order to open artillery fire from the hill north of Tilets marked the start of the battle. At 6 a.m., an enormous bombardment erupted. After briefly battering the Prussian lines, the Duke of Arenberg launched his attack. Commanding 6 companies, they marched uphill through the plain against the Prussians, who were hastily taking their positions. Additionally, some 1,000 Croat irregulars joined the advance. They stormed the Jakobsberg. The Prussians and Austrians heavily clashed on the slopes of the hill. Despite their numerical inferiority, Prussian tenacity initially showed. The Austrians, scaling slopes, engaged in heavy close combat with the Prussians. These managed to maintain control of the battlefield and halt the Austrian advance. Firing their characteristic volleys, they tore into the Austrian lines, inflicting significant casualties. When the smoke cleared, the first wave of Austrians retreated. The attack was repelled. For now, Winterfeld heard noise of battle from a distance. Around this time, he likely also learned the Prussians' outposts had been expelled by a much larger force. He deduced this wasn't just a slight skirmish, but in fact a major assault. So he rallied as many men as he could, and with some 5 battalions he returned to Moys. Nadashdi ordered a renewed assault, this time with more soldiers. Significantly outnumbering the Prussians, the Austrians moved forward against the Prussian vanguard. Duke Arenberg, on the left, again launched an attack against the Jakobsberg. The remainder of the infantry marched against the Langeberg in front of Moys. The Prussians on the Langeberg launched volley after volley. The artillery tore up the Austrian lines, but around the Jakobsberg, slowly the Austrians pushed the Prussians up the mountain. This continued until Arenberg's vanguard reached the outskirts of Moys. Around this time, Winterfeld arrived. He found a scattered and cluttered battlefield, chaotic, with his troops pushed back by the much more numerous Austrians. On the Landberg, savage hand-to-hand combat erupted. Whereas the Austrians initially enjoyed an advantage, now Winterfeld's fresh battalions pushed back the attack. But their advantage was short-lived. Nadashdi urged on the attack, and 22 additional cavalry squadrons and infantry joined the fight. Winterfeld understood he didn't stand a chance against the numerically superior army. Messengers rushed to and fro Bevern's camp requesting reinforcements, but these reinforcements never arrived. Combat continued for about an hour, but it was clear the Austrians were pushing into the Prussian lines. During a counterattack, Winterfeld was struck by a bullet in his spine. Eyewitness accounts reveal Winterfeld spent his last moments alive, giving orders to his subordinates. He remained conscious until the end. After a few hours of heavy, close-quarter combat, Nadashdi finally enjoyed part of his vanguard in a strategic position on the rises. He used his numerical superiority. Part of his army managed to circumvent the Prussians around the Jakobsberg. They attacked the Prussian lines from the flank. Zieten attempted to mount a relief effort, but Nadashdi held enough reserves to quickly nip this in the bud. At around 1:30 p.m., the Prussians began the retreat over the bridge towards Görlitz. By this time, the severity of the situation dawned on the commanders there. Prussian batteries across the Neisse ensured the Austrians couldn't pursue the retreating Prussians. Then again, the Austrians didn't want to. They were more than happy with their victory. The Battle of Moys is a footnote of the 7 Years' War, but the casualties and especially the subsequent events tell another story. The Prussians lost some 2,000 men, with severe losses among several battalions. The 41st Infantry defending the Jakobsberg, for example, lost 204 dead and 68 wounded by the end of the battle. The 21st Infantry lost 376 men. Among the casualties were 51 officers and General Winterfeld. Meanwhile, the Austrians suffered around 1,500 casualties, both killed and wounded, 79 officers, around 1,300 wounded, and 200 dead or missing. It is briefly worth reflecting on why Bevern didn't send any reinforcements to support Winterfeld. Redman rightly argues that the personal animosity between the commanders is not enough reason. It indeed isn't. Perhaps Bevern wrongly believed Winterfeld was winning the battle, or that the situation wasn't as serious as it actually was. Credible primary sources did not survive the test of time, if they ever existed at all. All that is known is that there's no denying more could have been done to save Winterfeld's army. Now, bad news quickly followed each other up. So firstly, Frederick learned of Lewald's defeat at Groß-Jägersdorf. That same day, the Convention of Klooster-Zeevern was signed, confirming Hanover's withdrawal from the war. The same week, the Swedish army landed in Pomerania. But perhaps most importantly, Bevern decided to retreat deeper into Silesia because of the defeat. During his retreat, irregulars commanded by General Beck harassed him along the way. Bevern's withdrawal would have far-reaching consequences for the course of the war. Frederick initially was none the wiser about Winterfeld's death. A letter from September 14, 1757 survives. In it, Frederick writes to Winterfeld, "Everything is going splendidly here, but I am very worried by a rumor which has come to me from Lusatia. I don't know what to make of it. They write me from Dresden that you have been killed, but from Berlin that you received a minor cut in the shoulder." Frederick ended up learning the truth shortly thereafter. Winterfeld's death impacted him, much more so than Schwerin's. Duffy writes that toward the end of his life, he was discussing the Battle of Moys, when he burst out, "That was where Winterfeld was killed. He was a good man, a man of soul. He was my friend." His great eyes brimmed with tears as he looked towards the window. He opened the casement and stood there some time before he turned back to Reichel and sent him on his way with a perceptible softening in his voice. "Good night. I am obliged to you." As for Winterfeld's remains, they were returned to Prussia 2 days after the battle under the flag of a truce. The next few weeks, Bevern's army was chased by 90,000 Austrians, and in the west, trouble continued brewing as well. There was no end in sight for Prussia's war on multiple fronts. The next decisive moment would be the Battle of Rosbach, where Prussia's future and its existence would be decided. Late summer 1757, the initial campaigning of the 7 Years' War was over. It did not look good for Prussia's King Frederick the Great. Despite a promising start, the Prussian army and its Hanoverian ally lost multiple battles. Optimism crumbled as enemies encroached on Prussia's territory from the north, the south, the east and the west. All the while, the Prussian army suffered enormous losses. The king knew all too well what was at stake. The entire existence of his kingdom was hanging by a thread. In a final desperate maneuver, Frederick took part of his army outnumbered 2-1 against the combined French imperial army. If he lost, it would all be over. The subsequent events culminated in what Christopher Clark describes as Frederick the Great's single most impressive victory. The late summer months of 1757 held nothing but bad news for the Prussians. In early September, Frederick learned of Field Marshal Hans von Lewald's defeat at Groß-Jägersdorf, the subsequent defeat at the Battle of Moys, and the death of his cherished friend, General von Winterfeld, crushed the king. Bevern retreated to Breslau, where the Silesian front stagnated until November. 3 days after Moys, Hanover and France concluded the Convention of Klooster-Zeevern. It led to Hanover's withdrawal from the war. It opened Prussia's western flank to a combined French imperial army commanded by Prince de Soubise and Prince Joseph Friedrich von Sachsen-Hildenburghausen. To the north, the Swedes, led by Baron Matthias von Ungern-Sternberg, finally landed in Stralsund on September 13, although the Baron was delayed by 4 weeks. Their navy blockaded Stettin, not an ideal position for Prussia, but intelligence told Frederick the Swedes weren't eager to conduct an invasion of Prussia's heartland. Instead, they conducted sieges against Pomerania's strongholds, and that was it. The Reichsarmee, the imperial army, wasn't the leading cause for worry either. Comprised of soldiers from many imperial states, 231 political bodies, every house sent its commanders, challenging to work together and heavily decentralized, with the field marshal maintaining feeble control. The army's efficiency is still debated. On August 30, Frederick arrived at Dresden. Here, Keith maintained a force of some 25,000 soldiers who retreated from Bohemia. These were in poor shape, battered by the constant harassment by irregulars and the elements wearing them down. Frankly, Prussia's army was so weakened that Frederick resorted to deceptive measures to prevent an all-out invasion. For example, the names of Prussian regiments were changed when they moved quarters to confuse enemy spies and inflate their numbers. The next few weeks saw Frederick move around in Saxony, attempting to force a battle against the roaming Princes Soubise and Hildburghausen. During this, Frederick learned of Winterfeld's death. He wrote to his sister that he was so oppressed with grief that he would rather keep his sadness to himself. He was looking forward to dying sword in hand rather than suffering defeat, followed by the tyrannical rule of his enemies. Sorrow is a century, death is an instant. Already after Kolin, Frederick considered suicide. He now proposed a mutual suicide pact to his sister. Fortunately for him, she reminded him that a great genius like yours finds resources even when all is lost, and it is impossible for this frenzy to continue. His subordinates did not notice Frederick's depression and suicidal tendencies. Aside from the outpouring of letters to his sister, he resolutely conducted his campaign with steadfastness and calm. And fortune sometimes does work in mysterious ways. Around this time, Frederick learned of Apraksin's withdrawal from the Duchy of Prussia, despite the Russian victory at Groß-Jägersdorf. He immediately congratulated Lewald and ordered him to return to Pomerania to defend it against the Swedes. To a contemporary observer, this would not be enough to reinvigorate Prussia. To illustrate the threat the kingdom's existence hung by, on October 16, a 3,400-strong Austrian flying corps under General Hadik managed to raid Berlin. They faced barely any opposition. Clearly unable to hold the city, they demanded a hefty ransom before leaving the next day. This news was met by Frederick splitting up his army, dispatching Moritz to relieve the capital before moving in that direction. Keith maintained the western frontier, but due to the slow communication at the time, Frederick learned of Hadik's departure 3 days too late, so he turned his army around, returning to Torgau. Moving like this did not exactly improve the army's morale. The soldiers are greatly fatigued, as it has rained constantly since we left Dresden, and the roads are extremely bad. Many of the Saxons incorporated into the Prussian troops have deserted, but this is no real loss. Frederick still assessed Prussia's survival depended on him preventing the French Imperial and Austrian armies from linking up. From Leipzig, Keith reported the French Imperial army linked up nearby them at Müchel. This was his chance. He rallied his army at Leipzig. Conducting any campaign with this army would be tough, even for the greatest of commanders. To illustrate, Moritz's army had just 5 days to march from Berlin, and Ferdinand's army just 3 from Magdeburg. However, sources reveal what is the most surprising and pleasing at the same time is the spirit the soldiers showed on this occasion. They had marched upwards of 25 English miles a day for 3 or 5 days successively, and at the moment they arrived, they desired to be led into battle against the enemy. Frederick could not pinpoint the exact location of the enemy, but prepared his army for an inevitable battle. On November 3rd, Frederick arrived at Weissenfels. A letter he wrote reveals, "The enemy is assembling troops opposite of me. From my window I can see all his cavalry. The enemy saw him as well." Frederick in person was at the riverbank watching with some frustration as the French burned the covered wooden bridge behind them. 2 enemy officers were watching the royal party from a concealed position on an island which lay within close musket shot range. One of the Frenchmen hastened back to report that it would be possible for a marksman to shoot down a Prussian senior officer, and that this dignitary was probably the king from the respect that was being shown to him. Crillon handed his loyal Brunet a glass of wine and sent him back to his post, remarking that he and his comrades had been put there to observe whether the bridge was burning properly, and not to kill a general who was making reconnaissance, let alone the sacred person of a king, which must always be held in reverence. False intelligence led Frederick to believe his enemy numbered 60,000, outnumbering his force nearly 3-1. This was exaggerated, but the fact Frederick continued to pry for battle just shows how desperate or how confident he was. In reality, the Prussians found themselves outnumbered around 2-1 by the combined French Imperial Army. The numbers of soldiers participating in the battle are relatively well documented. The Prussians commanded some 16,600 infantry in 20-some battalions, and 5,400 cavalry in between 32 and 45 squadrons, 22,000 men in total, with 79 pieces of artillery. The French Imperial Army commanded 33,770 infantry in 49 battalions and 7,340 cavalry in 40 squadrons, for a total of 41,110 men. They fielded 114 artillery pieces. Of those, 10,900 troops and 45 guns were from the Imperial Army. Frederick positioned his army between the villages of Bedra and Rosbach, some 4 miles removed from where he assumed the French were stationed. The musicians in the French camp revealed their location. All their complements of musicians, trumpeters, drummers, and fifers now gave sound, as if they had won some great victory. Frederick set up headquarters at Rosbach. His brother-in-law, the Duke of Brunswick, commanded the right wing. General von Seydlitz commanded the cavalry. Preceding the battle, a crucial miscalculation in the French camp occurred. Their scouts relayed the Prussians were outnumbered and were likely to flee, whereas Prince de Soubise still wanted to proceed with caution. Prince Joseph Friedrich persuaded him to attack the following day. Meanwhile, in the Prussian camp, Frederick miscalculated as well, but in a more favorable way than his opponents. He figured his enemies were about to retreat and viewed their movements accordingly. The following moment, the French Imperial Army moved to the south in 3 columns. They hoped to outflank the numerically inferior army on their left. The columns moved slow and sluggish, with the French cavalry far in advance. The Count of Saint-Germain and Ernst Gideon von Loudon protected the rear, positioned on the hills south of Mückelen. But this movement only strengthened Frederick's belief they were attempting to retreat. Only when the French turned to the east did he reconsider his assessment. Perhaps they were trying to flank his army. He rapidly switched gears, understanding the gravity of the situation if he allowed his enemies to complete their maneuver. Frederick redeployed his army with incredible speed. First, he dispatched his cavalry under General von Seydlitz. Then he ordered Prince Henry and Ferdinand to lead all his infantry from their positions to the southeast and take a position in front of Reikartswerben and Tagewerben. The cavalry moved to the east past the Janusberg before bending south. The long ridge masked their movements. During this move, the Prussian artillery hastened to deploy on top of the Janusberg. Seydlitz appeared in front of the Imperial cavalry, charging them head-on. Both parties clashed and savage combat ensued. During this charge, the Prussians didn't enjoy much momentum, and the French cavalry soon moved to aid their Imperial comrades. Then the artillery lit up the valley. A deafening bombardment followed, mauling several infantry units. With the arrival of the French cavalry, Seydlitz called in his reserves. These charged head-on against a body of cavalry. Savage close-quarter combat followed. This time, the Prussians enjoyed more success. Their enemy's cavalry began crumbling. They were pushed past Reikartswerben. Around this time, the Prussian infantry vanguard arrived at their destination. The acute angle they positioned themselves in formed the perfect trap for the advancing enemy. Already suffering heavy bombardments, they ran into an awful sight. The cavalry was mauled to their south. In front of them, the Prussians trapped them. Upon their arrival, the Prussians launched an obliterating volley. Heavily demoralized, part of the infantry barely resisted. The volleys shredded the front lines. Some of the Imperial infantry dropped their weapons and ran. The French infantry launched a few scattered volleys, but the Prussians did not stop. Because of their formation in columns, the return fire was wildly ineffective. As the Prussians advanced, the infantry vanguard engaged in ferocious close combat, while large parts of the column deteriorated in an uncontrollable frenzy. It has to be said that Prince Joseph of Saxe-Hildburghausen, despite being wounded, personally led a bayonet charge, a futile attempt, but it evoked even Soubise's admiration. As the first fights erupted between infantry, Seydlitz completed the rout of the French Imperial Cavalry. His horsemen were ideally positioned to the south of the infantry skirmish. He did not order his cavalry to launch a pursuit against the fleeing cavalry. Instead, he ordered the devastating charge into the right flank of the French infantry. As the French were being massacred, the total collapse of the column followed. Within minutes, the column cracked entirely and the infantry retreated towards Pettstadt. A French soldier participating in the battle later described the retreat. Everybody sank into a mob. It was not possible to prevent the flight. The Prussian infantry followed on our heels and fired without checking its advance or having a man drop out of rank or file. The artillery bombarded us without pulse. It was only thanks to darkness arriving at 5 p.m. that the slaughter wasn't worse than it already was. In total, the Prussians lost no more than 550 men, of whom 170 were killed. 1 colonel and 7 officers were among the dead. 23 officers and 356 men were wounded. In contrast, the French Imperial Army lost over 10,000 men. Most of them were captured as prisoners. Of those casualties, the French lost some 6,600 men and the Rijksarmee lost 3,552. Among the prisoners were 8 to 11 French generals, depending on the source, 260 officers, and 6,000 soldiers. Among the spoils were 22 standards and colors. The majority of the casualties were French, although the Imperials certainly received a battering. In total, they lost 72 guns, 21 standards, and the bulk of their baggage. The victory was quick, to the degree that most Prussian infantry never even discharged their weapons. Christopher Clark remarks the Battle of Rosbach as Frederick the Great's single most impressive victory. It lasted only 90 minutes but decided the future of the Kingdom of Prussia. That night, Frederick wanted to lodge in the nearby castle of Burgwerben, only to find it was filled with injured French officers. So instead, he lodged in a servant's room in the village. Clark writes, "In France, the alliance with Austria and especially the abject defeat at Rosbach played disastrously with the home public, raising doubts about the competence of the Bourbon regime that would preserve until the revolutionary crisis of the 1780s. A letter by the French foreign minister, Cardinal de Bernis, observes, "More than ever before, our nation is outraged against the war. Our enemy, the King of Prussia, is loved to the point of distraction. But the court of Vienna is hated because it is seen as a bloodsucker of the state." One day after the battle, Frederick wrote to his sister, "That was a tame battle. I can go to my grave in peace because the reputation and honor of my people have been saved. We may still be overtaken by misfortune, but we will never be disgraced." Perhaps the battle indeed was tame to him, but it did change the fortune of his kingdom. Whereas everything had gone wrong for Frederick at Kolin, everything went right at Rosbach. The Prussian army and Frederick the Great's reputation were vindicated. There is an important caveat when considering this comparison. Blenning writes, "A major difference, of course, lay in the relative caliber of Frederick's opponents. At Kolin, he had faced battle-hardened Austrians supported by Saxons seeking revenge for the humiliations inflicted on them by the Prussians during the Second Silesian War. At Rosbach, the French were exhausted after a long march across Germany and disorganized by the persistent looting for which they had become notorious. Even the French commanders were demoralized. A surviving letter by the Count of Saint-Germain does not leave much unsaid. No doubt, you, like me, were able to predict the Rosbach disaster 5 months ago. Never has there been such a defective army, and the first cannon shot determined our route and humiliation. I am leading a gang of robbers, of murderers fit only for the gallows, who run away at the sound of the first gunshot, and who are always ready to mutiny. The king has the worst infantry under the sun, and the worst disciplined. There is just nothing to be done with troops such as these." Rosbach meant Frederick and the Kingdom of Prussia would live to see another day, but to the east, trouble was brewing. As Frederick soon ordered his victorious but tired army on a grueling march to the east. There, exactly 1 month after Rosbach, he would meet the Austrian army at Leuthen. Again, he would be heavily outnumbered. And again, it would be a battle determining the future of Prussia. In the aftermath of Frederick the Great's impressive victory at Rosbach, the dynamics of the war changed significantly. Things were finally looking up for Prussia, although their position was far from safe. The French retreat at Rosbach was marked, according to Fraser, by more than a customary atrocity. Destruction was indiscriminate, churches and altars were defiled. The country, people, treated deplorably. Despite this, Frederick could not shake the uneasy feeling of defeating his former allies. I can never get used to looking on the French as my enemies. Rosbach at best allowed Frederick to focus on other dangers, mainly the Austrians. Frederick knew this. He later wrote, "Strictly speaking, the Battle of Rosbach merely afforded me the freedom to go in search of new dangers in Silesia." Upon his success, Frederick's cousin, King George II of England, reconsidered the Peace of Klosterzeven and rejoined the war on Prussia's side. His son, the Duke of Cumberland, had been a disappointment. Frederick knew just the man for the job. Frederick's brother-in-law, Ferdinand, Duke of Brunswick, took over. His British-financed army would control the Western Front, fighting several iconic battles. So the Western, Northern and Eastern fronts of the war were relatively under control, for now. But that did not mean Frederick was free of worry. The Austrians were dead set on crushing the Prussian army in Silesia. Silesia lay more or less open for them after the Austrian victory at the Battle of Moys. Sure, Bevern fought all the way during his retreat, but heavily outnumbered, there was not much he could do. His retreat sacrificed strong points of defense. As Charles pursued Bevern with the characteristic Austrian sluggishness, he dispatched a 12,000-strong force under Ernst Dietrich Freiherr von Marschall. He held Lusatia, protecting the flank of the Austrians moving into Silesia. One day after his victory at Rosbach, Frederick collected his tired and his worn-down army, likely no more than 15,000 men. A grueling march lay before them. Autumn and early winter were an unusual time for a campaign such as this one, but for now, the mild weather assisted him. Prince Henry maintained Leipzig, and Keith took an army of equal size to make a feint attack against Prague and hopefully split up the Austrian army. We have to briefly look more in depth at the Austrian operations in Bohemia, Silesia and Saxony the month before Rosbach. Already in October, worrying information reached Frederick. Early that month, General Nadashti laid siege to the iconic fortress of Schweidnitz with some 43,000 soldiers and plenty of big guns. Bevern did manage to successfully pull back to Breslau. However, Breslau was in a very poor shape. Its population wasn't pro-Prussian and its walls and defenses were crumbling. Bevern decided to entrench his army in the southern suburbs of the city. All this happened in early October. But as we have come to know the Austrian campaigning, it stagnated thanks to the slow decision-making. This window provided Bevern with a very welcome opportunity to prepare for the approaching battle. As for Schweidnitz, the fortress held out against multiple assaults and continuous bombardments for over a month. They did not surrender until November 12, after inflicting heavy casualties against the Austrians. But the fortress was reduced to mostly rubble. The Austrians won. They captured 180 guns, 48 colors, 333,600 thalers, 2 months' worth of rations, and nearly 6,000 prisoners, among them 4 generals and nearly 200 officers. The Austrians lost 3,000 men, of whom 1,200 killed. This opened the road to Breslau, and it freed Nadashti's troops. They joined Prince Charles's army, which now numbered over 80,000 men. When news of Schweidnitz's capitulation reached Frederick, he was livid. He wrote Bevern he blamed him personally for the loss of the fortress since he didn't mount a relief effort. If Bevern and generals Friedrich Kiau and Johann Lestwitz continued to act like old horses, they would answer with their heads, as would all other generals who allowed themselves to be ruled by cowardice and weakness. Meanwhile, word of Frederick's victory at Rosbach reached the Austrian camp. They realized the Prussian king would surely attempt to thwart their advance. Prince Charles did not feel like fighting in front of Breslau, but Maria Theresa and Dawn overruled him. When Frederick arrived at his quarters close by, heavy bombardment and gunfire were audible. He didn't know it yet, but later learned the Austrians stormed Bevern's camp in what became the Battle of Breslau. The Battle of Breslau was quite a muddled affair with multiple fronts going on. Prince Charles commanded up to 85,000 soldiers, at least 60,381 infantry in 96 battalions, 93 grenadier companies, and 23,220 cavalry in 141 squadrons. Additionally, he fielded 228 artillery pieces. In contrast, Bevern commanded between 21 and 28,400 troops, 40 battalions, and 102 squadrons. The Prussians were significantly outnumbered. However, the Oder and Lohe provided impossible defenses. Bevern positioned the Prussian army between Kosel in the north and Gräbchen in the south. His lines extended to Neudorf in the east. His army was snugly entrenched with infantry defending strategic villages. He hoped it would make up for his numerical inferiority. Zieten held the Prussian left between Grieten and Kleinburg. Lieutenant General von Lestwitz commanded infantry at Höfgen. The Prussians erected defenses south of Gräbchen and Gabitz. The battle was preceded by 2 days of heavy artillery shelling from both sides. The Austrians, mauled by heavy fire, installed 7 pontoon bridges across the Lohe, 3 northwest of Schmeidfeld, and 4 southeast of Kleinmückberg. In the early morning of November 22, the Austrians finished deploying from Massowitz all the way to Hartlieb. The cavalry followed the infantry, Charles on the left, Nadashti on the right. The reserves under General Witt deployed behind Großmückbern. The battle commenced with Nadashti's 3 columns advancing across the pontoon bridges. He wanted to attack the entrenchments at Gabitz. Meanwhile, to the far north, Beck advanced from the northwest. He quickly expelled a minor Prussian force holding Ostwitz. Then he installed 3 artillery pieces on the banks of the Oder, launching volleys for the remainder of the day. The Duke of Bevern did not believe Charles's main attack would be across his western flank, reinforcing Zieten's flank. Nadashti's grenadiers launched an attack against Kleinburg. Neither commander dared to commit their full force. The outnumbered Prussian battalion defended the village with vigor. Battle continued for a while, but they ended up yielding the village and took their positions to the north. When the infantry to the north launched a counterattack, the Austrians fled the village. Zieten's hussars chased the fleeing Austrians. Nadashti ordered his entire army to retreat to their original positions. As the status quo returned, Zieten relayed to Bevern how Nadashti's sizable force would surely attempt another counterattack. In the event, Nadashti would not, but for the remainder of the battle, Zieten and Nadashti remained face to face, not engaging in combat. This was especially bad for the Prussians, as it hogged valuable manpower. To the west, the fighting was much more intense. Right after noon, the entire Austrian army, including reserves, began their march across the pontoon bridges. Additionally, some light infantry and 1,000 regular infantry crossed the dense Pilsnitz forest from the north to launch an attack against the Prussian right flank. The army crossing the bridge at Großmückbern rapidly advanced. They faced fierce resistance at Kleinmückberg and suffered an infantry charge between Kleinmückberg and Grabchen. Lieutenant General Pennever led his cuirassier brigade against the Austrian infantry. Sustaining heavy casualties, they barely inflicted any damage. During the charge, Pennever was mortally wounded. By this time, the Austrians seized the abandoned trenches, installing their artillery there. Shortly thereafter, the entire Prussian infantry was evicted from the villages, and the Austrians took over. The infantry began their retreat towards the entrenchments near Gabitz. Bevern ordered several cavalry squadrons to launch another cavalry charge against the Austrian grenadiers holding Gräbchen. But thanks to additional reinforcements, the cavalry was easily repelled. Lestwitz's left flank was threatened by the Austrians holding these villages. As combat continued between Kleinmückbern and Gräbchen, Macquarie and Arenberg had crossed the Lohe from Neukirch towards Schmidfeld. Because they were exposed to the Prussian artillery, they suffered many more casualties, but their attack against the entrenchments around Schmidfeld favored them. Heavy combat commenced, as the Prussians reportedly resisted until all ammunition was expended. Reinforcements sent by Lestwitz could not change the course of the battle. Near Hüfgen, Wied launched a frontal charge against the weakening infantry. They resisted until the Austrians around Kleinmückbern were close to circling around them. The assault in the north focused beyond Pilsnitz. Gau and Lestwitz desperately defended the crossing against overwhelming numbers, not to mention the increasing danger of flanking from the south. The marshy and uneven terrain, in combination with accurate Prussian artillery shelling, saw Austrian casualties mount. Supported by cavalry, the infantry launched 3 charges against the redoubts around Pilsnitz. Both sides suffered heavy casualties, but each time the Austrians were driven back. To their north, the Prussian Feldjäger engaged in guerrilla-like warfare against the Austrian Grenzers, trekking through the Pilsnitz forest. These skirmishes continued throughout the day, but saw no fruitful incursions by the Austrians. As the sun began setting at 5:30 p.m., the Austrians launched their 4th assault. This time, it proved successful. The Prussian infantry retreated, and the Austrians rapidly seized the strongpoints, but could not continue past the trenches dug behind them. They didn't want to anyway. It was getting too dark. Behind the front lines throughout the day, Bevern had scrambled to collect forces and launch a counterattack. He decided Wied's reserve corps was the most viable target. At around 6 p.m., he collected 14 battalions ready to launch an attack. When they launched against the Austrians at Schmidfeld, Hüfgen and Kleinmückbern, heavy combat around the villages followed. The Prussian assault was only broken thanks to the intervention of Austrian cavalry on both flanks, threatening to cut them off. Kleingundau became Prussia's most forward base. No attempts were made to attempt and seize it. The armies fought for 15 hours that day. The front extended 11 kilometers. It can safely be said the Austrians had the upper hand, but the Prussians sure fiercely resisted, despite being outnumbered nearly 3-1. Only Zieten's wing maintained its original positions, thanks to Nadashti's inaction. It is unclear what happened that night. Some sources indicate Bevern wanted to launch a counterattack the following morning. Other sources indicate he ordered the general retreat. All that is for sure is that during nighttime, in utter silence, the Prussian army began its retreat via Breslau across the Oder. General Lestwitz and 10 battalions remained behind to defend Breslau against the inevitable siege. The casualties were significant. The Prussians lost 6,350 men, at least 800 killed, among whom 1 general and 150 officers. 3 generals were mortally wounded. Another 3,800 men deserted, and some 700 were captured. In total, the Austrian casualties numbered some 5,800. 649 soldiers and 44 officers were killed. 235 officers and 4,464 men were wounded. Another 460 went missing. They lost 1 general and 6 wounded. The way the Battle of Breslau ended was perhaps a bit sudden and definitely wasn't a traditional victory or defeat. The retreat, though arguably understandable, did not sit well with Frederick. The Prussian king was close to the battle after all. Bevern certainly felt his wrath. It just so happened, as he retreated, Bevern received the king's opinion on the fall of Schweidnitz. He could guess the king's response to his retreat from Breslau. That night, Bevern stumbled upon an Austrian outpost. He supposedly mistook it for a Prussian outpost and allowed himself to be captured. It is generally believed this was done on purpose in order to avoid the likely capital punishment Frederick threatened him with. Bevern was eventually taken to Vienna, and after 1 year he was later released without asking for ransom, thanks to his family ties to the royal family. Upon his return to Prussia, Frederick appointed him as governor of Stettin, but not before again fighting on the Prussian side, though the king continued to despise him. The capture of Breslau added another one, and frankly the final, Silesian stronghold to the Austrian tally. They controlled the province now. To the west, Frederick commanded an army outnumbered at least 3-1, just like, at Rosbach, the future of his kingdom depended on what happened next. Against all rules of warfare, Frederick decided to seek the confrontation with a much larger army. It culminated in the legendary Battle of Leuthen.
The enemy holds the same entrenched camp of Breslau which my troops defended so honorably. I am marching to attack this position. The decisive moment is approaching. Contrary to every rule of art, I shall attack the army under the command of Prince Charles, even though it be 3 times my own strength, wherever and whenever I may meet it. The number of the foe, the strength of their position, are here matters of but secondary importance. All these must yield, I feel confident, before the unflinching bravery of my troops and the judicious execution of my orders. I must venture on this step, or all is lost. I fully recognize the dangers attached to this enterprise, but in my present situation, I must conquer or die. If we go under, all is lost.
In late November, dispatches reached Frederick of the Duke of Beveren's retreat after the Battle of Breslau. Frederick was livid, and he ordered Bevern to relieve the city, or to face capital punishment. Within 3 days, the remaining garrison surrendered Breslau, and Frederick learned the Austrians captured Bevern. All major Silesian strongholds, his exquisite defense against any invasion from the south, were in Austrian hands. Describing the situation as serious is an understatement. His army camped at Parchwitz for a week until December 4th. It became the central hub. Meanwhile, in the Austrian camp, Prince Charles learned of Frederick's position at Parchwitz. He figured, heavily outnumbering the Prussian king, this was the time to strike. Disregarding advice for caution, he wanted to strike at Frederick fast to prevent him from fortifying his position. He sent the army's bake ovens and a small corps ahead. Espray writes that Charles did not even consider the possibility of Frederick attacking him. On December 2nd, Zieten's column of demoralized soldiers arrived at Parchwitz. The Prussian army numbered some 33,000, many of them battered, worn down and tired. Of course, the army's morale was strengthened by the soldiers' tales who fought at Rosbach, and Frederick's attitude towards his men certainly played a vital part. Frederick was never more close to his army than at Parchwitz. During these winter days, the king camped in the open air like one of his private soldiers. He used to warm himself at their fires and then make room for the others to take his place. He talked with the soldiers as if they were of his own kind. He sympathized with the travails which they had undergone, and in the most friendly possible way, he encouraged them to behave like heroes just once more. The constant desertions of forcibly enlisted Saxons and other uncommitted soldiers left Frederick with a loyal, battle-hardened force. On December 3rd, Frederick himself, approaching exhaustion, prepared for the assault against the Austrians. He promised his drained men wealth and promotion. He expected the Austrians to barricade themselves around Breslau, utilizing its strong natural fortifications. In the early morning of December 4th, the Prussian army departed. Skirmishes with Austrian hussars revealed the Austrian army was close, but nowhere to be seen. It wasn't until that evening Frederick learned the Austrians abandoned this stronghold around Breslau, and they were within a day's marching distance. Frederick couldn't believe his luck. The plain they held was the same plain the Prussian army conducted its autumn war games. They knew it through and through. That night, the Prussians camped weapon in hand without fire. It was freezing. In the distance, they saw the enemy's campfires. Frederick fielded around 12,000 cavalry in 128 squadrons, slightly under 23,000 infantry, and 160 artillery guns. At 4 a.m., the army awoke in silence and began their march in 2 infantry columns, flanked by cavalry on either side. Frederick rode among the vanguard with hussars and light Jaeger infantry. When the morning mist faded, a wide, open plain covered with light snow appeared. Frederick could likely name every village in the region, allowing him to give his subordinates clear instructions for deployment. Frederick reached the village of Born, where the Prussian cavalry engaged in a slight skirmish against Austrian and Saxon hussars. These were quickly routed, and 600 prisoners were taken. 3 infantry battalions held Born while Frederick climbed the Schönberg. Here, he saw the Austrian deployment, a vast line from north to south, spanning some 8 kilometers, faced him. The Austrians had just finished deploying. Earlier that morning, the Austrians were marching when news of Frederick's advance reached them. It caught them by surprise. 2 lines extended from Nippern to the south of Leuthen. To the left rear, Nadashti manned the reserves. The Austrian army was significantly larger than Frederick expected. Prince Charles commanded between 65 and 70,000 troops. 5,000 of them were irregulars. The Prussian vanguard's march towards Born led Charles to believe the Prussians would attack his right flank. This flank was protected by the Zettelbusch, the only extensively wooded area of the plain. Meanwhile, the Austrian left did not enjoy many natural defenses. In addition, the Sophienberg provided a perfect cover for his army to maneuver itself to the Austrian south unnoticed. For his plan to work, the Austrians had to be convinced he was attacking their well-defended right flank. He deployed 1 infantry and 1 cavalry unit in full view of the Austrians on the right. Charles saw these maneuvers and called 9 infantry battalions from the south to augment his right flank between Nippern and Fröbelwitz. This was over an hour of hard marching away from the southern tip at Saarschütz. As the Austrian infantry moved from the south to the north, the exact opposite happened, behind the hill. It was past noon when the first Prussian columns reached Lobetins, removed from the Austrians' view. The columns swerved to their left, approaching the Austrian flank. Zieten rode far in advance towards the final line of march near the Schweidnitzer River. With the Prussian columns moving into their positions, Frederick rode towards Radaxdorf to observe the enemy. Prince Charles noticed the Prussian maneuver, but initially figured it was a diversion. He ordered the second line of infantry to break up and move to the south to augment the southernmost lines. These were held by German auxiliaries. The mobile Prussian artillery positioned itself on the Glanzberg. Around this time, Moritz of Anhalt-Dessau warned Frederick that in midwinter the days were very short, and it was already past noon. Frederick agreed, and he gave the order to attack. He warned all his regiments to advance slowly, leading to a textbook oblique order formation, with his right flank engaging in battle first. The German auxiliaries at Saarschütz received the brunt of the damage. Putting up surprisingly fierce resistance, they realized they were outnumbered, and many on the left flank broke. Nadashti countered Zieten's charge, and fierce combat broke out to the south of Golau. Meanwhile, the Prussian artillery opened fire, tearing into the Austrian lines. Zieten's cavalry proved to be too strong, and Nadashti's cavalry broke. Charles realized he would not be able to remedy the southern flank with his reserves, so he ordered his entire army to bend to the south. The Austrians formed up in a line through Leuthen. Meanwhile, the mobile Prussian artillery deployed on the Butterberg and Judenberg, opening a devastating volley of fire against the Austrian lines. It was 3:30 p.m. when the second phase of the battle commenced. The Prussians launched a renewed assault against the newly formed Austrian line. The fiercest combat concentrated inside Leuthen, where savage door-to-door fighting broke out. Some Prussian battalions were beaten back, but the Prussian artillery compensated by opening a deafening barrage against the village. After half an hour of fighting, the Prussians seized a burning Leuthen. However, strong resistance behind the village continued. Then, the Austrian cavalry swerved down from the Austrian right. If successful, they could have easily turned the tide of the battle and crushed the Prussians from their left. But stationed nearby Radaxdorf, Lieutenant General Georg Wilhelm von Driessen commanded the reserve cavalry. Uncommitted and noticing the Austrian charge, he launched a countercharge. His cavalry clashed with the Austrian right flank. Heavy combat broke out as the Austrians attempted to find their footing. When it appeared the fighting would shift in the Austrian balance, the additional Prussian cavalry reserves came to Driessen's aid. The Austrian cavalry crumbled before the Prussian cavalry charged into the Austrian infantry lines north of Leuthen. Entire battalions threw their weapons away and fled, or surrendered. Any soldier who attempted to make a stand was overrun by his comrades fleeing for their lives. The entire Austrian army collapsed into a rout. Driessen's cavalry provided the nail in the Austrian army's coffin. Against the odds, Prussia emerged victoriously. Darkness soon set in, and the surviving Austrians fled towards the Bohemian hills. In total, the Prussians suffered 6,382 casualties, about 1,200 dead, and the remainder wounded. The Austrians lost 22,000 men. Over 12,000 were captured, over 3,000 dead, and 6,000 to 7,000 wounded. 17 generals were among the dead and wounded, and 116 pieces of artillery and 51 standards were seized. They lost up to a third of their effective army fielded against Frederick, an enormously high percentage. Not just contemporary observers and later historians refer to the Battle of Leuthen as Frederick the Great's finest moment. Even Napoleon acknowledged its genius. Just like at Rosbach, everything went right for Frederick. The knowledge of the battlefield, the extended enemy lines, and the cooperation of Prussian commanders like a well-oiled machine. All thanks to those autumn war game trainings. The artillery, infantry, and cavalry worked together perfectly, with subordinates taking initiative whenever the opportunity presented itself. It ended up leading to victory. Frederick did not launch a pursuit until 2 days after the battle, leading to most Austrian soldiers escaping across the border. Some sources indicate these didn't escape, but rather were pushed by Frederick's belated pursuit. The implications of Rosbach were enormously favorable regarding the French. The implications of Leuthen made an astronomical difference. Frederick faced down and beat a high morale, well-equipped, and recently victorious army. If the Austrians had beaten him, the Kingdom of Prussia would have been no more. There was no alternative to victory. After the defeat, the Austrians retreated into Bohemia. They still held Schweidnitz and Breslau. Frederick subjected Breslau to a severe bombardment, and within 2 weeks, the entire garrison surrendered. Still, you can imagine the atmosphere in Vienna. Every face is marked by anguish and panic, and the general dismay is much more intense than it was back in May following the defeat at Prague. The end of the 1757 campaign cemented Frederick's reputation as a great military commander. But Frederick himself wasn't in a triumphalist mood. He told his subordinates Leuthen had been a sticker plaster on his wounds. It had not healed everything. He saved the relief of Schweidnitz for the next year's campaigning. His army took up winter quarters. The campaign of 1757, an incredibly prolonged campaign, came to an end. Prussia fought an unusual number of battles, yet an epidemic hitting the winter quarters killed more soldiers than all those battles combined. Still, the campaign was extraordinary, with a surprising number of reverses and twists. Frederick himself referred to it as a campaign that was like 3 in 1. But the war was far from over, and the next year would bring renewed warfare, reverses, and twists. In early 1758, the Austrian camp had no cause for celebration. In September the year before, Prince Charles commanded up to 90,000 soldiers. By winter, these melted to under 30,000, with over 40,000 soldiers taken prisoner and countless numbers of baggage, provisions, and weaponry lost. Despite the enormous setback, loss of face, and the reluctance of their French ally to contribute any troops directly against Prussia, Maria Theresa was not ready to make peace just yet. Whoever hinted at making peace at court during that winter faced the tirade of Count Kaunitz, who considered Prussia's destruction his personal mission. After so many disasters in battle, Prince Charles was finally relieved of command. General Nadashdy, Zieten's worthy nemesis, retired in anger at the court intrigues. Marshal Daun replaced Charles. His army was augmented thanks to the massive conscription campaigns held in Hungary and Croatia, the favorable amnesty policy for deserters, and even prisoner exchanges with the Prussians. A pandemic and a harsh winter forced the Austrian army to be in a dire strait by spring 1758. It was not all doom and gloom for the Austrian Empress, though. The Russian Empress was like-minded when it came to Prussia's destruction. After Marshal Apraksin's withdrawal from East Prussia at the Battle of Gross-Jägersdorf the year before, she ordered his court-martial, and she appointed General Firmer in his place. By midwinter January 1758, the Russian army crossed into East Prussia. Generously subsidized, Firmer's army numbered 80,000 by spring. His goal was to seize Brandenburg or even Silesia. Britain was meant to send a fleet to the Baltic against the Russians, and soldiers to Hanover to strengthen the Western Front. In the event, they did neither. Instead, Frederick learned of Firmer's advance in the duchy, while simultaneously receiving news from France that King Louis did not want to open any negotiations. Whereas Austria's army was in poor condition, Prussia was arguably in a worse state. Sure, they had won 2 great victories, but many soldiers were killed and wounded, and even more died thanks to the same epidemic which also hit the Austrians. Officers tried to recruit many new recruits from outside German principalities, Swedish Pomerania, Saxony, and Mecklenburg. Prussia's finances were nothing to write home about either. 1757 had cost Prussia around 31 million thaler. To subsidize the New Year's worth of campaigning, Frederick launched a campaign to squeeze Saxony, impose forced loans on Breslau merchants and Jesuit institutions, and of course England subsidized him with another 5 million. Combined, this was enough to sustain his army for the initial campaigning at least. Now, it wasn't Frederick, but it was his brother-in-law, Prince Ferdinand of Brunswick, who opened the 1758 campaign. Commanding a Prussian Hanoverian army, Brunswick launched a lightning campaign. First, he pushed the French army commanded by Louis de Bourbon, the Count of Clermont, across the Rhine. This allowed Frederick to concentrate on the Austrians. Conjuring up an ambitious strategy, he wanted to invade Moravia via Silesia. He planned to lay siege to Olmütz, the final stronghold before Vienna, then push the Austrians back to Austria before moving against Prague and the Russians. In April, Frederick collected half his army and embarked on a march towards Neisse. Marshal James Keith followed at a distance to deceive the Austrians. Zieten remained at Landeshut and another army at Glatz. From Neisse, Frederick began his march. By May 11, he reached Olmütz virtually uncontested, but it wasn't until May 29 that the first bombardments of the siege began. Logistics-wise, it became painfully obvious the Prussians were understaffed and under-equipped. The fortress was stocked up on food and ammunition, with solid walls garrisoned by 8,500 energetic defenders and 324 guns. Frederick's hope was for the Austrians to attempt to relieve the city. He would force Daun into a large battle, where he would hopefully beat them, seize Olmütz, and become an acute danger to Vienna. In the event, none of these things ever happened. Daun was slow to march to Olmütz's relief, but that was no bother, for the Prussians quickly ran behind on schedule. Frederick hoped to own the fortress by mid-June, but the second delivery of big guns only arrived around that time. By late June, the supply line issues became painfully obvious, and dawn was closing in. Frederick was none the wiser thanks to the protective screen of Austrian irregulars preventing any scouting outposts. These flocks of irregulars also posed a significant threat to small supply convoys. As Olmütz was weakening, this final artillery batch would prove the decisive blow. Surely one large column, well defended by many soldiers, was safer for transport than all the small columns subject to constant harassment. Frederick began organizing the logistics for such a convoy to depart. And intelligence reached the Austrians of the plan, but frankly, the column was enormous to the degree the Austrians could not have missed it. 4,000 wagons filled with ammunition, weaponry, provisions, gunpowder, and large artillery, escorted by 8 battalions of infantry. Major General Gideon von Loudon embarked to intercept it. Frederick, suspecting the convoy was a prime target, dispatched Zieten to defend it as well. The Prussian convoy departed from Bauch on the morning of June 28. Besides 4,000 wagons, 2,500 head of cattle traveled along as well, protected by nearly 11,000 soldiers, 1,341 cavalry, and 8 infantry battalions, mainly comprised of levied recruits and recently recovered veterans. The column's total length was over 45 kilometers. The roads were in very poor condition. Loudon shared command with General Josef von Ziskowitz. Loudon positioned himself at Güntersdorf. He commanded around 6,000 men, 4 infantry battalions, some dragoons, hussars, and an artillery battery. This would not be enough to face the Prussians. Ziskowitz got lost on his way to Güntersdorf, and his army ended up somewhere between Herlsdorf and Nuremberg, to the south. But disregarding Ziskowicz's absence, when the convoy approached, Loudon decided there was no time to waste and launched an attack. The column's advance guard trekked towards the village when Austrian infantry and artillery opened fire. Lieutenant Colonel von Mosel mounted a spirited defense. A prolonged firefight between infantry and artillery continued, with the Prussians unable to advance toward the city, and the Austrians unable to inflict decisive damage. Eventually, outnumbered and not seeing any opportunities, Loudon retreated towards Barn. Due to the lack of cavalry, the Prussians did not launch a pursuit. After a few hours, Zieten arrived with his corps. Reinforcing the column, they took their time to repair the damage. They outnumbered Loudon after all. On the morning of June 13, they re-embarked on their march, confident they would repel Loudon's attacks, since he did not outnumber them. But in the background, the Austrians had prepared a second attack. Ziskowitz, who got lost in the woods, finally took position between Herlsdorf and Nuremberg. Sprinkled with hills and woods, it was ideal for his infantry to hide. Loudon moved to the south from Barn. When the Prussian vanguard of nearly 5,000 soldiers and 250 wagons passed, Ziskowitz ordered his men to lay dormant. The main body following was their prime target. Once the vanguard of the army passed, the artillery on the hills opened a deafening volley of fire. South of Neudorfel, battle cries shook the main Prussian column. Artillery lit up the column while Austrian infantry launched volleys of fire. Prussian infantry defending the baggage train hastened to protect whatever they could. Savage fighting broke out. The Prussians fiercely resisted, but then, on the other side of the convoy, they heard a terrible sound. From the north, Loudon descended on the Prussians. Zieten's corps manned this part of the line, and his hussars launched a countercharge against Loudon's soldiers. Heavy combat broke out, but the panic was too widespread. Despite a spirited defense, Zieten's cavalry was bested. and the entire convoy deteriorated into a rout upon seeing the carnage to their north. The Prussian infantry fighting Siskowitz broke as well. Ziethen's hussars retreated towards Troppau, to the northeast. Many Prussians were captured, and many scattered in the hills and the woods. The Austrians seized over 3,000 loaded wagons, 2,200 horses, 2 million thalers, and 12 heavy cannons, losing only 680 men. They packed everything they could carry on their baggage train and they burned the rest. Besides their valuable artillery and the supply convoy, the Prussians lost between 2,300 and 2,700 men. Of the 250 wagons in the vanguard, only 100 reached Olmütz by midnight. Besides the wagons, remnants of battered infantry battalions and a handful of cavalry squadrons arrived. Lieutenant General Anton von Kokow relayed to Frederick how most of the 9,000-strong escort was last seen in wild retreat towards Troppau. Frederick received the news with commendable stoicism. He ordered James Keith to lift the siege, collected his soldiers, and he organized a retreat back into Silesia. In July, he set up camp at Königgrätz, hoping Dawn would attack him. But the Austrian field marshal knew the Russian threat was approaching in the east. He did not need to wage battle against Frederick now, with Olmütz safe from any Prussian threat. Dawn's patience would be rewarded soon enough when the enormous allied Russian army arrived. The Battle of Zorndorf drew near, one of the most iconic battles of the entire 7 Years' War. After the Battle of Rosbach, King George II of England renounced the peace treaty signed in September that year. Things rapidly changed for the Western Front of the war. The Electorate of Hanover re-entered the battle. George's son, the Duke of Cumberland, commanded the Hanoverian Army of Observation. Because of his disappointing track record, George sought to replace him. Frederick and George agreed Prince Ferdinand, Frederick's brother-in-law, was a suitable candidate for the central command of Prussia's Western Front. Ferdinand was born to a long-standing reputable family of Dukes of Brunswick-Lüneburg. He became Frederick the Great's brother-in-law when the Prussian king was forced to marry his sister Elizabeth Christine, Duchess of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel-Bevern. Despite the notoriously unhappy marriage and Frederick's reluctance to see his wife outside of formal events, the relationship between the prince and the king was exceptionally good. During the interbellum, Ferdinand was the main confidant of the king, tasked with campaign planning, operations, and military drilling. The victory at Rosbach was too monumental for King George II not to reflect on the peace he signed with the French. So, shortly after reconsidering, the prince was appointed as commander of the Hanoverian army. This British-funded army was meant to expel the French army, who remained in Hanover. Throughout the winter, Ferdinand sought to rebuild the army, which received a battering against the French Imperials during the summer campaign. The news of Rosbach was enough to have several French regiments retreat. From early November to late December, Ferdinand embarked on a counter-offensive to expel some French forces from Hanover. The news of the victory at Leuthen only helped him with that. He spent the winter having officers scour the electorates of Cologne and the Palatinate, levying recruits to augment his forces. He also received cavalry reinforcements from Frederick. Formally, Ferdinand only had to answer to King George II. Instead, Frederick bombarded the prince with letters, suggestions, and orders, as if he still were his direct subordinate. His message was clear. Ferdinand was to launch an aggressive assault against the French as soon as the weather allowed it. Interestingly enough, the formally misplaced orders did not seem to bother the prince. As such, it was not Frederick, but Prince Ferdinand who opened the 1758 campaign. In late February, he launched a lightning campaign against the French army. The French were under command of Louis de Bourbon, the Count of Clermont. To Clermont's south, Prince Henry advanced with a small corps via Halberstadt. The speed of the operation led de Bourbon to believe the army was twice its actual size, personally commanded by Frederick. No decisive battle occurred, but Ferdinand successfully captured strategic areas such as Minden. Within 6 weeks, the Allies took 11,000 prisoners, and the French were pushed back across the Rhine. Whereas Ferdinand and Henry wanted to push through, Frederick ordered them to retreat. He was waging a defensive war, and for now the French were kept in check. From early April to late May, the Allies camped along the Rhine while Prince Henry returned to Saxony to support his brother's war in the east. Because in the east, Frederick planned to launch an attack on Moravia and lay siege to Olmütz. This was the final stronghold before Vienna. Frederick reached Olmütz on April 29. The mighty fortress would remain under siege until July. Ferdinand prepared his army to cross the Rhine and pin the French army against the river during his hiatus. In early June, they were ready. 10 days later, at Rheinberg, they first met the French. Ferdinand attempted to trap them, but the Bourbons managed to escape. Ferdinand decided to launch a pursuit and continue southward. Over a week later, on June 23rd, at Krefeld, both armies met once again. As Ferdinand arrived to Krefeld's north, the French roughly camped in the battle order. Louis de Bourbon commanded some 47,000 soldiers, 34,000 infantry and 13,000 cavalry. Approximately 6,000 infantry were dispatched far to the south to guard Düsseldorf and the Rhine crossing. The infantry was firmly positioned on its right beside a depression beside Fischeln, facing Krefeld. Behind them stood the cavalry, with several battalions of grenadier reserves behind them. Some 800 soldiers occupied Krefeld and 400 defended Anrath to prevent any flanking maneuvers on the French left. Ferdinand was significantly outnumbered. His allied army fielded no more than 32,000 troops, 21,700 infantry, 8,800 cavalry, and 1,400 light troops. His army camped north of the French positions. Both sides were aware of each other. The French held the territory from Holterhöfe to a large meadow. The terrain is described as inhospitable to infantry and cavalry. An abundance of woods, thickets, farmlands, and moats made navigating, scouting, and moving very challenging. Ferdinand considered a frontal attack impossible because of the rugged terrain. Instead, he planned to mount a concentrated attack against the French left. At 4 a.m. on June 23rd, Ferdinand ordered his men on the move. 2 columns moved south. The right marched towards Saint-Tourny. The left, commanded by August Friedrich von Spurken, marched towards Krefeld. He was to seize the city and establish the artillery in front of it. When Ferdinand reached Saint-Tourny at 6 a.m., he found it barely defended. He quickly seized the village and established his headquarters there. The French, holding Krefeld, noticed the approaching army. Bourbon reportedly did not believe his entrenched army would face a frontal assault. He ignored all news about the advance and kept his army stationary. By now, it was 8 a.m. and Ferdinand's army had deployed in front of Saint-Tourny. He dispatched 6 battalions to the center. Then he took the remainder of his army on a grueling march through marshes, thickets, shallow rivers, and swamps. His goal was to outflank the French on the left. The 6 battalions in the center took a position in full view of the French to distract them. They assembled their artillery, opening a duel. Meanwhile, to the right, the outnumbered French garrison holding Krefeld left the stronghold to return to the French lines. It is uncertain if Louis de Bourbon issued a direct order or if they retreated on their own accord. At any rate, Spurken deployed his army and artillery in front of the city and joined the duel. To the west, Allied hussars expelled 4 battalions holding Anrath. Still, Louis de Bourbon figured the main attack concentrated against his right flank. He ordered his reserves to reinforce the right while continuing to eat his meal. In the background, Ferdinand continued his march and deployment on the French flank. Unhindered and unseen, by 2 p.m. his army finished its quiet deployment beyond Anrach. Things went perfectly so far. He ordered his vanguard, commanded by his son Karl Wilhelm Ferdinand, to launch an attack against the surprise left flank. Suddenly, the Allies were behind them. Artillery supported them. Heavy fighting broke out around Holterhoven as Georg von Holstein-Gottorp and his cavalry traveled east. They met virtually no opposition as they continued towards Heide. Understanding the gravity of the situation, French commanders on the front line arranged for the French left flank to reinforce their lines. Though pushed back by the Allies, 9 new battalions managed to hamper their advance. Karl Wilhelm ordered his reserves to join the fight to counter the enormous influx of new soldiers. Around this time, the French, as far as Fischeln, received orders to redeploy to the left. Sporken calls this because he had not heard of Ferdinand and did not realize what was going on. He thought the center and his army in danger. He ordered the retreat, sending 2 infantry battalions to augment the center. The redeploying French had a long march ahead of them. The movement was visible from the church tower in Anrach, and Ferdinand sent a dispatch to Holstein to launch an attack across a small opening among the marshes and woods. Heavy infantry combat had been going on for 3 hours now. Reinforcements trickled in, but the French were getting tired. Then suddenly, part of Holstein's cavalry appeared behind. Panic spread among the French lines. News reached the Allied center core of Ferdinand's advance. Its commander decided to launch a charge straight at the French. Several French infantry units risked getting flanked and decided to retreat. It was only thanks to 10 squadrons of French cavalry reinforcements charging against part of the heavily outnumbered Allied cavalry that the infantry on the left did not break. Several Allied battalions moved to relieve their hard-pressed cavalry. Firing devastating volleys from close range, they suffered the brunt of a French cavalry counterattack. Savage combat ensued, with heavy casualties on both sides. Around this time, the French cavalry reinforced the front line, as Holstein's remainder of the cavalry arrived. With the cavalry fight ongoing, Karl Wilhelm's infantry linked up with the Allied center. The French were at risk of being mopped up entirely. The cavalry reserves refused to engage fully. The French positions were hopeless. It was close to 7 p.m. when Louis de Bourbon finally ordered the retreat. Grenadier reserves on the right flank covered this, preventing any deadly pursuit. Thanks to Sporken's retreat, this would have been impossible anyway. The French lost 4,200 men. The Saint-Germain division on the left suffered the brunt of the damage. Nearly 40% of its men became a casualty statistic. 8 French regiments suffered casualties to the degree they had to be disbanded or reorganized. The Allies lost 10 officers and 302 men killed, 1,182 wounded, although some sources put the casualty number closer to 2,000. Ferdinand's dominant position in the west proved an excellent advantage for Frederick. For once, he didn't have to worry about his western flank. Instead, he focused against the Austrians mainly by continuing the siege of Olmütz. Frederick conjured up a plan. If I march straight on Olmütz, the enemy will come to defend it. Then we shall have a battle in a terrain not of his choice. If I beat him, as it must be hoped, I shall besiege Olmütz, then the enemy forced to cover Vienna will move all his forces in that direction, and with Olmütz taken, Henry's army will be assigned to take Prague and hold Bohemia in respect. After which, let the Russians or whoever come, I shall be able to make the necessary detachment. This plan was incredibly ambitious. For an army facing enemies on the northern, eastern and southern front, it perhaps was a bit too ambitious. The siege of Olmütz became one of the critical events of Prussia's 1758 campaign, especially because of a battle some 20 miles north of the besieged fortress. The Battle of Domstadtl would radically change Frederick's plans for the year. It is the early morning of August 25th, 1758, an exceptionally hot day. As the Prussian columns marched along the river bank, intending to flank the Russians, a hussar scout hastily approached Frederick the Great. He told the king the Russians did not realize they were being flanked in time and left their entire baggage train behind their front lines. It stood there, ready to be mopped up. It would be a decisive blow and would not even warrant a battle. Frederick, angered at the destruction the Russians inflicted on the countryside, did not act on this information. Instead, he spurred his army onwards. The Battle of Zorndorf, described as one of the bloodiest battles of the 18th century, was about to commence. After the disastrous ambush at Domstottel, Frederick abandoned the siege of Olmütz. He returned to the fortress of Glatz. Austrian Field Marshal Daun, notorious for his patient and cautious campaigning, did pursue the Prussians. However, he did so at a pace you would expect. The retreat from Moravia was orderly and even allowed Frederick to launch small counterattacks against the Austrian vanguard. The British envoy described it as the retreat of a lion, keeping his enemies at bay. The disaster and the implications of the campaign should not be underestimated. Nobody at that time knew the ambush of Domstottel marked the end of Frederick's final attempt to invade the Habsburg monarchy. The year was far from over. To Prussia's northeast, an army arguably just as dangerous as the Austrians and certainly more brutal advanced. By August, the Russians, commanded by General Firmer, advanced from the east towards Küstrin, a strategically vital stronghold protecting Frederick's capital, Berlin. Some 26,000 Prussians held Küstrin. They were heavily outnumbered. Frederick understood the seriousness of the situation, so he gathered his army, some 11,000 soldiers, and embarked on a speed march against Firmer. He planned to beat the Russians, turn to Silesia, and face Daun. Frederick began his march on August 11. 4 days later, Firmer reached Küstrin and began its bombardment, while his Cossack detachments plundered neighboring settlements. After 1 week of heavy shelling, Frederick's army arrived in the region. The Prussians marched over 250 kilometers in 12 days. Like before at the Battle of Leuthen, the Prussian military proved tenacious. Their arrival prompted Firmer to abandon the bombardment and take positions to the north. Frederick approached through the devastated Küstrin and neighboring villages, inciting a fierce hatred and yearning for revenge among the Prussian soldiers. The writings of a Prussian soldier survive. "We were all smoldering with anger over the destruction of Küstrin and the sufferings of the poor country people. The enemy had wasted and destroyed everything, and even broken into churches and robbed them. Many of the people had been horribly injured or even killed by the Cossacks' whips." As Firmer moved away from Küstrin, Frederick followed him on the other bank of the river. The maneuvering directly preceding the Battle of Zorndorf lasted nearly 2 days. The Prussians camped nearby a tributary of the Oder, the Mitzel. On the other side of the river camped Firmer with his army. Both sides commanded considerable numbers of soldiers, but when Firmer learned of Frederick's approach, he mistakenly assumed part of the Prussians would approach his south. So he sent a detachment of around 11,000 soldiers down south to protect a river crossing. It left Firmer with around 43 to 45,000 soldiers, 36,500 infantry, 3,500 cavalry, 3,000 Cossacks, and 136 artillery pieces. These were deployed in roughly 2 lines stretching to Quartschen between 2 protective hollows, the Zaberngrund and the Langengrund, facing north. Frederick commanded around 36,000 soldiers, about 10,500 cavalry and 25,500 infantry, and 193 artillery pieces. The terrain around Zorndorf was characterized by marshes and bogs. Small contingents of Prussian engineers installed pontoon bridges to the camp's east. From the camp, Frederick could see some Russians. The thick vegetation made it difficult to assess their exact positions, however. That night, the Prussian army camped nearby Darmitzel, a village nearby the installed pontoon bridges. Frederick used local forestry experts to guide his army through the boggy terrain. He decided on a long approach, protected by cavalry on the flanks. At 3 a.m., the infantry began its march through the forest along the Russian flank. The cavalry traveled further away from the front lines. Along their march, they passed burning and looted villages. The Russians were quick to realize their enemy was on the move. Vermeer initially deployed his force facing north towards the Prussian camp. He now rotated his army to face the other way. Marshy terrain now enveloped his rear. No retreat would be possible. The Prussian vanguard had long passed Butzlow, and many were already approaching their final positions when scouts notified Frederick of a lucky break. Not just any lucky break, but one that could potentially win them the battle. Drawn up nearby Groß-Kamin stood the entire Russian baggage train. Because Vermeer mistakenly presumed the battle would take place to his north, the baggage train stood in their front instead far in their rear. Destroying the carriages would force the Russians to leave the region, for they would be undersupplied. But Frederick refused to act on this information, holding strong contempt for the Russians and seeking military victory. By 9 a.m., the Prussian army reached their final positions, and immediately Colonel von Moller's artillery opened fire. An artillery duel lasting 2 hours followed. It appeared neither side broke. By 11 a.m., the Prussians launched a staggered attack from their left. Here they concentrated most of their power throughout the battle. Artillery in front of Zorndorf continued launching volleys as General Manteuffel charged ahead against the Russian right flank. The remainder of the infantry under Lieutenant General Kanitz advanced to his right rear. Far behind followed Bieberstein's cavalry, and across the river, Seydlitz's cavalry followed parallel to Manteuffel's army. As this flank advanced, the Prussian right remained stationary, preventing any other Russian contingents from coming to their right flank's aid. Soon, things went wrong. The Prussian artillery hit multiple Russian powder wagons. The explosions were deafening and smoke filled the air. This cluttered the infantry's vision, leaving them to be sitting ducks. The Russian infantry launched volleys from point-blank range against the haphazardly advancing Prussians. Kanitz's infantry fell behind and pulled too far to the right, as their commander was afraid he would suffer a charge from the Russian center. But this exposed Manteuffel's right flank. The Russian cavalry did not hesitate a moment and launched a charge. The charge against the vanguard was merciless and relatively unopposed. As a result, some units reportedly lost 2/3 of their men before retreating in an uncoordinated rout. In utter panic, Frederick ordered Seydlitz to attack and relieve the infantry. Seydlitz allegedly replied, "Tell the king that after the battle, my head is at his disposal, but until then I will do as I see fit." Thanks to Manteuffel's retreat, Kanitz's left flank was exposed. The front on the left was too broad. Upon their fleeing, Russian artillery bombarded the infantry with volleys. In an iconic moment, Frederick decided to pick up a standard to stop the panicked troops from retreating, a scene immortalized by Karl Rückling's painting. Some units remained, augmented by Bieberstein's cavalry plugging the left flank. Things did not look good for the Prussians. To the right, General Donna's army moved forward to protect Kanitz's exposed right flank. But before they advanced further, General Thomas von der Miku launched a counterattack against Donna's infantry and Schirlemer's cavalry. Saltykov's infantry joined soon after. This was the moment Seydlitz was waiting for. The center would not reinforce the Russian right. He ordered his 36 squadrons of cuirassiers and hussars to launch a charge across the steep slopes of the Zaberngrund. The mix of Russian cavalry and infantry mowing away against Kanitz did not expect the cavalry to complete this maneuver in such a quick and agile manner. Surprised and confused, they suffered the brunt of Seydlitz's charge. A brief skirmish erupted, but the Prussian cavalry bested the Russians. Their entire right flank collapsed and fled in disorder. Some fled to the woods behind Quarchen, others to the center. many to their camps, which they plundered for brandy. The Russian right and Prussian left flank spent the remainder of the battle mopping up scattered Russian units. Frederick levied 2 of Seydlitz's squadrons to reinforce the center. The combat was exceptionally savage. Brutal battle, drunkenness, and carnage littered the battlefield. Both sides ran out of gunpowder and savage hand-to-hand combat ensued. Both sides used their bayonets to try and beat their enemies as the battle lines became more disorganized over time. It continued for hours. By 8:30 p.m., the fighting nearly disintegrated both armies. The central command undoubtedly broke down. Frederick tried to summon enough troops to launch one final charge against the Russians nearby the Galgengrund, but to no avail. Donau's men now held the original Russian position, whereas the Russians were pushed towards Zorndorf. By 9 p.m. darkness fell, and the fighting ceased, apart from a few scattered skirmishes. The battle had been more confusing, cluttered, and prolonged than usual. Frederick moved his army to Wilkersdorf, while Firmer created a defensive perimeter at Zorndorf. Tim Blenning wrote that the Russians suffered 42% and the Prussians 35% casualties, an enormous number. The Prussians lost nearly 13,000 men, around 3,700 dead, 7,200 wounded, and 1,900 prisoners. The Russians lost over 20,000 men, 6,600 killed, over nearly 12,000 wounded, and 2,500 prisoners were missing. Because of the enormous number of casualties, neither side could follow up the situation. That night, the Russian army withdrew, shrouded in darkness. Frederick was in no position to pursue them. Contemporaries describe the Battle of Zorndorf as one of the bloodiest of the 18th century. The brutality of the battle stuck out, and the fact the Russians did not retreat despite suffering so many casualties and a significant number of friendly fire incidents struck with the Prussians. Both sides claimed victory, and both Berlin and St. Petersburg celebrated as such. Frederick sent letters to friends and family claiming he inflicted 30,000 casualties against a Russian force numbering over 80,000. Frederick's confidence and feeling of superiority proved to be misplaced. A Saxon artillery captain, Johann Gottlieb Tilke, who served the Russians, remarked, "The extraordinary steadiness and intrepidity of the Russians on this occasion is not to be described. It surpassed everything that one has heard of the bravest troops. Although the Prussians' balls mowed down whole ranks, yet not a man discovered any symptoms of unsteadiness or inclination to give way, and the openings in the first line were instantly filled up from the second or the reserve." Military historians prolifically criticized Frederick for the needless slaughter among his men and the Russians. The consensus is that the battle would have been over before it even started if he had captured the Russian baggage train. It would force the Russians to retreat to more fertile regions. Historians also agree that Zorndorf marked Frederick. The indescribable carnage of the battle and the preceding pillaging left the king both angered and impressed with his adversary. Because of the absolute terror inflicted on the surrounding countryside, there was nothing for the Russians to extract. They decided to retreat to the east. Their retreat was stimulated by a conflict between the Austrians and Russians. Firmer, rightly, was angered at the lack of support from his Austrian allies. The fact the Austrian envoy openly doubted his command abilities did certainly not help. Firmer retreated to the Baltic coast, laid siege to some insignificant fortresses, and did not attempt to invade anymore. In that sense, the battle was a victory for the Prussians. The Austrian lack of action was because they were busy in the west. Daun prepared an attack against Saxony. The Battle of Hochkirch would not happen for another month. But the battle pitted 36,000 Prussians against 80,000 Austrians, an incredible discrepancy, and the battle would enter history books as one of Frederick the Great's greatest blunders. It is the early morning, October 15, 1758. Frederick the Great, King of Prussia, is asleep in his headquarters at Rodewitz. Nearby, sounds of gunfire, cannons and screams pollute the quiet morning. His generals storm in, attempting to get him out of bed. A major Austrian offensive has begun, and the Prussian army, deployed in a long, thin line, is at risk of being overrun. Frederick responds in a disgruntled manner. Surely these are just some skirmishes. Panicked, the generals leave the room to organize defense themselves. The Battle of Hochkirch had just begun. His apathy and underestimation of the enemy would become one of Frederick's most costly mistakes. Prussia's 1758 campaign of the 7 Years' War had not exactly been going great. The only one making real progress was his brother-in-law Ferdinand of Brunswick against the French in the west. On the eastern front, Frederick abandoned the siege of Olmütz after the disastrous ambush at the Battle of Domstadten. The subsequent Battle of Zorndorf against the Russians had been exceptionally bloody and savage. As the Prussians were burying the dead in mass graves, Frederick received alarming news from his brother. A few weeks earlier, when retreating from the siege of Olmütz to intercept the Russians, Frederick stationed his brother Prince Henry in Saxony to prevent an Austrian advance. Vermeer's anger at the lack of Austrian support during Zorndorf was the writing on the wall. There weren't Austrians to augment his army because they were concentrated against Saxony. In late August, General Loudon's light troops marched into Lower Lusatia. Field Marshal Daun and the main Austrian army followed via Gorlitz. They marched against Prince Henry's positions, south of Dresden. The prince commanded 20,000 soldiers at best, nowhere near enough to hold out against Daun's 80,000 combined Austrian imperial force. Frederick immediately collected 15,000 soldiers to march west. Luck struck when Vermeer's army retreated towards the Baltic coast, freeing more soldiers. General Dohna remained nearby Küstrin in case Vermeer returned. Frederick embarked on another long and grueling march to his brother's aid. Daun learned of Frederick's approach during this march, and he positioned his army at Stolpen, to Dresden's east. Despite the overwhelming numbers and lack of Prussian reinforcements, Daun failed to capitalize on his advantage. Despite scorching weather and Zorndorf's aftermath, Frederick's army managed to cover 110 miles, around 180 kilometers, in 7 days, an impressive distance causing many casualties among the battered Prussians. Daun occupied the hills around Dresden. Elsewhere, the situation heated up as well. The Swedes finally kicked into action. In late September, General Karl Heinrich von Wedel scored a victory against the Swedes at Tornhof and Fehrbellin. For now, the Swedes were kept in check. Frederick's arrival unnerved Daun. He wanted to fight the Prussians in optimal conditions. By early October, Daun marched towards Silesia. Frederick shadowed him. He hoped that if he pushed Daun, the field marshal would fall back towards Zittau. Instead, a game of cat and mouse developed. For days, Daun pulled back his army as Frederick grew frustrated, trying to force a battle. Daun received pressure from Vienna. They criticized his timid, he called it cautious, maneuvering and lack of action. They warned him the French and Russians would withdraw from the alliance if he did not fight. On October 7, Daun set up camp at Kittlitz. Frederick followed suit. He was confident Daun wouldn't attack, not in the least thanks to a spy in the Austrian camp feeding him information. But little did Frederick know this spy was compromised, feeding him exactly what Daun wanted him to know. On October 10, Frederick arrived in Hochkirch. He spotted Daun's entire army from an elevated position. Daun commanded around 80,000 soldiers, whereas Frederick commanded no more than 36,000. To the north at Reichenbach, Prince Christoph of Baden-Durlach commanded some 16,000 soldiers, facing General Wolf on Retzow's force. Stationed at Weissenberg, he was about 4 miles detached from the main Prussian army. Despite being heavily outnumbered and the terrain not playing in his favor, Frederick decided to wait for supply reinforcements. Daun's reputation as a cautious and slow commander led him to believe he would not dare to attack. He set up his headquarters at Rodewitz. The fact Daun deployed to the village's east, including on strategically essential elevations, unnerved most of his generals, except for Frederick himself. Keith repeatedly warned the king, who chose to ignore these warnings. They were surrounded by slight elevations. The most prominent was the Kupritzerberg, facing the Prussian right flank. The Prussian line was stretched thin, spanning 4 miles in an S shape. Keith commanded the soldiers near Hochkirch, 4 battalions, an artillery battery, and Zieten's cavalry. To the southwest, some light irregulars roamed the forest. General Lacy convinced Daun to exploit his weakness, although Daun spent 3 days reconnoitering before deciding to mount a full attack. It was clear Daun had the strategic high ground, and the Prussians were in the dark entirely. Frederick ordered only the usual pickets, allowed to sleep inside, and the cavalry to unsaddle their horses. Keith and Zieten refused these orders. On the night of October 13, the Austrians kept their campfires burning. By morning, the workmen began felling trees, business as usual, in the Austrian camp. Except the main army departed. The long morning march through difficult terrain went surprisingly smooth. By 3:30 a.m., most of the Austrian army reached their intended positions to attack. Daun personally led the main assault through the woods, commanding 30,000 soldiers. Loudon advanced from the southwest with a mixed infantry-cavalry contingent. General O'Donnell circumvented the woods and elevations entirely and approached from the west. The Duke of Arenberg commanded 20,000 infantry approaching from the northeast. By 4 a.m. the Austrians were in position. Loudon was the first to engage in combat, with the Prussian irregulars roaming the woods. Fighting broke out as the Prussian artillery opened fire blindly upon hearing the noise of battle. An artillery duel emerged. This continued until Loudon's grenadiers crept up behind the southernmost artillery battery and quickly neutralized all soldiers. On the Prussian right flank, officers realized their pickets in the woods had been overrun and an attack was imminent. Panic erupted as soldiers scrambled to take their positions and man the artillery. The Austrian infantry was already entering Hochkirch from the south. Then Loudon's cavalry charged into the Prussian lines from the west. Many soldiers were mercilessly slain without even having the chance to put up a fight. A regiment from the center line was the first to respond. They swerved south before attacking Loudon's force. Half-dressed grenadiers decided to form a spirited defense, but they were heavily outnumbered. The entire right flank was overrun, with many soldiers retreating to the north. Prussian officers had trouble getting Frederick out of bed. The king attributed the noise of battle to the usual morning skirmishes with Croatian irregulars. Most of the haphazardly formed defense was coordinated by Zieten, Keith, and Seydlitz. Meanwhile, Austrian howitzers opened fire and burned large parts of the village. Finally, Frederick learned the ugly truth of the situation developing when some rounds hit his headquarters. He ordered his army to evacuate, dispatched a courier to goad the 60,000-strong army stationed around 4 miles to the north into action, and sent 3 regiments under Prince Francis of Brunswick towards Hochkirch. Zieten mounted a counterattack against Daun's main army. Though holding them back initially, his hussars would not be able to hold out against the overwhelming force. Within Hochkirch, Keith attempted to lead an assault to recapture the heavy artillery. Instead, he was shot through the chest before a cannonball knocked him off his horse, killing him instantly. To the northeast, Arenberg launched an attack against the Prussian battalions and battery of 30 cannons. These held out bravely, despite being outnumbered. Upon receiving Frederick's courier goading him into action, Retzow dispatched his cavalry to the south. These ran into O'Donnell's cavalry. It is unsure if they engaged in combat before O'Donnell retreated to Steindorfeld. By now, Retzow had moved to link up with Prince Charles. They intended to secure the line of retreat for the main Prussian army. Throughout the fighting, most Prussians concentrated themselves around Hochkirch's north, desperately defending against the ever-advancing Austrians. By 6 a.m., Prince Francis arrived. With the remaining infantry, they mounted a counterattack. This counterattack was surprisingly successful, and the enemy was pushed from the village. But the continuous artillery barrage did not make much of a victory, let alone a moment that turned the tide. Instead, canister shot killed many infantry and high-ranking officers. Frederick, commanding a fresh infantry force, reached the village shortly after. They mounted another counterattack, together with Zieten's cavalry. During the attack, a cannonball killed Prince Francis. An Austrian counterattack from the south, with Croat irregulars flanking them from the left, and Lacy's cavalry from the right, proved the finishing blow. Frederick called the retreat. It was utter chaos among the Prussian lines. Retzow established the new Prussian line to Warwitz's north. Slowly, battered Prussian infantry straggled towards him. Some regiments lost over 60% of their strength. Around this time, the infantry fighting Arenberg was surrounded. Most surrendered, and a few managed to retreat to the improvised Prussian front line. All cannons fell to the Austrians. By 10 a.m., the battle was over. The majority of the Prussian army retreated to the northwest. Nearly 10,000 soldiers were left in Hochkirch fighting an impossible battle. Despite the incredible chaos and carnage, the retreat was orderly, without panic. The Austrians did not launch a pursuit. The assault was catastrophic for the Prussians. The fact the entire army did not retreat in an uncoordinated rout says a lot about the Prussian discipline. One of Hochkirch's streets was known as Blood Alley, for a river of blood poured down the gutters from the massacre there. The casualty figures were enormous. Around a third of the Prussian army, over 9,000 men, were lost. Besides that, they lost supplies and tents, heavy guns and provisions. The army also lost the king's brother-in-law, Francis of Brunswick, General Geist, and Field Marshal James Keith. Prince Moritz of Anhalt-Dessau was severely wounded and would never recover. The Austrians, despite completely surprising the Prussians, lost some 6,000.
The battle shook Frederick and left an imprint on the king. Especially the loss of his close friend and confidant, James Keith, was unforgivable. Frederick knew he was solely to blame for the great disaster. His librarian found him in tears, reciting Racine's poem Mithridate. 2 days after the battle, Frederick learned of the death of his beloved sister Wilhelmina. In contrast, Vienna was a place of festivities upon learning of the victory. The victory at Hochkirch took place on Maria Theresa's name day, therefore Hochkirch was welcome news at the party. But characteristically, the cautious Dawn failed to follow up on the victory. Instead, the Russians retreated to their winter quarters beyond the Vistula River, and he lost the momentum. After a few days of depression, Frederick stepped up his game and began organizing a counteroffensive. News reached him of a Turkish offensive along the Danube, which might actually allow him some breathing room. But all this was unnecessary. No more battles would take place this winter. Some sharp skirmishes occurred, but Frederick's movements were enough to unnerve the Austrians. By November 5th, the Austrians abandoned the siege of Neisse as Frederick approached. By late November, Dawn retreated to his winter quarters in Bohemia. Territorial control in Hochkirch's aftermath remained surprisingly unchanged. Frederick retained control over Saxony and Silesia. Finally, winter came, and the warring parties lay dormant. However, the 1759 campaign would see renewed warfare and battles. On the early morning of August 12, 1759, Russian General Pyotr Saltykov and Austrian Field Marshal Ernst von Loudon discussed what had to be done. They knew the Prussian army was close to their position. They also knew they significantly outnumbered their enemy. But they did not know to their north, Prussian King Frederick the Great and his entire army had spent the night trekking through the wetlands and woods. As dawn arrived, the army finished deploying along their flank and prepared to launch a devastating attack. Frederick the Great spent the winter months of 1758-59 in Breslau. He augmented his battered army with fresh recruits with considerable success, and he managed to field over 160,000 soldiers by the beginning of spring next year, a number comparable to the previous years. But the quality of these soldiers was another matter. Many of the weathered veterans were exhausted, injured, or dead. No expense was spared to improve the artillery to compensate for the lacking infantry. By the start of the campaign, the Prussian army fielded nearly triple the heavy guns it had at the outbreak of war. Frederick was described as having aged a very good deal recently. His clothes were unkempt. He suffered a severe influenza-type fever and took pride in wearing his patchy clothes. He sought comfort in literature, philosophy, poetry and history, composing a study on Charles XII. Frederick's brother-in-law Ferdinand of Brunswick dealt with the French on the Western Front. After they launched an ambitious, aggressive and energetic campaign to recapture Hanover, Ferdinand beat them at the Battle of Minden. This victory made Frederick consider the Western Front nothing more than a far-away theater of war. He concentrated his army around his kingdom's heartland, and rightfully so. He set up his headquarters at Landeshut. In the 57 and 58 campaigns, Frederick beat the Russians, Austrians, Imperials, and Swedes one by one. A potential convergence of their forces from 4 different directions would be disastrous. Nearby Leipzig, a 35,000-strong Austrian imperial army under Prince Friedrich of Zweibrücken stood ready to invade Saxony. In Bohemia to his south, Field Marshal Daun and the enormous main Austrian army, at least 100,000 strong, wanted to invade Silesia. The Swedes held themselves up in Stralsund, intending to attack against Brandenburg from the north. To the east, the Russian Cossack vanguard contingent marauding the countryside was only a taste of what was to come. Frederick decided to strike first, whereas Ferdinand started the campaign in the west. Prince Henry did so on the Saxon front. In early April, his 30,000-strong army launched an energetic incursion against Bohemia, raiding supply depots, before turning west into Franconia. Here, Henry levied recruits, collected supplies, and heavily impacted the imperial army's mobilization. No major battle took place, but the enemy's logistics suffered. The main Prussian army, some 50,000 soldiers, moved to Breslau to respond to any incursions. Around Troppau in Silesia, General Heinrich de la Motte-Fouquet and 13,000 soldiers raided Austrian supply depots, but the Austrians remained dormant. In fact, it wasn't the Austrians, but the Russians who ignited the campaign of 59 in the east. The Russians had a new commander, Prince Saltykov. He was one of the Tsarina's favorites. During spring, the 61-year-old commander collected his army around Posen. On June 25th, his 70,000-strong army departed, marching downstream the Oder. All that remained between him and Berlin was Donau's 23,000-strong force, just like at Zorndorf the year before. The Prussians were heavily outnumbered. News reached Frederick of Saltykov's march, his supposed inexperience, and the poor condition of the Russian army. He also learned Donau wasn't doing anything to stop them. He berated him for moving like a tortoise. He removed him from command, replacing him with General Karl Heinrich von Wedel. He set out with an army numbering no more than 28,000 to intercept the Russians. But simultaneously, Daun began moving, sluggish, as always, creeping towards his southern flank. Things were not looking good, although Daun fortified his camps, and even Austrian records scolded him for how slow he advanced. Saltykov did not have a reputation as a brave or enterprising commander. Because of that, what happened next surprised everyone in the Prussian camp. He outmaneuvered Wedel, whose blind aggression certainly did not help. The armies met nearby Kai, and Saltykov swiftly defeated Wedel, inflicting over 8,000 casualties. A few days later, Saltykov occupied Frankfurt an der Oder. This meant Berlin was only 80 kilometers away and under direct threat. For Frederick, this moment was do or die in the phrase's most literal sense. He tasked Henry with the impossible: hold back Daun's enormous army with no more than 40,000 soldiers. De Montfouquet held the Silesian border with 20,000 troops. Frederick took the remainder of his army to link up with Wedel's survivors and confront Saltykov. The Austrians learned of Saltykov's advance. Daun, cautious as ever, was in an ideal position. He had enough troops to march against Henry or Fouquet and send forces to augment Saltykov's army. He sent Loudon and Hadik with a 40,000-strong detachment to the Russians. Loudon reached Saltykov on August 2nd. The losses Saltykov suffered against Wedel were well compensated. Hadik's baggage train was ambushed, prompting him to turn around. A week later, Saltykov took the strong defensive heights nearby the small village of Kundersdorf. Frederick took a route similar to the one preceding the Battle of Zorndorf the year before. On August 6, he linked up with Wedel's battered army. They embarked on their march to confront the enemy.
Saltykov's army camped at Kundersdorf for several days. He commanded between 65 and 79,000 troops, 4,600 Cossacks, infantry, cavalry, and 250 pieces of heavy artillery. Their deployment stretched in two lines from the Mühlberg to Kundersdorf south. Loudon's force, some 19,000 troops, closed the left flank. Prince Golitsyn commanded 5 large regiments and artillery on the Mühlberg. The Russian artillery was positioned on the Mühlberg, Spitzberg, and in concealed pits. Heavily outnumbered, Frederick felt the pressure to take the initiative. His scouts informed him Saltykov was deployed along a long ridge running southwest from Kundersdorf. The Prussian army numbered around 48,000 troops, 53 battalions of infantry, 59 cavalry squadrons, and 140 pieces of heavy artillery. On the evening of August 10, the Prussian army moved from Frankfurt. A pontoon bridge secured the crossing of the river. The Prussian army approached from the north, infantry in the front, cavalry to the rear. They had to cross wetlands and ponds to get to the Russians, but to avoid this, Frederick planned a march to the east, then turning south before turning west. The weather was sweltering. A strong corps under General Fink remained to the northwest, a diversion to keep the Russians occupied as Frederick launched the actual attack from the east. At dawn, Frederick emerged from the woods and finally saw the battlefield and Russian deployment. He realized he made 2 enormous calculation errors. First, if he were to attack from their east, the Russians would be in a solid position to repel his army. What he initially thought was the Russian rear was the Russian front. Secondly, elevations, marshes, and ponds defended this front line. So Frederick changed his plans. His new objective was to seize the Mühlberg and concentrate the main attack from there. The redeployment was messy and frustratingly slow, heavily impacted by miscommunication and the poor terrain. By 11 a.m., the Prussian artillery positioned itself on small elevations around the Mühlberg. Their goal was to repel the Russians, 5 large regiments from the hill, weaken the right flank, and then launch an attack. They opened fire, and a prolonged artillery duel ensued. The artillery duel lasted for an hour. The Prussians had the upper hand. Then 2 lines of 4 battalions each advanced forward against the Mühlberg. The 5 Russian regiments there suffered significant casualties. Saltykov understood the main attack was imminent. He redeployed his army using a small valley beyond the Mühlberg. This so-called Kuhgrund allowed him to concentrate his army with the right flank snugly protected by Kundersdorf and the left by the wetlands and hills. Frederick's misjudgment of the battle terrain and the Russian formations allowed Saltykov to adequately countermaneuver. The Prussians seized the Mühlberg. Suffering around 200 casualties, they pushed back no less than 12,000 soldiers stationed there, seizing 86 guns. Things were looking good. Frederick's generals urged him to take this as a victory and retreat. His army was exhausted, the heat was scorching, but the king pushed on. Frederick ordered his right wing to continue the march against Kunersdorf and ordered Fink's troops to charge and engage the enemy. By the time the artillery took its positions on the Mühlberg, Soltykov's army finished redeployment along the incredibly narrow valley and pasture, the Kuhgrund. Those who fled the Mühlberg now reinforced the main line. To try and give himself more space, Frederick ordered his center and his left to advance through Kunersdorf, all the while exposed to heavy artillery fire. Frederick's generals warned him to stop the attack, but he did not listen. The Prussian left flank, advancing towards Kunersdorf, ran into several units participating in the North main attack. The barrage of fire and artillery made it nearly impossible to enter the Kuhgrund. Both sides were putting up the most bitter fight on the Kuhgrund, and this part of the field was covered with bodies. Our infantry had been marching through sand on a very hot day. They were tormented by thirst and could scarcely drag themselves along. On our side, it was always the same battalions which went into action, whereas the enemy kept bringing up fresh troops. Confusion set in as more Prussian soldiers entered the cluttered valley. Fink's battalions in the north fought with courage, but the Russian artillery and numerical superiority kept them at bay. Russian artillery was ideally positioned to launch barrages against the Prussians cluttered in the valley. The space was too crowded for any serious cavalry engagement. Sure, there were some scattered, uncoordinated cavalry engagements to the south of the village, but due to the marshes and the ponds, the cavalry was unable to maneuver properly. Frederick ordered Seydlitz's dragoons and hussars to launch a charge to the west of the Kuhgrund. The combined Russo-Austrian dragoon counterattack sent them running. Their retreat allowed the enemy to circle behind the Prussian front lines. Any exhausted infantry sheltering against the Russian artillery now suffered a cavalry charge from the west. The counterattack by Seydlitz pushed them away, but artillery fire prevented him from following up this victory. 3 subsequent cavalry commanders, including Seydlitz, were wounded as the day progressed. General Puttkamer, one of Frederick's favorites, was slain. A final cavalry charge against the Großer Spitzberg led to the Prussian cavalry being subject to an enormous artillery and musket barrage. Loudon, commanding the Cossacks and Austrian cavalry, followed this up with a fierce charge. Prussian cavalry deteriorated and squadrons scattered. The infantry was in a miserable state. The close-quarter combat and the constant barrages of fire caused mounting casualties. Soltykov kept feeding his battered army reinforcements. Finally, when they saw their cavalry flee, pursued by the Austrian cavalry, it was enough to break even the most disciplined soldier. An advance of the Russian infantry on the right flank and the Cossack regiments mowing down fleeing infantry cemented the defeat. Frederick desperately tried to rally his force, but to no avail. The Prussian retreat was anything but orderly. By the end of the day, there were no more than 3,000 surviving soldiers, who somewhat resembled a battle formation. The rest of his army scattered. The king retreated across the river, and throughout the night he heard shrieks of his soldiers slaughtered by roaming Cossacks. Prussia suffered over 6,000 dead soldiers and 11,000 wounded. Around 1,400 were taken prisoner, resulting in over 19,000 total casualties. That is around 40% of its entire force. He lost most guns, about 172, and 28 flags and standards. The Russians lost 14,000 men, about 2,600 were killed, 700 missing, and 11,000 wounded. The Austrians lost 500 killed, 1,500 wounded, and no more than 500 missing.
The Prussians lost the battle, not for a lack of courage. Frederick himself was shot several times and had the musket ball holes in his coat to prove it. 2 horses had been shot from under him, and multiple times Zieten's hussars narrowly saved him as Russian Cossacks charged against the king's entourage. Blenheim states Frederick was more liable to a charge of reckless courage than cowardice. He describes Kunersdorf as Frederick's greatest military disaster. Objectively, it certainly was the worst defeat of the Prussian army in 3 years of warfare. Frederick considered the defeat to be in part caused by chance. Historians attribute the defeat to faulty intelligence and inadequate reconnaissance. Kunersdorf was a nail in the Prussian coffin. With a severely crushed and heavily battered Prussian army, there was nothing stopping General Saltykov from linking up with Daun and marching onto Berlin. Nothing could stop the complete, utter destruction of the Kingdom of Prussia. Or was there yet hope?
On the early morning of November 20th, 1758, Prussian General Fink and his army camped around the village of Maxen. The king tasked him with an important and crucial mission. He was to cut off the Austrian army from their supply lines. As dawn set in, several scouts rushed towards his quarters. Austrian troops were approaching from not one, not two, but 3 sides. They were surrounded. There was no way out. General Fink had no other option but to fight for survival. The Battle of Kunersdorf was the worst defeat of the Prussian army in 3 wars. Prussia's 48,000-strong army deteriorated into, at best, 3,000 soldiers resembling somewhat of a fighting force. There was no way the kingdom would survive this, as the Austrians, Russians, Imperials and Swedes had the perfect opportunity to converge against it. Exactly what Frederick the Great had feared all this time. In the battle's direct aftermath, Frederick was violently ill, exhausted, depressed, and contemplated suicide or abdication. The kingdom was in dire straits. But despite their victory at Kunersdorf, the Russians also received an enormous blow. Their losses were not to be underestimated. Saltykov lost 4,700 men at the Battle of Kai, and another 19,000 at Kunersdorf. His army bore the absolute brunt of the damage. When General von Lauden urged Saltykov to launch a pursuit, the Russian general did not want to risk worsening the Pyrrhic victory. He did not pursue it, and neither did Lauden. The Prussian army, or what was left of it, was left alone. It led to a remarkable recovery. When the Prussians learned their enemies would not pursue them, everything was set in motion to recover from their losses. 2 weeks after the battle, Frederick wrote a letter to Prince Henry. "I can announce to you the miracle of the House of Brandenburg. Just when the enemy had crossed the Oder and could have finished the war by risking a second battle, he marched in opposite direction. I marched first to cut him off from that part of Lusatia, which was being obliged to keep him supplied. Officers rounded up those who fled. Soldiers returned when they realized a counterattack was not imminent. General Fink levied the unscathed small Prussian army in Pomerania to march them towards Frederick's camp. By the end of August, his army numbered 33,000 soldiers. Frederick was aware he required more luck than he could realistically expect if he were to beat the Austrians. He calculated Daun commanded around 90,000. The quality of Prussian soldiers was nothing to write home about. Many of them were freebooters and rogues. Frederick was unnerved and impatient, understandably so. Large armies surrounded his kingdom, and he was entirely in the dark about what plans its commanders had. In the east, Daun sent General Lacy to Saltykov to propose an attack against Berlin or seizing Silesia. Saltykov was wary, intending to retreat to his winter quarters. It wasn't until the interference of Vienna and St. Petersburg that Saltykov conceded. If Daun reinforced him, he agreed to march on Glogau. Frederick panicked. He had been shadowing Saltykov, and now he was at risk of facing an Austrian and Russian assault. He did not want to let the Russians seize Glogau, and despite being outnumbered, he resigned himself to defending it to the death. Around Saxony, combat began heating up. The Imperial army under Prince von Zweibrücken captured Halle, Leipzig, and Wittenberg. They marched on Dresden. A ragtag bunch of poor battalions under Johann von Wunsch was sent to defend the city. Ferdinand, in the west, could spare no soldiers, but the old general managed to surprise his enemies and his king. His recapture of Wittenberg and Torgau was the first positive news that reached the king in a long while. This was fantastic news, be it not that Dresden's commander surrendered to the Imperials one day before news of Wunsch's approach reached him. Positive news followed. Daun failed to reinforce Saltykov with food and artillery. The Russian commander refused to lay siege to Glogau, and a stalemate developed. The Prussians and Russians faced each other, neither side engaging in combat. Frederick finished his monograph on King Charles XII during this period. Surprisingly, he had ample free time. Whereas the East was in a lull, action heated up around Saxony. Frederick ordered Henry and his 20,000 troops to join his generals there. The prince was reluctant, but once he went, he was unstoppable. His army marched 50 miles in 2 nights. At Hoyerswerda, he fought a corps of irregulars, capturing 1,800 prisoners, losing only 44 men. Henry's advance caused Daun to hurry towards Dresden, reportedly in such a rush that he lost 3,000 soldiers underway due to exhaustion and desertion. In Saxony, a stalemate developed as well. Although Henry worried immensely about his chances against Daun, Frederick ordered him to shadow the Austrians. On October 15th, Saltykov finally broke the stalemate and began his long withdrawal to his winter quarters at Thorn, much to the anger of the Austrians. Loudon was forced to start the long march through Poland to Moravia for his winter quarters. This freed up all Prussian soldiers in the east. The anxious Henry would soon be reinforced as the king embarked on the trek westward. His confidence was returning. Right before Frederick arrived, Henry defeated Arenberg, who tried to outflank him nearby Torgau. Surprisingly, and against all odds, things were looking up for the Prussians. In early November, the brothers met at Torgau. United, their army numbered around 60,000. Again, quantity did not mean quality, but things were certainly recovering. Dresden was still in Austrian hands, but most of the electorate had been reconquered. Frankly, the situation for Prussia was better than expected. Daun refused to engage in battle. Instead, he waited for the Prussians to make a mistake while preparing his retreat. But Frederick wanted Daun out of Saxony on his terms, so he ordered General von Fink together with 15,000 soldiers to march south. At Maxen, south of Dresden, he had to cut off the Austrian supply lines, forcing their abandonment of Dresden. On November 19th, Fink's army reached the village of Maxen. It was one of the first snowy days of the year. The village stood on a plateau surrounded by the Erzgebirge. Most pastures were frozen. He commanded around 4,000 cavalry and 11,000 infantry. Daun was onto the Prussians, and he knew that once part of the Prussian army was isolated, it was an easy target. He divided a 32,000-strong army into parts, all converging on Maxen from different sides. His army approached from the southwest and set up camp at Dippoldiswalde. An imperial army guarded the village of Dohna in the northeast, while General Anton Joseph von Brentano-Cimaroli approached from the northwest. Both commanders commanded 16,000 troops. Fink was outnumbered at least 2-1. Fink deployed his army in a defensive crescent position on the hills around Maxen towards Schmorsdorf. He was well aware his enemies surrounded him, and he did his best to deploy his army strategically. Besides the central deployment, he deployed Wunsch's small corps between Falkenhayn and Sürsen. On the morning of November 20th, covered by fog, Dawn's army departed from Dippoldiswalde, a 2-hour march away from Maxen. Among the commanders were Siskevich and Lacy. Cimaroli also embarked on a march. The Austrian armies converged on the small village and Fink's defensive positions. The frozen ground made moving difficult for artillery and cavalry. The first skirmishes erupted around Reinhardsgrimma, where Dawn's vanguard expelled Prussian pickets. These retreated to Maxen, with Dawn's army in pursuit. By late morning, Dawn's infantry scaled the hills to Maxen's south and installed the first artillery pieces. These opened fire against Fink's left flank. Nearly an hour of an artillery duel followed. The high ground Daun occupied dominated most, if not all, withdrawal routes from the Prussian position. They were surrounded. There was no way out. After the initial artillery duel, Daun ordered his infantry to advance. 2 infantry columns charged ahead, with cavalry flanking each side. Combat erupted on the hills between Wittgensdorf and Maxen. Heavily outnumbered, the Prussians quickly gave way. Before too long, several Austrian battalions pushed into Maxen. This caused the Prussian left flank to be cut off from the remainder of their army, including the cavalry. These retreated behind Maxen because the horses were getting restless from the continued artillery bombardment. The attack had already been underway for a while when Cimaroli and his army arrived. Part of his army faced the Prussian right flank, and part of it lined up to flank them and attack their rear. Despite being outnumbered, Fink tried to prevent this from happening by taking the initiative. He ordered his cuirassiers to launch a charge against the Austrian position, but the ground was frozen. The cavalry charge did not take up speed, and the Austrian volleys easily picked off the Prussians. When Cimaroli's artillery began firing grapeshot, the cavalry broke. It was a disaster, and his cavalry retreated. Fink spent considerable time rallying them. As this was ongoing, Dawn linked up with Cimaroli. They launched a coordinated general attack against the Prussian center. Again heavily outnumbered, the infantry was easily overwhelmed. The vanguard retreated, leaving standards, flags, and artillery up for grabs. Some Prussian regiments tried to launch a counterattack. The Austrian cavalry was close enough to nip this in the bud, despite the rugged terrain. Dragoons launched a counteroffensive, routing the infantry. It was a disaster. Fink understood the severity of the situation. He rounded up whatever troops he could find and marched north towards Wunsch's contingent. But the Austrians were everywhere, and he didn't get further than Schmorsdorf. Many soldiers were left behind to be captured by the Austrians, as Fink haphazardly tried to get his army in battle position at Schmorsdorf. Meanwhile, in the background, a Reichsarmee contingent was advancing from Dohna, Burghardswalde, and Wiesenstein. Combat continued, but the remaining Prussians managed to keep the advancing Austrians and Reichsarmee back for now. Because it was a short November day, night fell early. Under cover of darkness, Fink's army retreated towards Falkenhayn. Here, they linked up with Wunsch's corps, which had been stationed there since the beginning. As they left Schmorsdorf, the Austrians immediately seized the village. The Reichsarmee contingents kept a close eye on their every movement. Fink tried to get his cavalry to find an escape route. He was informed there was none, and he could do nothing but request a surrender to Daun. The Austrian commander told him he would only accept a surrender if this included the cavalry and Wunsch's corps. Seeing no reasonable way out, Fink conceded. Fink was surrounded, cut off, and forced to capitulate. As a result, 2,000 Prussians became a casualty and 13,000 were captured. 16 battalions, 36 squadrons. Among them were 9 generals, 500 officers, and 71 artillery pieces, 44 ammunition wagons, and 96 flags. Besides Kunersdorf, this was one of the most significant numerical losses Prussia suffered during the war. Daun lost 934 soldiers, including dead and wounded. The losses at Maxen were significant. Daun simply used his overwhelming numbers to storm the Prussian positions and seize a relatively easy victory. Frederick blamed Fink for the disaster, despite the general following his orders. The general spent the remainder of the war in Austrian captivity, and upon his return, Frederick had him court-martialed and imprisoned. Even the king's most loyal supporters had to admit Fink was just following orders, and if anything, the operation was Frederick's personal failing. Things snowballed in the aftermath. 2 weeks after Maxen, a Prussian force was defeated and captured at Meissen. Another 3,500 soldiers were lost. It was an embarrassing affair. Because the Austrians knew of their numerical superiority, they refused all prisoner exchanges. This was an enormous problem for Prussia. They were indeed very short on manpower. But as became customary, Daun remained cautious. He returned to his winter quarters in Dresden and did not engage the Prussians for the remainder of winter. That is how the 1759 campaign ended. Prussia had lost most engagements since Hochkirch the year before. It was a year of bloody defeats, some surprising reverses, but ultimately the Prussians drew the shortest end of the stick. The shortages in manpower, finances, and ammunition wore down the army, and the king personally. He struggled with his health. He was rarely healthy, had constant bouts of gout and fever. He barely slept. As the first snow fell, it appeared that his kingdom's future was one of imminent defeat and partition. On January 1st, 1760, King Frederick the Great of Prussia sent a letter to his brother Henry. After years of bloody warfare and constant setbacks, the letter provides a candid look at his kingdom's hopeless situation. Our situation is abominable. My heart is eaten away by sorrow. And what depresses me most of all is the knowledge that I have come to the end of my resources. We have nothing left. I do not wish to plunge you into gloom on this New Year's Day, but I have to speak frankly, and this terrible prospect is evident to all who do not shut their eyes to it. The disastrous Battle of Maxen, ending the 1759 campaign, severely weakened the Prussian position. It revived Austrian, Russian, and French motivation to deal with the kingdom once and for all. Prussia's position was not lost on its adversaries. Count Kaunitz, the foremost proponent of war at the Austrian court, wrote to the Russians, "The King of Prussia is as good as destroyed. The English financial strength is exhausted." Frederick's bouts with his health had been rather prevalent ever since the onset of the 1758 campaign. Now, after a total of 4 years of war, with tens of thousands of dead, stress, losses, setbacks, reverses, and twists, his health wasn't getting any better. By the winter of 59, it appeared Frederick's morale was at an all-time low. He did not see any prospect of establishing peace, and if he lost one more battle, he felt it would collapse his entire kingdom. 2 years of continuous severe defeats took its toll, and the 1759 campaign had been exceptionally bloody and disastrous. Moreover, his finances, something he took pride in always having in order, were in an abysmal state. He debased the currency, and inflation spurred, helping his short-term budgetary problem. The Austrians had scored an alarming number of victories. The Russians would undoubtedly return, and even Ferdinand on the Western Front had a difficult time against the French and their new energetic commander, the Duc de Broglie. A personal note written during this time reads, "I do not know whether I shall survive this war, but I am firmly resolved, in case this happens, to spend the rest of my days in seclusion, in the bosom of philosophy and friendship." The victory against the French at Minden was among the brightest points of the year, and additionally, the British victories against the French in Canada. But their defeat meant the French had to look for a new area to secure a good position when peace negotiations inevitably started. Prussia became their prime target. Frederick embarked on an ambitious diplomatic winter campaign to establish peace with whichever adversary would listen. Informants at Versailles assured him
Louis XV desperately wanted peace, but the only way to achieve it was through negotiations between France and Britain. And Britain made it explicitly clear they would not start negotiations if Frederick had to give up Silesia, a deal-breaker for Austria. He also tried to seduce the Ottoman Empire to join a war against Austria. He sent lavish gifts to the Sultan and Grand Vizier. These did not result in anything, but the actions underscored the dire situation Prussia found itself in. His strategy regarding the war was the same as the previous years, although he seemingly had to do much more with much less. He wanted to maintain control over Saxony and Silesia. The Austrians still held control of Saxony's capital, Dresden. Frederick planned to recapture it. Historians conflict about how many troops were at Prussia's disposal. At the onset of the 59 campaign, Frederick commanded 160,000. It is necessary to highlight that quantity did not mean quality. Many of his troops were freshly levied recruits, freebooters, and rogues. At the onset of the 1760 campaign, the most generous estimate was that the Prussian army numbered 110,000, and the quality was undoubtedly even worse than the year before. At the Battle of Maxen, 15,000 veterans, 9 generals and 500 officers were captured, not to mention all those who were lost at the Battle of Kunersdorf. The shortages led to Frederick enlisting Austrian and Saxon prisoners, and very young cadets. Correspondence with his minister survives in which Frederick laments, "He longed for the day when he would not send children into battle. He scraped the bottom of the barrel." By April 1760, the spring campaign came to life. Frederick and 55,000 troops stood ready at Meissen. Henry, commanding 35,000, stood at Sagan to keep an eye on the Russians. Lieutenant General Henri Auguste de la Motte Fouque protected Landshut with 12,000. He secured an important road junction to provide easy access to Silesia. Blood had been shed 3 years before as the Austrians and Prussians clashed at the same stronghold. It is safe to assume Prussia's enemies outnumbered them well over 2-1. The Russians loomed behind the Polish border. The Duchy of Prussia had been under Russian occupation for so long that some reports hinted at the duchy becoming Russian one day, a disaster. By spring, the Allies were converging against the Prussian positions. Loudon, commanding 40,000 soldiers, camped in Upper Silesia. Dorn, commanding at least 80,000, camped at Dresden. General Lacy camped to the city's north. Rumors of an imperial army marching to reinforce Dorn reached Frederick. He figured there was no time to waste. For weeks, Frederick maneuvered, attempting to seduce Lacy to battle, to no avail. His main army could not leave Saxony, while Loudon's army clearly wanted to capture Breslau. The Austrians definitely held the upper hand. A stalemate developed around Dresden. News reached Frederick that a Russian army numbering around 20,000 crossed the Vistula and again marched against his capital. Time was running out. He prolifically wrote Henry, who often chose to ignore his messages. Frederick wanted him to engage in battle, whereas Henry preferred cautious campaigning, destroying supply depots. It would be the Austrians who launched the first serious combat in this campaign. General Loudon considered his superior, Dorn, too slow and too cautious. Loudon's goal was to confuse the king rather than be patient, and strike so violently that Frederick would have no other option but to respond. With success, letters survive where Frederick refers to Loudon's movements as incomprehensible. All Prussian commanders understood the danger of Loudon in Upper Silesia. They were heavily outnumbered, barely able to garrison the strongholds of Breslau, Schweidnitz, and Neisse. At Landshut, Fouque felt a battle was imminent, and he wrote to the king he was stationed there without much of an army. His direct orders were to hold Landshut to the last man. On June 23rd, General Loudon put his military doctrine about violent attacks into practice and attacked General de la Motte Fouque at Landshut. Despite his army numbering 11,500 soldiers at best, Fouquet's position was relatively secure. He commanded 9,500 infantry, nearly 2,000 cavalry, and 69 guns. Landshut was a strategic stronghold for a reason. The Prussian army was positioned on most elevations around it, holding the strategic high ground. If need be, there were several passes across the Bober River they could use to escape, but Loudon was resolved to overwhelming the Prussian positions. He deployed his army, numbering up to 30,000 in several columns. 2 columns of infantry were tasked to charge against the northeast and east rises, through Vogelsdorf. Once these engaged in combat, another part of his army would charge against the Mummelberg and Buchberg. To the south, some irregular contingents stood at the ready to divert Fouquet's attention. All the way to the south, a column was to attack the Prussian far right at Reichennersdorf. Loudon ordered his cavalry to hold back and reinforce parts of the line which would need it during combat. Just before 2 a.m. on the morning of June 23rd, the Austrian columns moved into action. Thick woods, fog, and darkness hid their movements. The road to Vogelsdorf was uneventful, and soon the first Austrian columns engaged in combat against the Prussians at its outskirts. Surprised and unprepared, these were driven away. The Austrians launched a fierce follow-up charge against the second Prussian line to the west. These were annihilated. Within an hour, Vogelsdorf was seized. It gave the Austrians an ideal strategic position to launch their main assault. With the Buchberg exposed, the Prussian left flank was in full retreat. Meanwhile, the other northern column advanced relatively rapidly. Any scattered Prussian contingents were easily beaten back. The Austrian vanguard reached the lines of Landeshut, where Fouquet decided to make a stand and fight tooth and nail. Fighting around Landshut continued for several hours. To the south, the advance was much more difficult. The first 2 Austrian attacks were beaten back by the Prussians around the Blasdorfer Berg. After several charges, the Prussians were briefly beaten back, but reinforcements allowed them to counterattack and recapture their original positions. But to their rear, the enemy made inroads against Landeshut. Before too long, the Austrians scaled the barricades, and the Prussians were driven from the stronghold. Fouquet's escape route was blocked, and he collected his scattered troops in a clearing. Fouquet acted with commendable initiative. He ordered his remaining infantry to form a square and withdraw towards crossings in the Bober, despite being cut off. His remaining cavalry advanced and had to clear the passes. As they prepared their retreat, freshly arrived howitzers opened fire. Under heavy artillery fire, the outnumbered Prussian infantry fought off several charges against them, often at bayonet distance. The Prussians on the southern hills held out stubbornly as well. Loudon ordered his artillery to focus on them, but the outnumbered Prussians held out. It was not until an infantry corps crossed the Bober River and flung themselves into their flank and rear that all Prussians on the Blasdorfberg were killed or captured. Meanwhile, to the north, the Prussians were in a very dire situation. Combat had been ongoing for hours, and the infantry square tried to hold the line under incredibly punishing conditions. Fouquet did his best to rally his men. Unbeknownst to him, the cavalry had successfully cleared the crosses. Then, across the Bober, they ran into Austrian infantry and dragoons who approached from the far south. Despite being outnumbered, the Prussian cavalry commander charged at them resolutely. Some of his cavalry broke through, but many were beaten and taken prisoner after bitter hand-to-hand fighting. Nearby the village, the Austrian artillery continued mauling Fouquet's men, who entrenched themselves as well as they could. They were heavily outnumbered, as the Austrian infantry reinforced the front lines. To their south, Austrian infantry emerged along the defences between the Bober and Galgenberg. The Prussians were threatened on both flanks and their front. They could do nothing but retreat. A battered, scarcely operable force tried to reach the clearings. Loudon ordered Fouquet to surrender several times, but he refused these summons. His infantry beat back repeated charges against their positions as they made their way across the river. Across the river, a horrible surprise awaited them. Their cavalry was nowhere to be seen. Instead, the Austrians controlled all crossings and surrounded the clearing and small village the Prussian army emerged at. They could expect no quarter. They knew an attack was imminent. The Prussian forces valiantly held their ground against the initial surge of enemy cavalry. But as their ammunition dwindled, the Austrian infantry stormed the battlefield. Cracks emerged among the entire Prussian army. The clash was a tempest of steel as Fouquet was struck down from his steed by a hail of bullets, wounded thrice. A fierce struggle erupted around the fallen general. In a display of chivalry and valor, Prussian General Voigt offered his own parade horse to the badly wounded Fouquet. Fouquet, with unwavering spirit, refused, stating, "I would not soil this magnificent steed with my blood." Voigt replied with reverence, "The sheen of the steed would only be enhanced by being stained with the blood of a hero." As artillery mauled their positions, Austrian cavalry charged against the Prussians from every side. Finally, the Prussian army was overwhelmed and its soldiers either surrendered or were killed. It was a massacre and another unmitigated disaster. By the end of the day, Prussia lost almost 2,000 soldiers on the battlefield. Another 8,315 were captured, including Fouquet himself. They lost 67 artillery pieces, 34 colours and 2 standards. Less than 1,000 survivors escaped to Breslau. Fouquet himself suffered 3 sabre cuts. The Austrians lost a bit under 3,000 men. He furnished an example of what courage and strength of will can do against superior numbers. His action that day can be compared to that of Leonidas at Thermopylae. The disaster at Landeshut was similar to the previous one at Maxen. Again, a Prussian general obeyed the king's orders against better judgment, and again the unwavering loyalty backfired. In contrast to Frederick's irrational anger after Maxen, he openly second-guessed himself and his decision to hold the town. He certainly was milder in judging Fouquet. In the battle's aftermath, Loudon pillaged Landshut. The strong Austrian position in the province was a breaking point for Frederick. He decided he valued Silesia more than anything. 1 week after the battle, he collected his army and marched to the east, knowing the dangers of his risky mission very well. The summer night was shrouded in darkness as the clock struck 3 a.m. 1760. General Loudon and his army made camp near the village of Pantin, their eyes set upon their target, the elusive Prussian forces whose campfires flickered in the distance to the northeast. The Austrian plan was simple yet bold: to encircle the Prussian army with their superior numbers and overpower them from every angle. Field Marshal Daun and General Lacy would strike from the south and west, while General Loudon approached from the east, unaware of the danger that lay ahead. The rolling hills along Loudon's path were guarded by the silent sentinels of Prussian artillery, waiting for the signal to unleash hellfire upon the unsuspecting army. And, hidden behind the veil of night, the main Prussian force lay in wait, ready to launch a devastating surprise attack. In the vibrant spring of 1760, the illustrious Frederick the Great, a master strategist and the King of Prussia, had vigorously campaigned in the verdant lands of Saxony. His primary objective was to lure the revered and formidable generals Daun or Lacy into battle. His valiant efforts proved to be in vain as the Austrians eluded his pursuit. Yet the brilliant king did not falter and was determined to outsmart his foes. As fate would have it, news arrived that Daun was marching east towards Silesia, and Frederick knew he had to act fast. The austere monarch was aware that the main Austrian army, ravaging Silesia, would inevitably result in a crushing defeat. Thus, the cunning king conceived a plan to lure Daun back, and he laid siege to the majestic city of Dresden on the 19th of July. However, the city's garrison, commanded by the indomitable General Macquarie, was fierce and had high morale. The Prussian forces were confronted by some 14,000 seasoned veterans ready to take on their adversaries. Despite the daunting task ahead, Frederick's ingenious tactics worked wonders. Within a week of the siege, he received the long-awaited news that Daun and Lacy were marching against him. As Daun returned to Saxony, Frederick decided to abandon the siege, and a brief stalemate developed. Although Frederick did not have the means to continue, he did not leave empty-handed, for he burned vast parts of the city. His actions earned him much international criticism, but the king remained undeterred. As events unfolded in the east, the seasoned Austrian general Laudon gave Frederick a harsh lesson on how to take a fortress. The Austrian forces captured the strategically vital Landeshut, mercilessly overpowering the Prussians. Emboldened by his swift victory, Laudon led his army to storm the strategically important Silesian fortress of Glatz. Lieutenant Colonel Bartolome and his 3,000 soldiers, primarily conscripted Saxons and Austrian deserters, were no match for the numerically superior Austrians. Frederick's ugly side surfaced when Bartolome was court-martialed and executed upon his return from Austrian captivity. His defeat made one thing clear. Laudon and his aggressive military doctrine posed a significant danger to the Prussians. On the Western Front, Ferdinand of Brunswick faced a seemingly insurmountable challenge. A 150,000-strong French invasion threatened to crush his forces. Despite Ferdinand's valiant efforts, the French army vastly outnumbered the Allied army and pushed them back into Hanover. But for now, Frederick had other worries. In the east, a Russian army under General Chernyshev marched across the Oder, their sights set on linking up with Daun's forces in Silesia. The Russian advance was relentless, and soon Saltykov and his 25,000 soldiers marched west from Posen, closing in on their prey. No Prussian army was numerous enough to stop the Russians and prevent them from linking up. At best, Prince Henry and his 35,000 soldiers could only shadow the Russian forces, hoping to delay them long enough for Frederick to make his move. As the two sides drew closer, tensions rose, and the air was thick with anticipation. The king knew that the next battle would be crucial. Victory was essential, and defeat was simply not an option. But his army was dwindling. Soldiers were lost to disease and desertion, and morale was at an all-time low. Despite the odds, Frederick remained resolute, knowing that his fate and that of his kingdom rested on the outcome of the coming battle. Meanwhile, Laudon continued his relentless march, capturing fortress after fortress and laying siege to Breslau, the undisputed strategic prize of Silesia. Daun knew that victory was within reach, and together with Lacy and their 90,000-strong army, they embarked on a march to link up with Laudon's forces. Frederick watched from afar, his unease growing with each passing day. He knew that his enemies were plotting something, and he feared that he was falling right into their trap. But he had no choice. He took his 30,000 soldiers and followed Daun's army, the two armies so close together that they appeared as one. With the fate of Prussia hanging in the balance, all that remained were a few weakly garrisoned Silesian fortresses. But the defenders of Breslau, commanded by Bogislav von Tauentzian, were made of sterner stuff than those at Glatz. They held out against the siege, and von Tauentzian sent Prince Henry a desperate message begging for reinforcements. In a daring move that would go down in history, Prince Henry launched a lightning march covering an incredible 100 kilometers in just 3 days. With his 35,000-strong army, he approached Breslau, ready to do battle with the enemy. On August 5th, they relieved Breslau, pushing back Chernyshev's 25,000 troops and Loudoun's forces. It was a moment of triumph for the Prussian forces, one of the most brilliant exploits of the entire war. But Prince Henry knew that the battle was far from won, and he wrote to his brother acknowledging the thankless task that lay ahead. If one had foreseen the difficulties that I am finding in this campaign, and those that I still foresee, I would have begged you to spare me from a job that I regard as almost impossible to perform. During these days, Daun received a barrage of messages from Kaunitz and Maria Theresa, spurring him into battle against Frederick. Their orders were clear: engage Frederick's forces and crush them. But Daun, ever the strategic commander, refused to play by his enemy's rules. He demanded that the battlefield be of his choosing and that it be north of Breslau. Meanwhile, news reached the Prussian camp that Saltykov was urging Chernyshев to unite with the Austrians. Time was running out, and Frederick knew that his only hope was to join forces with Prince Henry's army. They could at least offer a fighting chance against the overwhelming numbers of their foes. With shrewd foresight, Frederick predicted that the battle would take place around Liegnitz. But fate had other plans. Disaster struck as the enemy converged on Frederick's positions. He desperately raced eastward to meet with Henry, only to see Daun's army crossing a river, blocking his path to Breslau. As he scoured the terrain for a way out, he stumbled upon Loudoun's forces. Trapped and outnumbered, his hussars were soon surrounded by Lacy's men. Senior officers burned ciphers and papers, convinced that the end was near. On August 15th, both armies clashed near Liegnitz. Daun's mighty army amassed an overwhelming force, with numbers reaching between 90,000 to 120,000 soldiers, a staggering 3 times the size of the Prussian army. This numerical superiority made Daun feel invincible, and he was certain that he could encircle and crush the Prussian forces without breaking a sweat. Daun's strategists, Lacy and Loudoun, would converge from the west and the east respectively, with the plan to attack Liegnitz from all sides. As the sun began to rise on August 15th, Daun, with an army of 80,000 soldiers, marched forward from the south, while Loudoun, with 24,000 soldiers, formed the anvil for Daun's hammer. Together, they would create an unstoppable force to destroy the Prussian army once and for all. The plan was to launch a full-scale attack at dawn and watch as the Prussians crumbled under their combined might. Frederick knew he was outmatched and outnumbered, and that his enemies desired nothing more than to encircle and crush his army. It was an obvious strategy. He would have done the same. But he was determined to outfox the Austrians, to use his wits to survive against all odds. He had to think and act fast, or his army would fall. During the night, Frederick made a bold decision. He moved his entire encamped army to the strategic high ground of the Pfaffendorf Heights to the north, where he could see the enemy coming from a distance. He ordered his men to keep their campfires burning to mask their movements, and he prayed that this would be enough to keep the enemy at bay. But to his east, the Austrians were closer than he had anticipated. As the dawn approached, Loudoun's vanguard was moving in, unknowingly marching right into the Prussian trap. Loudoun's objective was to seize the Pfaffendorf Heights as a solid base for launching a full-scale attack the following day. But he was too late. The Prussians had already taken their positions. In the dead of night, at 2 a.m., a group of hussars engaged in a fierce skirmish with Loudoun's vanguard. They quickly realized the gravity of the situation and rushed to inform their king. Without wasting any time, Frederick immediately began to organize his army, aware that they were about to face their greatest challenge yet. Within an hour, the Prussian army was deployed, with Zieten taking command of 2/3 of the forces, facing southwest and keeping an eagle eye on Daun's movements. Meanwhile, the rest of the army, around 14,000 strong and under Frederick's command, faced east, ready to face the enemy head-on. Frederick quickly ordered a part of his army, including artillery, to occupy the strategic elevations facing the road from which the enemy was approaching. As soon as his scouts reported that the enemy was less than 500 meters away from his positions, he gave the order for the artillery to open fire, signaling the start of the battle. As dawn broke just after 3 a.m., Loudoun, the Austrian general, was caught off guard. He had assumed that Daun and Lacy were advancing from the west and south, and that at best, he faced a minor Prussian picket. The thunderous barrage of artillery fire shook him, but he was not deterred. He ordered his cavalry to circle and charge the Prussian left flank, hoping to gain an advantage in the battle. Nearby Hummel, the Austrian cavalry charged head-on into the Prussian cavalry and infantry, causing them to briefly recoil. But fresh infantry regiments and a fierce cuirassier charge equalized the combat, creating a prolonged and confusing battle. The units barely held any formation thanks to the dense forests and elevations, and the fight was brutal and unforgiving. Loudoun's infantry vanguard launched an uphill charge against the Prussian centre, west of Pantin. They advanced through the bushy slopes and ferocious combat ensued. Prussian artillery launched barrages of canister shots. The Austrians continued until musket fire stopped them dead in their tracks. Casualties fell on both sides. The second Prussian line advanced to plug the holes of falling comrades in the vanguard. The reserves took the second line position, backed by reserve cavalry. The combat in the centre, west of Pantin, was savage and bloody. Frederick ordered his left to launch a counterattack. They charged ahead against the Austrian line with a battle cry, which held steady until that point. But the suicidal charge unnerved the Austrians. It crushed Loudoun's right flank, which had already recoiled from the initial charge. Combat took place in a long line, as artillery tore into the infantry. As the fierce fighting raged on, Loudoun realized the grave error he had made. He had been fighting the formidable Prussian army all along, and it was too late to make amends. The situation worsened when the Prussian right flank arrived on the scene, and the battle was all but lost. Knowing that a strategic retreat was his only option, Loudoun gave the order to fall back to Bienowitz and cross the treacherous Katzbach River. Despite being far away, Lacy and Daun soon realized that Loudoun was in grave danger and that time was running out. In a daring move, Loudoun's cavalry launched 2 charges to cover the retreat of his army. These brave soldiers inflicted severe damage on the Prussians, who were unable to launch a pursuit. In good order, Loudoun's army withdrew across the Katzbach River and retreated from the field of battle. The routing of Loudoun's corps resulted in Daun and Lacy being forced to hold back their main offensive. Daun, in fact, arrived on the field before Loudoun withdrew. Yet, true to his cautious nature, he hesitated to immediately come to Loudoun's aid, losing precious time that proved decisive in the Prussian victory. As the sun began to rise over the battlefield, the true extent of the carnage became clear. The casualties were staggering, and the ground was littered with the bodies of brave soldiers who had fought with valor and determination. In the end, Loudoun had lost between 8,000 and 10,000 soldiers, with 2,000 dead and 5,000 taken prisoner. Among the prisoners were 2 generals, 80 officers, and 83 artillery pieces. The Prussians too had suffered greatly, with 775 dead, 2,500 wounded, and a few missing or captured, totaling nearly 3,400 casualties. It was a brutal and devastating battle, and the most significant losses were incurred during the desperate moments when the Austrian cavalry covered the retreat. Tim Blanning's discernment of the weight of triumph at Liegnitz is truly on point. The Battle of Liegnitz was a decisive moment in the 7 Years' War. It shattered the pattern of military defeats that had beset the Prussian army since the Battle of Hochkirch, which had taken place 2 years prior. Although Frederick himself did not boast of his personal heroism, those who bore witness to the battle recounted his valor in the face of danger. His horse was shot, his coat was riddled with musket balls, and his personal attendants fell mortally wounded. The routing of Loudoun's corps resulted in Daun and Lacy being forced to hold back their main offensive. Daun, in fact, arrived on the field before Loudoun withdrew. Yet, true to his cautious nature, he hesitated to immediately come to Loudoun's aid, losing precious time that proved decisive in the Prussian victory. The significance and ramifications of the Battle of Liegnitz cannot be overstated. The engagement was not particularly grandiose in itself, but as Tim Blanning observed, it was a battle that Frederick could not afford to lose. If the Austrian plan had come to fruition, Daun and Lacy would have crushed the Prussian army, surrounded as they were by 3 massive enemy forces. The casualty count would have likely exceeded that of Kunersdorf. Chernyshev's corps would have easily dealt with any surviving remnants of the Prussian army. But upon learning of the Prussian victory against Loudoun, Chernyshev's corps chose to turn east and await further developments. The Austrians also withdrew, opting to lay siege to Schweidnitz, to the west of Breslau. The Battle of Liegnitz renewed the morale of the Prussian army. David Fraser's vivid analysis recounts how, in the lead-up to the battle, Frederick spent the entire night riding between regiments, encouraging his men and cracking jokes. To his soldiers, he was Alter Fritz, their own man, model, master, and mascot. His charisma was fully restored. The victory also restored the faith of his British allies, who had been doubting the wisdom of continuing to support the king after the unrelenting string of defeats. With their morale and confidence renewed, the Prussians marched on. For the campaign was far from over, and little did they suspect that one of the most brutal and intense battles of the entire war lay just ahead. As the morning mist parted on November 3rd, 1760, the esteemed Austrian Field Marshal Daun and his commanders gathered for their daily meeting. With bated breath, they awaited news of the infamous Prussian army led by the brilliant Frederick the Great, who was known for his cunning and strategic prowess. Yet, the Austrians had secured an unassailable position, a bastion of tactical advantage that made any frontal assault tantamount to a suicide mission. A battle of wits was about to begin. Suddenly, across the thickly wooded forest, the sound of steel clashing against steel reverberated through the air. Could it be? Could the audacious Prussian king have the temerity to outflank Daun's entire position and strike at his rear? Daun couldn't be sure, but he knew that he couldn't afford to take any chances. He quickly ordered a redeployment of his troops to face the unexpected threat. And so it began, the Battle of Torgau. Both sides fought fiercely, determined to emerge victorious in this epic struggle, and even today, contemporaries and historians alike speak of the brutal intensity of the battle. The victory at the Battle of Liegnitz was a long-awaited triumph for the beleaguered Prussians, who had suffered a string of crushing defeats since the fateful Battle of Hochkirch almost 2 years prior. Yet, even with this significant win, Frederick remained despondent and uncertain about the ultimate outcome of the war. While hindsight now clearly points to Liegnitz as a pivotal turning point, at the time the outlook was far from optimistic. Following the battle, a tense stalemate descended upon the region. Both sides, led by Daun and Frederick, were locked in a fierce contest, their armies cautiously maneuvering through the western Silesian hills. Defensive positions were held tenaciously, with neither side willing to risk attacking the other, lest they abandon their strategic high ground. Meanwhile, on the Western Front, under the leadership of Ferdinand of Brunswick, the situation was less than rosy. The French, suffering significant losses overseas, found themselves weakened when it came to inevitable peace negotiations. In a desperate move, the Duc de Broglie launched a massive campaign against Hessen and Westphalia, amassing an army of 150,000 soldiers. Outnumbered and outmatched, Ferdinand was forced to retreat, despite winning numerous engagements along the way. Amidst the tumultuous conflict, the winds of war shifted once more, with events taking a dramatic turn on the Western Front. On July 31st, Ferdinand scored a resounding victory at Warburg, but the French, with their superior numbers, seized the Hanoverian city of Göttingen just 1 week later, encroaching further into enemy territory. The stalemate that ensued lasted throughout the year, but Frederick received increasingly alarming reports about the British Parliament's reluctance to continue financing the seemingly endless war. With their objectives already achieved, there seemed little reason to continue this costly and draining conflict. As the year wore on, the situation grew more precarious still. On October 25th, King George II passed away, succeeded by his young 22-year-old grandson, George III, who had little love for Hanover, referring to it as that horrid electorate which has always lived upon the very vitals of this poor country. Frederick knew that generous subsidies from Britain were unlikely to continue flowing as they had in the years before. In the east, the Russian front remained in a lull until the Russians suddenly broke the silence with a bold move. Frederick ordered his brother Henry to keep a 14,000-strong force to watch the Russians, while he himself remained at Glatz with the 50,000-strong main army. However, the French military attaché in the Russian camp launched an energetic diplomatic campaign to convince General Chernyshev to take action. With the Prussians preoccupied in Silesia, Berlin was left virtually undefended. The Russian general conceded, and with a formidable 17,000-strong army, he marched on the city, capturing it with ease in the first week of October. Soon, Lacy joined him with 18,000 Austrians and Saxons, turning the tide of the war in a new, dangerous direction. As the Russian invaders descended upon the capital city of Berlin, they were not content with mere victory. Plundering and vandalism ran rampant, with the Charlottenburg and Schönhausen palaces falling prey to their destructive whims. But this was no glorious triumph, for the Russian army suffered its greatest losses during a botched attempt to blow up a powder mill, with 15 soldiers meeting their end. With the knowledge that his victory at Liegnitz had not turned the tides of the war, Frederick knew that he must make a strategic retreat to Saxony in order to defend his electorate, and perhaps even relieve Berlin from the clutches of his enemies. With unyielding determination, he began his march from Sagan, unnerving the Russian forces enough to abandon their hold on the capital. Daun, receiving constant directives from Maria Theresa, knew that he could not afford to lose control over Saxony or engage in battle with the king at any cost. In order to increase their chances of victory, he planned to unite with Lacy, who was marching south from Berlin. But Frederick was no fool and rightly anticipated their movements, marching towards the important defensive position of Torgau to intercept them. With his brother Henry keeping a watchful eye on the Russian forces in Poland, Frederick was able to focus his attention on the Austrians and their stronghold in Torgau. The Austrians had taken a strong defensive position, allowing them to remain a credible threat to the entire electorate of Saxony. On November 3rd, the two armies clashed northeast of Leipzig at Torgau, a battle that would determine the course of the war. With both sides fiercely determined to emerge victorious, it was a fight to the death, with no quarter given or taken. The winds of war were howling once again as the Prussian and Austrian armies faced off in a fateful showdown. Torgau, a fortified stronghold on the west bank of the Elbe, would become the crucible for this epic confrontation. The Austrians, confident in their elevated position facing south, had taken a strong defensive stance. With the Elbe, Torgau's walls, and treacherous terrain blocking any frontal assault, the Prussians had to find a way to outflank their enemy. Commanding an impressive force of 55,000 soldiers, Daun was a formidable adversary. His army consisted of 42,000 infantry, 10,000 cavalry, and a staggering 220 artillery pieces. Meanwhile, Frederick, leading a force of 48,000, had his work cut out for him. He had 35,000 infantry, 13,000 cavalry, and up to 250 guns at his disposal, but he knew that brute force alone would not carry the day. Frederick was not one to shy away from a bold maneuver. To outflank the Austrians, he devised a daring plan to circumvent their right flank from the west. This would be no easy task, as his army would have to march 12 miles, or roughly 20 kilometers, through treacherous terrain right before the battle. Frederick was aware of the risks, but he knew that the wooded hills would conceal his approach. Nevertheless, Daun was in an ideal position for observation, and Frederick needed to keep him distracted. To achieve this, he would launch a frontal attack against Daun's center at Subtitz, hoping to draw the Austrians' attention away from his flanking maneuver. With the majority of his army, 24,000 infantry, 6,500 cavalry, and 50 artillery pieces, moving to attack the Austrians from the rear, the fate of the battle would hang in the balance. The stage was set, and the battle for Torgau was about to begin. With a smaller army commanded by General Zieten, numbering 11,000 infantry and 7,000 cavalry, Frederick intended to launch a frontal attack to divert the Austrian attention. They started from the southwest, skillfully avoiding the marshy terrain and swamps that could slow them down. Meanwhile, Zieten's army marched around 7 miles towards Daun's south. As the clock struck 6:30 a.m., Frederick's army embarked on their march from Schilde. They positioned their army in 3 columns, with the king himself leading the first column of infantry battalions. The second column of battalions was commanded by General von Hulsen, while Prince Georg von Holstein-Gottorp commanded the third column, with all his cavalry and some leftover infantry. The ground beneath them shook as they marched forward, ready for battle. The march around Daun's force took longer than expected, and the Austrians caught on to their plan. Scouts quickly spotted an enormous army passing their western flank, sending them into a frenzy. Minor skirmishes with pickets revealed their movement, and Daun redeployed his army, sending his second line to defend his north. Meanwhile, Zieten came under heavy fire from the Austrian positions, unable to attack just yet. By 1 p.m., Frederick reached his intended position to attack, but there was no surprise. His artillery and Hulsen's column lagged far behind due to the rough terrain, and Holstein's cavalry was nowhere to be seen. Despite the unfavorable conditions, the king decided to launch the first attack by 2 p.m., prompted by the sound of cannon fire in the distance. As artillery on both sides opened fire, the first 10 infantry battalions attacked with fierce determination. However, the Austrian artillery was merciless, tearing through Prussian lines with ease. Before every soldier discharged their musket, the vanguard reportedly already suffered over half their strength in casualties, staggering back to their lines. But the Prussian soldiers were not about to give up. When a small vanguard of the Austrian infantry attacked, the 2nd Prussian infantry line barely managed to stop them. Hulsen's battalions finally arrived on the battlefield and deployed, quickly turning the tide of the battle. The Austrian infantry was bested, and the Prussians advanced, inching closer to victory. Before they could fall on the Austrians, some faced a cavalry counterattack, personally led by Daun. The battle was savage, and fighting took place along the entire line. Amidst the chaos, a lost musket ball hit Frederick, causing him to briefly slip out of consciousness and be carried from the battlefield. In total, 3 horses had been shot from under him. As he regained consciousness, the king could see his second attack fail. 26 battalions were shot to pieces, and the Austrians destroyed large parts of his artillery. Despite the setback, Frederick remained resolute, knowing that the war was far from over. At last, the Prussian cavalry arrived, their horses thundering through the battlefield as they took their positions. The wounded Frederick himself commanded Holstein to charge from the far left, while what remained of the infantry banded together for a third assault to relieve their exhausted comrades. The Prussian cavalry galloped towards the front lines, arriving just in time to join the fray, the sound of their hooves echoing across the battlefield as the clock struck 3:30 p.m. As dusk set in by 4 p.m., the fighting continued unabated, with junior officers stepping up and leading charges, even as the Prussian forces appeared to be on the brink of defeat. It seemed that all was lost for Frederick's troops, with the Prussian right suffering a devastating cavalry charge, resulting in the swift destruction of 4 battalions and the capture of thousands of prisoners. Daun was already dispatching a courier to Vienna to inform them of his hard-won victory, but fate had other plans. On the Prussian right, part of Holstein's cavalry charged full speed ahead, crashing into the unsuspecting Austrian infantry. 3 regiments quickly surrendered, while others fled in disarray, their officers desperately trying to rally their men. Meanwhile, Zieten had been biding his time, delaying his attack until 4 p.m. for reasons unknown. When he finally gave the order to charge, it was from a position much further west than originally planned. As close combat ensued, with Austrian infantry firing point-blank volleys against Zieten's forces. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, an opportunity arose on the far right, where Holstein's cavalry launched a ferocious attack against the Austrian forces, closing in like a nutcracker on their far end from the north. The battle had raged on for hours, and central command had broken down, with Daun himself wounded and forced to leave the field. Battalions charged and withdrew on their own accord, and the dead and wounded lay scattered everywhere. As dusk settled in, Hulsen, himself injured but still fighting, led one final charge alongside Zieten's fresh cavalry. Together, they pushed the Austrians back onto the plateau, causing them to retreat in disarray. The infantry broke, and Prussian hussars chased the fleeing soldiers into the darkness of the night. The Austrians were forced to retreat towards the Elbe, defeated and demoralized. This hard-fought victory had come at a great cost to the Prussian army. Frederick, initially underestimating his losses, would later come to realize the true extent of the carnage. Official figures would later reveal that between 17,000 and 24,000 Prussian soldiers had been killed, wounded, or taken prisoner, with some estimates suggesting that the losses could be as high as half of the Prussian army's total strength. Despite this, Frederick forbade his subordinates from publicizing the excessive losses, and the surviving regiments were barely able to muster a battalion. The Austrians, too, had suffered greatly in the battle. Some estimates suggest that they had lost between 16,000 and 21,000 soldiers, with at least 7,000 taken prisoner, and the remainder either dead or wounded. They had lost 31 flags and 50 guns, and all those who were able to walk had fled the field. It had been a brutal and bloody affair, but in the end, the Prussians had emerged victorious. In truth, This is a wretched prospect, and a poor reward for all the exhaustion and colossal effort which this campaign has cost us. The Battle of Torgau raged fiercely, but though it ended with a victory, it was far from decisive. The Austrians remained unbroken, while the Prussians paid a heavy toll. Yet the triumph secured Daun's retreat from Saxony and Silesia, and in that regard Frederick considered it a moral victory. Nevertheless, the cost of this feat remained shrouded in mystery, as adjutants were forbidden from disclosing the number of casualties. The timing of the two-pronged attack was deemed abysmal by some, yet with poor communication lines and in the heat of the battle, it is doubtful that a better outcome could have been achieved. Some of Frederick's subordinates and historians saw the battle as futile, given that winter was fast approaching and the campaigning season was drawing to a close. However, others believed that the Battle of Torgau was the turning point of the war, mainly due to mutual exhaustion and depletion of resources. As mentioned, Frederick's primary goal was to force the Austrians away from Saxony and Silesia for the winter, and though the battle secured some ground, Daun still held Dresden, the capital of Saxony. Despite Frederick's hope that the enemy would abandon the city, this did not come to pass. The Prussians were quartered in Saxony and Silesia after a grueling year of war. On a cold December day, Frederick arrived in Leipzig, marking the end of a year of bloodshed and chaos. But as the new year dawned, Frederick was faced with a daunting reality. The upcoming campaign would require him to defend his kingdom with all his might. While the previous year had gone better than expected, his resources were dwindling, and the looming threat of his enemies' overwhelming numbers was a constant reminder of the relentless challenges ahead. The winter months were bleak for Frederick and his loyal followers. He was fraught with uncertainty about the future of his kingdom, his army, and his own health. But the Prussian leader refused to give up. He ordered his officers to recruit farmers and train them to become soldiers, determined to fight until the bitter end. The Austrians, French, and Russians were also struggling with monetary problems, and it seemed that war fatigue was starting to set in for many commanders. Frederick and his kingdom were holding on by the skin of their teeth, unsure if they could survive another year of intense warfare. The fate of Prussia hung in the balance. This is all the advantage we have derived from that dangerous and bloody battle. I suspected what was going to happen, and I am very sorry to have been proved right. Following the triumphant yet incredibly costly end of the 1760 campaign, Frederick the Great sought refuge in the city of Leipzig during the winter of 1760-61. There, he tirelessly toiled to rebuild the strength of his person and his state, readying himself for the ongoing war that lay ahead. Despite his companions' unwavering support, the king's spirit was burdened with melancholy and a sense of withdrawal, causing him to look far older than his mere 49 years. In spite of fervent hopes for peace, the tenacious Austrians and French refused to lay down their arms and persisted with the war. Meanwhile, the Russians had welcomed their latest commander, the Tsarina's beloved, Alexander Borisovich Buturlin, to their ranks. Marshal Daun, still recovering from the wounds sustained at Torgau, anxious to resign and more static than ever, was in command in Saxony. His more audacious subordinate, Laudon, aimed to join forces with a Russian army led by Buturlin, eagerly seeking to achieve a second Kunersdorf and vanquish their foes. With the next campaign on the horizon, the Austrians planned to keep 60,000 troops stationed in Saxony under the ever-vigilant Daun. Simultaneously, they aimed to reinforce Laudon's ranks in Silesia with no fewer than 72,000 soldiers, all prepared to launch a grand and unrelenting offensive alongside the mighty Russian army. Frederick foresaw that Silesia would become the most active theatre of operations, and concentrated his best and most complete regiments, totaling around 55,000 soldiers in that region. Meanwhile, Henry took command of the 28,000 poorish troops left in Saxony, while 14,000 men were posted in Pomerania, defending the vital port of Kolberg against the Russians. Under General Pyotr Rumyantsev, these laid siege to the stronghold in August. Despite Frederick's best efforts to keep his two formidable enemies at bay, his plans ultimately failed. He even missed a golden opportunity to attack the Russians at Liegnitz on the 15th of August, a move that in hindsight proved wise. As fate would have it, the combined Allied force numbered a staggering 130,000 soldiers. Amidst this sea of enemies, Frederick meticulously constructed a secure refuge for his relatively small army of 55,000 men. After Butterlin's arrival and his successful link-up with Loudon 4 days later, the newly joined commanders showed a great reluctance to launch an attack. Although Frederick had predicted that Loudon would force the issue, it was not to be. He confided in Prince Henry that, "The Russians still have no desire to attack, but I think Loudon will force them to." Indeed, the Austrian commander made several attempts to break through the Prussian defences, but Frederick was ready. He ordered his army to retreat to a fortified camp at Bunzelwitz, strategically located to the northwest of Schweidnitz. Prussian soldiers worked tirelessly for 12 hours a day, around the clock, to construct an impenetrable network of trenches and palisades. The Saxon Captain Thielke was so impressed by their efforts that he reported admiringly. In this location, the Prussian army stood on a series of low and mostly gentle eminences, which were utilized in a masterly fashion. The approaches were by no means physically insurmountable, but what rendered them difficult to reach were the little streams, the swampy meadows, and the enfilading and grazing fire from the batteries on every side. The triumphant campaign thus far had cost the Prussian army a mere 8 casualties, 2 hussars and 6 free battalion men. With his focus still firmly on Upper Silesia, Frederick moved his army on August 5th to the central position of Strehlen, within a single march of the Upper Oder, and equally distant from his fortresses at Breslau, Neisse, and Schweidnitz. Breaking into Schweidnitz would have been a costly endeavour, with its 460 pieces of artillery guarding the fortress. The Russians, it seemed, had blinked first. Butterlin initially told Loudon he would cooperate in a joint attack, but his confidence wavered, causing him to have second thoughts. It wasn't until September 9th that he finally gave up, retreating his army back east to the river Oder and beyond. In an effort to encourage him to leave, Frederick dispatched General Dubislav Friedrich von Platen with a corps of 8,000 troops to raid the Russian base areas in western Poland. Butterlin's departure left Loudon with a formidable force of 80,000 regulars, positioned on the hill slopes at the southern edge of the Silesian plain. Although Frederick held a low opinion of Loudon's abilities, he deemed it safe to leave the Austrians in their camp and move closer to Neisse, where provisions were abundant. At this point, the uneventful campaign should have come to a close, with both sides settling into winter quarters. Frederick, in fact, believed it was over. In a letter to Prince Henry on September 27th, he asserted that it was next to impossible for the Austrians in Saxony to attempt another raid on Berlin, now that the Russians had departed. As for the Austrians in Silesia, he was confident there was nothing to worry about. But Frederick was wrong. In the north, the Prussians faced a particularly aggressive Russian problem. In mid-September 1761, the relentless Russians descended upon Pomerania, laying siege to any stronghold used as a communication line between Stettin and the besieged Kolberg. General Platen was constantly harassed by separate Russian contingents roaming the region. In response, a Prussian corps, led by Major General Stotterheim, received the call to depart from western Pomerania and secure a strategic vantage point at Stettin. With unwavering loyalty to the crown, Stotterheim rallied his troops and embarked on a perilous march towards the coveted position, leaving behind only Hussar General Wilhelm Sebastian von Belling and his loyal corps to fend off the impending Swedish invasion. The Swedes had amassed a modest army of 13,791, including 3,098 cavalrymen and 1,152 infantry soldiers. The departure of Stutterheim presented a golden opportunity for the Swedish field marshal, the esteemed Count Augustin Ehrensvärd, to seize the initiative and strike a decisive blow against Belling's outnumbered forces. The Swedish army united under the leadership of two commanders, Lybecker and Sprenck-Porten. It advanced towards Belling's corps in a pincer movement. On September 17th, Belling launched a daring assault on Lybecker's column, engaging them in a fierce combat at Kosabroma. His bold attack nearly succeeded, but he was ultimately forced to retreat. Undeterred by this setback, Belling withdrew towards Rothermühl, where he was to be joined by two grenadier battalions sent as reinforcements from Stettin. A force under Baron von der Goltz was meant to delay Lybecker. Meanwhile, on the same day, Sprenck-Porten's vanguard relentlessly pursued Major Nobelsdorf's detachment, consisting of 200 infantry and 50 hussars, who had been defending a stronghold close by and were now on their way to link up with Belling. Sprenck-Porten sent a battalion of Skaraborg infantry towards Rothermühl, as it became clear the Prussians would converge here. On the 18th of September, Belling, leading his vanguard, arrived at Neuensund, opposite of the Skaraborg's infantry battalion that held Rothermühl, just 6 kilometers to the east. With the 3 companies, Freie Infanterie von Hort, Hullesen and Kennewitz, and 100 hussars by his side, Belling knew that the time for action was at hand. Though the Swedish positions were unyielding, Belling's vanguard unleashed a deafening cannonade upon their enemy, causing mayhem without attempting to launch an all-out assault. Belling waited with bated breath for the arrival of his remaining infantry, 5 companies, and 2 grenadier battalions from Passau. The 2 battalions, however, were delayed, and Belling's senses were suddenly awoken by the sounds of a fierce engagement at his rear. Lybecker's column had engaged the detachment left behind to delay his advance. The 2 companies and 2 squadrons were under attack, making it all the more crucial for Belling to act quickly. Belling had to defeat Sprenck-Porten in order to have any hope of victory. Lybecker, sensing that he was outnumbered, limited his action to musketry fire, hoping for Sprenck-Porten's arrival. As the sun reached its highest point at 11 a.m., the 2 grenadier battalions arrived at Neuensund. Without a moment's hesitation, Belling commanded them to launch a flanking movement against the forest. At the same moment, Sprenck-Porten's main corps appeared on the road from Wilhelmsburg, ready to launch a fierce counterattack. The Swedish grenadiers stood resolute in the centre, Frickompanie Lille and Sprenck-Porten on the right wing, and Frickompanie Lundberg and Ehrenhielm on the left wing. The cavalry and the rest of the infantry stood ready in reserve, awaiting the battle cry. As the 2 armies drew nearer, the tension was palpable. The Prussian forces were arranged in a formation, with Grenadier Battalion Ingersleben leading the charge, flanked by Grenadier Battalion Rothkirch, Freie Infanterie Hort, and the Belling Hussars. As the lines collided, the sound of swords clashing and muskets firing filled the air. Grenadier Battalion Ingersleben charged towards Frickompanie Lille, breaking through and pushing forward with great force, leaving the rest of the Prussian forces behind. Ingersleben pressed forward so quickly that they soon found themselves isolated and in danger. Sprenck-Porten's younger brother, Goran Magnus, cunningly outflanked them, trapping them in a small wood where they were attacked on every side by the Swedish infantry, including the fierce 1st Swedish Grenadiers, Frickompanie Lundberg and Frickompanie Silfverstroms. Despite their bravery, Grenadier Battalion Ingersleben was forced to retreat, losing 2/3 of their men. The Prussians were forced to withdraw, fearful of being caught between the 2 Swedish columns. They retreated to Taschenberg and Geren, sending the 2 grenadier battalions back to Passwalk. As the sun set, they marched westwards and then southwards towards Strasbourg. the Swedish columns of Liebecker and Sprengporten united at Schönhausen and marched back to Waldeck and Strasbourg. The battle was not without loss, with the Prussians losing around 350, including 11 NCOs and 287 men from Grenadier Battalion Ingersleben. Grenadier Battalion Rothkirch, too, shed blood for their cause, losing 2 of their own and 1 officer, as well as 3 privates wounded. The Swedes, in turn, also felt the sting of battle, losing 1 of their own officers, with 37 of their men paying the ultimate price. 5 officers and 76 men fought bravely through their wounds, while 9 remained missing, and 26 were taken as prisoners of war. Despite the intense struggle, the outcome of the battle had little influence on the greater war effort. The combat at Neuensund was but a mere footnote in an already slow campaign. Nevertheless, for Frederick, 3 more incidents would come to pass that year, 1 welcome, while the other 2 were decidedly not. The first of these was a brilliant piece of work by General von Platen and his corps of about 8,000. On the 15th of September, they fearlessly attacked the main Russian supply base at Gostin in Poland, causing great destruction by destroying 5,000 wagons and taking 1,845 prisoners and 7 artillery pieces. Unbowed, they moved on towards the Prussian fortress of Kolberg on the Pomeranian coast, continuing to disrupt the Russian supply lines as they went. Yet, the exultation of the victory at Gostin was short-lived, for news of a tragic calamity followed closely on its heels. On the 1st of October, the dreaded Laudon launched a sudden night attack and captured the impregnable fortress of Schweidnitz, leaving Frederick stunned and bewildered. The significance of this loss was not lost on him, for Schweidnitz controlled the passes from Bohemia via Friedland and was the key to Lower Silesia. To make matters worse, the fortress of Glatz, which covered the routes from Königgrätz to Neisse, had already fallen into Austrian hands. As the year drew to a close, a series of ill-fated news had cast a shadow of gloom over the land. The mighty fortress of Kolberg, a bastion of defense against the enemy forces, had fallen to the Russian invaders on December 16th. With this critical stronghold now under their control, the Russians had gained a vital port that would allow them to transport their supplies and troops with ease. It was a dark moment for the defenders of the realm. For the first time in ages, the Russians could bask in the warmth of Pomerania, and the Austrians could bide their time in Silesia, safe from the biting cold of winter. Meanwhile, in the heart of Saxony, Prince Henry's camp at Meissen had been overrun by the relentless forces of Daun, forcing him to retreat in disarray. The only flicker of hope in the midst of this dreary winter was the sight of the French forces, who had retired to their quarters in November after an extended and arduous campaign. The French had hoped for more significant gains that year, but alas, they were left empty-handed, their efforts dashed against the unyielding defences of the enemy. The year 1761 was a sombre one, with no major battles fought on the main Eastern Front, save for the clash of arms that erupted on the 16th of July near the river Lieper in Wellinghausen. Here, Prince Ferdinand and his forces emerged victorious, dealing a decisive blow to the enemy. Though the campaign persisted, this triumph ensured that the enemy would not taste the sweet fruit of victory in Hanover that year. Despite the apparent lull in the fighting, there was a sense of weariness that hung over the Allied forces, as they found themselves trapped in a repetitive cycle of strategy. As the days grew shorter and the winter chill crept in, Frederick and his army sought refuge in the royal Schloss at Breslau, where the mood was as dark and gloomy as the war itself. Frederick was plagued by headaches and despondency, and the palace itself lay in ruin, testament to the devastation wrought by Loudoun's bombardment in the previous year. Never before had the Prussian army been forced to retreat so far into Silesia, and the Austrians seized the opportunity to establish their troops in cantonments on the Prussian side of the border, marking a turning point in the war. The tides of fortune were shifting, and there was no reason to assume next year would bring any more positive news. The Messalina of the North is dead. As the new year of 1762 dawned upon Prussia, her army lay in tatters, and her once mighty king appeared no more than a madman's mockery, a pitiable figure of despair. On the 6th day of the month, Frederick, weighed down by depression, dispatched a missive from Breslau to his chief minister Finckenstein, imploring that the Turks be persuaded to engage the Austrians in the Balkans. Else, all hope was lost and Frederick's fate sealed. So dire was his plight that he hinted at ending his own life. 2 weeks elapsed, when on the 19th, a message reached him from his informant in Warsaw, bringing news that the Tsarina Elizabeth had at last breathed her last breath. Frederick's reaction was tempered with caution. He wrote to Finckenstein, advising that the succession of Peter III to the Russian throne left much in doubt, for it was unclear if he would prove a pliant ally to existing Russian powers. To counter the insidious influence of the French and the Austrians, the slothful British ambassador in St. Petersburg, Sir Robert Keith, must be roused from his passivity. Yet, Frederick's outlook remained bleak. He surmised that the new Tsar's accession would prove as fruitless to him as had the arrival of Charles III in Spain 3 years prior. Little did he know that fate would prove him wrong. As the French complained bitterly, the new Tsar had not a mere attachment, but an inexpressible passion for Frederick, whom he hailed in a personal letter one of the greatest heroes the world has ever seen. In fact, he often wore the uniform of a Prussian major general and displayed all portraits of his hero in his apartment. Ever resourceful, Frederick resorted to the most sycophantic flattery to win over Emperor Peter's active friendship. He dispatched the legendary Order of the Black Eagle to the pugnacious monarch. With great authority, he appointed him as the chef of the Berlin regiment of Seeburg, a position usually reserved for only the most exceptional of military leaders. In addition, he bestowed upon him a prestigious nominal rank of great magnitude in the Prussian army. Peter's fascination with Prussia was not just a mere admiration for Frederick's heroic deeds, but it was also fueled by his great need for Prussian assistance in regaining the Duchy of Schleswig from Denmark for the House of Holstein, to which he belonged, and it did not take long before a glimmer of hope shone upon Frederick. During a grand banquet at the Russian court on the 5th of February, Peter's discontent with his Austrian ally overflowed, and his harsh words about Austria were so untamed that the Austrian ambassador, Count Mercy, felt too intimidated to even utter them in his dispatch to Vienna. Subsequently, Peter issued orders to the Russian generals to cease all hostile actions against Prussia. Furthermore, the Turks and Tartars were urged to attack Austria. On the 5th of May, a momentous treaty of alliance was signed between Prussia and Russia. Soon after, Russian diplomats were able to broker a peace treaty between Prussia and Sweden, which was signed on the 22nd of May. And in the weeks that followed, a tangible treaty of alliance between Russia and Prussia was finally concluded. Frederick's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed the swift transformation of events. In a mere matter of weeks, the north and east were subdued, and the erstwhile enemy, Russia, had transformed into an ally. No wonder that his heart swelled with pride as he sat down to pen the chronicles of this extraordinary episode. The summary of events will present to our view Prussia on the brink of ruin at the end of the last campaign, past recovery in the judgment of all politicians. Yet one woman dies, and the nation revives. However, At this point, it must be noted that Frederick was perhaps giving this act of fate too much credit. Had he truly grasped the dire straits of his enemies, he might have tempered his jubilation. When word reached him that 20,000 men had been discharged from the Austrian army, he was quick to assume that it was a sign of Maria Theresa's unfaltering confidence in securing a total victory. But the reason behind the discharge of the soldiers was not due to a surplus of confidence, but rather a dearth of funds to pay them. So many taxes had been imposed and raised, and so many loans had been procured, that the coffers of Austria were left drained and empty. In truth, almost 40% of their annual revenue was now dedicated to servicing the immense debt they had incurred. The situation in France was no better, with a state bankruptcy becoming a very real possibility. When the French ambassador inquired about the fiscal structure of the Habsburg monarchy, the Austrian financial expert Count Ludwig Zinzendorf famously retorted, "Can one blind man show another the way?" Once the realization dawned upon Frederick of the great changes that had transpired in St. Petersburg, his demeanor was transformed into one of great exuberance. On the 6th of March, 1762, he inscribed, "The storm clouds are breaking up, and we can look forward to a beautiful calm day, shining with rays bursting from the sun. However, despite the favorable turn of events, there remained tasks at hand. The Russians were presently evacuating Pomerania, leaving Silesia and Saxony ripe for recapture. Schweidnitz was the utmost priority, for as long as the Austrians maintained control of Lower Silesia, they held a strong bargaining chip for the forthcoming peace negotiations. Leaving Prince Henry and 30,000 men to monitor Saxony, Frederick led an army ranging from 66,000 to 72,000 to Silesia. The strength of these armies was in their numbers alone, not in quality. Upon arrival, he encountered Daun and a massive army of 82,000 men entrenched in defensive positions around Schweidnitz. Nevertheless, the spirits of Frederick's army were lifted as 15,000 to 20,000 Russian troops under his former rival Chernyshev arrived to reinforce their ranks. Their combined might was a force to be reckoned with, and together they pressed Daun and his army back to Burkersdorf, situated to the southwest of Schweidnitz. Undeterred, Frederick sought to drive Daun out by employing General Franz Karl Ludwig von Wied zu Neuwied and a corps of 20,000 men to incite chaos in the northeastern region of Bohemia. On the 9th of July, Wied made his way across the border at Friedland and dispatched Lieutenant General Reitzenstein with a horde of light cavalry in the direction of Königgrätz. But these cavaliers soon went rogue, causing Reitzenstein to report that the anarchy amongst the Cossacks is so rampant that any virtuous man would lose his honor and good reputation if associated with them. Daun remained still, biding his time. Yet the tides of war are fickle and capricious. On the 18th of July, word reached Frederick that the Russian army had been summoned back to their homeland. A palace coup in St. Petersburg had taken place, and the newly crowned Tsar, Peter III, had met a bloody end. The recall of the Russian army had dealt a severe blow to Frederick's campaign. However, Frederick, ever the master of strategy, wasn't ready to concede defeat just yet. With a generous bribe, he convinced the Russian commander Chernyshev to delay his retreat for 3 days, even if he played no part in the upcoming conflict. This brief respite allowed Frederick to marshal his troops and prepare for a decisive attack on the heights of Leutmansdorf and Burkersdorf. Daun had fortified every rise and hill from Dittmannsdorf to Burkersdorf and Leutmansdorf, spanning the entire chain with his troops. These soldiers were reinforced by copious emplaced batteries, linked by trenches and abatis, making it an impenetrable fortress. Daun had reason to be proud of his work, for his careful and shrewd maneuvers had consistently outwitted the great Prussian king and his vaunted legions. His cunning strategies had prevented the Prussian army from capturing the vital stronghold of Schweidnitz for several precious weeks, all without a battle. Furthermore, the marshal was still able to feed his men and supplies into Schweidnitz, where he had a garrison of about 12,000 soldiers under the unyielding leadership of Franz von Guasco. The main Austrian positions lay behind substantial fieldworks on the southwest side of the valley containing the villages of Dittmannsdorf and Ruissendorf. In total, Daun led between 30 and 45,000 troops. The Prussian king commanded approximately 40,000 troops. His audacious plan was to fix the enemy forces with a magnificent show of strength by the lingering Russian army and some Prussian units under the leadership of General Ramin and General Manteuffel. The Lossu hussars galloped through the field, their horses kicking up dust as they went. The red-coated Bosniaks, known for their unrelenting courage, added a touch of animation to the scene as they marched up and down. This was a ploy to fool Daun, making him think that this was where the main attack would be launched. Meanwhile, the main Prussian brigades were sent to the northeast and east, where the enemy positions were weakly guarded. The Prussian forces were divided into 3 separate columns, each commanded by a skilled and seasoned general. 3 nights before the battle, the king dispatched the first column under General Wied to circumvent Schweidnitz and reach their positions. The second column was commanded by General Mollendorf, following Wied. The third was commanded by General Knobloch, who was to attack the Austrian centre at Weistritz. As the first light of dawn illuminated the valleys on July 19th, Frederick moved his headquarters to Bogendorf. The soldiers of Ramin's brigade stood at the far western flank in a 2-rank line of battle. In the right center of the Prussian army, the Jägers of the Manteuffel brigade awaited their orders. Manteuffel's artillery wing's howitzers opened fire, unleashing their fiery projectiles over the dense woods, some projectiles reaching the Austrian right wing in the rear. Amidst the stormy deluge, General Wied, leading the Prussian far left, marched relentlessly for 2 consecutive nights from the border hills. Undaunted by the treacherous weather, on the night of the 19th of July, he set forth on a 3rd grueling march, circumventing Schweidnitz, towards the foot of the Leutmannsdorf hills. These towering peaks, shrouded in dense woods and riddled with ravines, presented a formidable challenge to any who dared to approach. Together with Mollendorf, Wied marched forth, their path illuminated by the fiery blaze of Manteuffel's heavy artillery. Far behind them, the brigade of Knobloch marched straight from Bogendorf. As the morning of July 20th dawned, the Prussian forces stood resolute, their positions secured. The bulk of their army had descended from the northeast, poised to launch a fierce assault against the isolated right wing of their enemy. These numbered around 5,000, led by the indomitable Lieutenant General William O'Kelly. O'Kelly commanded his 2 battalions to hold the far eastern flank on the treacherous slopes of Leutmannsdorfer Berg. Despite the lack of cover and the slippery conditions brought on by the incessant rain, the Irishman stood steadfast. The remainder of his troops, totaling around 4,000 soldiers, stood ready to defend the ground above Burkersdorf, prepared to face the full might of the Prussian army. To their rear, the Prince de Ligne held a redoubt near Weistritz. At dusk on the 20th day of July, 4 battalions of the Mollendorf brigade silently conquered the village of Burkersdorf. After a fierce encounter, they vanquished a band of Austrian grenadiers who had ensconced themselves in the nearby village. Then they erected a fortification close to it, concealing within it a formidable row of 55 artillery pieces. These weapons stood ready to decimate the Austrian positions farther up the valley. Once Wied began his advance, Mollendorf would unleash a thunderous barrage from the Great Battery at Burkersdorf, and then he would march onwards toward their enemies, his right flank steadfastly supported by Knobloch. As the first rays of the sun pierced the sky on July 21st, Frederick arrived at the position where Weed's brave troops stood ready for battle. The great king ordered his valiant soldiers to advance and begin the assault. But at this same moment, General Brentano Cimaroli and his corps made their way back to the Austrian camp after completing their Silesian expedition. Daun, the shrewd Austrian commander, immediately dispatched Brentano's corps to reinforce the heights at Leutmannsdorf, sensing the impending danger of the Prussian attack. The Prussian infantry launched a ferocious assault on the Austrian positions around Langenbeilau. But just as they were about to gain ground, General Brentano's leading battalions arrived, fortifying the position and repelling the Prussian charge with great force. The Prussians suffered a loss of 500 soldiers without achieving any progress. However, the Prussians found a way to turn the tides of the battle. They discovered a secret ravine through which they could turn the Austrian entrenchments. 2 more Prussian battalions were sent to reinforce the assault, and with thundering roars and fierce determination, the Prussians drove the Austrians back. Another part of the Prussian army readied themselves for the next phase of their attack. Colonel Lottem led 2 regiments in a fearless charge towards the heights around Oberleutmannsdorf. The thunderous sound of cannons echoed through the valley as Lottem and his men relentlessly cleared the way. Despite the overwhelming odds, they pushed forward with unyielding courage, suffering over 300 casualties. With the left flank now in disarray, Brentano's army retreated to Wustwalterdorf under heavy artillery fire. Acknowledging the momentum, Frederick spurred his horse towards the west, where Mollendorf had opened the battle with a battery of 55 guns. The sound of battle intensified as the Prussian guns roared with a deadly ferocity, unleashing a hail of shells upon the Austrians. In the heat of battle, Mollendorf's infantry launched a daring attack, climbing a treacherous hill path to infiltrate the right flank of the Austrian positions. The air was thick with smoke and dust as the Prussian soldiers charged forward with their bayonets at the ready. Amidst the chaos, a fearless grenadier named Wolf emerged, igniting a blaze that engulfed the surrounding abatis, clearing the path for his fellow soldiers to continue their relentless assault. Thanks to Ramin, Manteuffel and the Russians, the Austrians were kept at bay at the northwest, preventing any reinforcements from reaching their heavily besieged lines. Despite their valiant efforts, O'Kelly knew his positions were untenable. The unrelenting storming from the Prussian army had caused the Austrians to abandon their positions and retreat, leaving behind a trail of devastation. As Mollendorf's advance guard installed their artillery at O'Kelly's previously held position, the Prince de Ligne's position was battered relentlessly. It forced Daun to order a general retreat, effectively conceding defeat to the Prussian army. Frederick had called off the intended attack of Knobloch's brigade, ascending the Weistritz Valley in person. Victory was theirs regardless. Though the Burkersdorf action was a relatively bloodless affair compared to other battles of the war, the cost of victory was still steep. The Prussian army suffered approximately 1,700 casualties, including 26 officers and over 800 soldiers killed and 900 wounded or missing. Wied's corps alone lost 25 officers and 1,568 men. The Austrians were not spared either, with a total of 1,373 men lost in battle, including 202 killed, 349 wounded, 236 captured, and 559 missing. Other sources indicate at least 2,500 soldiers lost. Brentano's corps lost 13 cannons, 24 officers, and 873 soldiers. O'Kelly lost 476 men in the fray. After the legendary Battle of Burkersdorf, the Prussian army laid siege to the Austrian garrison in the mighty fortress of Schweidnitz. Daun withdrew from his positions, retreating to the hills of Glatz, effectively losing his communications with Schweidnitz. Frederick kept a watchful eye on the passes leading from the country of Glatz into Silesia, ensuring that Daun could not come to the relief of the besieged fortress. In one last attempt, Daun launched a fierce attack on the force commanded by the Duke of Bevern in a daring attempt to relieve Schweidnitz. Yet, the unyielding Prussian king quickly came to the aid of his army, sending a cavalry charge in support of Bevern's men. The Austrians were no match for the combined might of the Prussian forces and were soundly defeated. This was Daun's final attempt to break the Prussian grip on the fortress, as he was pushed back into the Bohemian mountains, cut off from Schweidnitz. Regarding Daun's inaction, the Swiss military officer and theorist Antoine-Henri Jomini wrote, "Modern history offers no comparable example of cowardice." For 63 grueling days, the Austrian garrison, led by the skilled General Guasco, defended the fortress with unwavering determination. Despite facing insurmountable odds, the courageous defenders held their ground against the relentless Prussian assault. It was only after a fortunate bomb thrown by the Prussian army blew up a magazine, opening the way for a final assault, that the garrison ultimately surrendered on the 9th of October. The Battle of Burkersdorf and the Siege of Schweidnitz marked a turning point in the brutal conflict, returning Silesia to Prussian control. In the west, the French garrison at Cassel also capitulated on the 1st of November, ending the campaign there. But the war still raged on in Saxony, where Prince Henry continued to campaign with unwavering energy. As the war drew to a close, there remained one final colossal battle to bring the conflict to a resounding conclusion. The King of England wants to win. The King of Prussia does not want to lose, because if he doesn't lose, he will have won everything. The echoes of the Battle of Burkersdorf reverberated across the Austrians' broken spirits. Their once great coalition was now splintering, leaving them to face their enemies alone. As Great Britain and France began negotiations for peace, a prelude to the end of hostilities, Russia's new Tsarina, Catherine, was unwilling to launch another attack against Frederick. The coffers of her nation lay empty, bereft of funds to finance another war. The once mighty Austria was on the brink of standing alone. Though the Prussian situation in Silesia seemed somewhat hopeful, the front in Saxony was still dangerously unpredictable. With this in mind, King Frederick called upon his enterprising brother, Prince Henry, to defend the region with an army of 30,000 troops. At the onset of the 1762 campaign, an Austrian corps, led by the renowned General Macquarie, occupied an entrenched camp near Freiburg, but on May 12th, Prince Henry and his troops launched a surprise attack on the chain of posts screening the Austrians' positions, emerging victorious. The Austrians were forced to abandon their entrenched camp, and on May 14th, the Prussians claimed their place in the very same Austrian camp near Freiburg. Then, Serbelloni was replaced as commander-in-chief of the Austrian forces in Saxony. General Hadik took up the mantle on September 7th. He soon hatched a daring plan to drive the Prussian troops out of the region, threatening their precious bakery in Freiburg. On September 27th, the Austrian and Imperial Corps launched a series of complex maneuvers aimed at dislodging Prince Henry from his entrenched positions at Freiburg. Despite all his efforts, Prince Henry found himself powerless in the face of the overpowering forces arrayed against him. Finally, in the dark of night, on October 15th, Prince Henry ordered his army to retreat northwestward in 2 columns, towards General Hulsen and his reserves stationed at Kleinvoitsberg. This retreat was a strategic necessity, for the forces arrayed against him were simply too great to resist. Even as Prince Henry retreated, news arrived that Frederick was sending a reinforcement of 20 battalions and 55 squadrons from Silesia. With this knowledge, Prince Henry resolved to maintain communication with Hulsen and remained in his camp until October 22nd, gathering his strength and preparing for the next stage of the battle. As the days passed, Prince Henry remained at his camp to Freiburg's north, as he edged closer to General Hulsen's positions. But even as he prepared for battle, he received a crucial piece of intelligence. The army was expecting reinforcements of their own. It could very well be Hadik's main army, encamped near Dresden. Fearing that his window of opportunity was closing, Prince Henry made the bold decision to attack the isolated 30,000-strong Austrian army and Reichsarmee contingent before these additional troops arrived. Prince Henry, commanding a force of approximately 28,000 men, was facing an opposing force of 30,000 under the leadership of the Prince of Stolberg. Despite the disadvantage in numbers, he spent a week meticulously preparing for the impending battle. As the evening of October 28th descended, he gathered his subordinate officers to explain his plan of attack. The Prussian reconnaissances had revealed that the Austro-Imperial left was vulnerable, lacking any solid position to anchor their defences. Sensing an opportunity, Prince Henry decided to launch a daring assault on the extreme left of the enemy army at Brand and Berthelsdorf. At the same time, another part of his army would engage the Austro-Imperial forces head-on, fixing them in place and preventing them from reinforcing their left flank. The left wing of the Austro-Imperial army was formed by the corps of General Beck, with its front facing the villages of Brand and Berthelsdorf. This wing was protected by several redoubts and batteries. In the centre, the Austro-Imperial army was positioned with entrenchments and batteries covering the roads and the plain below. The reserve was placed behind the centre, ready to intervene wherever needed. The whole position was further strengthened by a network of trenches, abattis, and other field fortifications. Meanwhile, news had reached General Hulsen of Henry's plan. He marshalled his formidable force of 10,500 men and advanced towards their positions, crossing the Mulde River and intending to attack the Austrians and Reichsarmee in their rear. The critical gap between Hadik's army far to the east and the Imperialists of Stolberg was bridged by General Butler. Butler was a seasoned commander of 8,000 soldiers, including an elite corps of 24 squadrons of Allied cavalry and 34 pieces of artillery. They set up camp around Dittmannsdorf on the other side of the Mulde River. As for Stolberg, his main imperial army maintained their steadfast position northeast of Freiburg, extending all the way down into the city. There can be little doubt that Stolberg felt an overwhelming sense of caution, realizing that the positions held by his men could likely only withstand a frontal assault. The Prussians divided their forces into 4 separate bodies. The renowned Seydlitz led the largest column, numbering over 9,000 soldiers. He was charged with sweeping around the Spittelwald to strike at Stolberg, who was holed up in the heart of Freiburg. This daring maneuver would see Seydlitz launch a direct assault against the enemy's left flank. A battalion under General Kleist supported him. Meanwhile, General Otto Stutterheim led the second column of 3,600 men through the thick forest, while his brother, General Johann Stutterheim, commanded the third column of approximately 4,400 troops and launched a diversionary attack against the eastern end of the enemy's works, aiming to create confusion and disarray in the enemy ranks. The reserves, consisting of the 4K'd infantry, remained behind Schirmer. Otto Stutterheim's men were the first to engage in combat. They charged forward, relentlessly pushing against the enemy vanguard in a crowded space in front of Klein-Woltersdorf. The Prussian artillery was quickly set up and positioned once this patch of ground was seized from the enemy, allowing for a devastating barrage to be launched against the opposition. Meanwhile, Johann Stutterheim's column marched forward to strike at the Spittelwald and the imperialist positions in and around Freiburg. However, upon reaching the woods, Johann Stutterheim's troops were met with unexpected resistance from a fierce enemy contingent led by Lieutenant General Anton Friedrich Roth, including the formidable Baden-Baden infantry. Despite the initial resistance, the Prussians persisted in their attack. Stutterheim called for reinforcements and his men continued to fight against the enemy, relentlessly pushing them back from their fortified positions. The enemy sought refuge behind the lines of Abattis, but the Prussian advance was unrelenting. The situation became even more dire when other units, along with Prince Stolberg himself, arrived to reinforce the ranks. Sword in hand, Prince Stolberg valiantly fought against the Prussian onslaught, determined to prevent them from making any further gains. After a grueling and hard-fought battle, the Prussian advance was finally halted, and they were ultimately forced to withdraw from their forward position. The Prussian strategy was a calculated and complex one, with the attacks of the Stutterheim brothers all serving as mere diversions to keep the enemy occupied. Meanwhile, the main attack force under Seydlitz and Kleist, accompanied by Prince Henry himself, was stealthily proceeding with its mission. Seydlitz's column moved in a wide arc to engage the enemy in the area directly opposite to where they arrived. Seydlitz's men marched towards Kleinschirmer. However, they soon encountered a formidable wall of imperialist resistance, threatening to halt their advance before it had even begun. It was then that General Kleist, leading a small force, launched a ferocious attack against the soldiers stationed at Kleinschirmer. With swords clashing and battle cries echoing throughout the valley, Kleist's men pushed the enemy back and cleared the way for Seydlitz to proceed. From a vantage point of the woods, Major Seeger caught sight of the Prussian main attack force moving towards the hamlets of St. Michael's and Linde. Without a moment's hesitation, Seeger rallied the troops he could gather and took up position at the edge of the woods, ready to face the approaching enemy. As Seydlitz's forces moved forward, they came upon a vast expanse of open country near Brand, where they faced off against General Meyer's imposing army. The Prussians refused to be intimidated and devised a daring plan to outmaneuver their opponents. They sent a small yet intrepid detachment to contain Meyer's forces, while the rest of the main attack force bypassed them and launched a full-scale assault on the enemy's stronghold. As the Prussian column marched forward, they were met with fierce resistance from Seeger and his men. The clash was intense, with imperialist cavalry charging headlong into the Prussian cavalry escort. Despite being vastly outnumbered, Seeger and his compatriots held their ground, determined to halt the enemy advance. For a brief moment, it seemed as though Seeger might succeed in derailing the entire Prussian plan of action. The tide of battle was turning as Major General Vecchi appeared with 2 hussar units, the 34th Hussars of Dessewiffe and those of Baranier. Without delay, they charged forward in a counterattack, aimed at pushing back the Prussian forces surging forth from the confines of the Spittelwald. The Prussians, taken aback by this sudden onslaught, were forced to halt their advance. In a matter of moments, they were driven off the Galgenberg by the ferocity of Vecchi's men. It seemed as though Prince Henry was about to suffer a crushing defeat, but the fighting soon stabilized, at least for the moment, in that area. In the meantime, to the south, the battle around St. Michaelis and Brand had swung in favor of the Prussians in a resolute manner. Kleist and Seydlitz had spearheaded the assault, surging right towards the town of Freiburg. Stolberg could have defended Freiburg with a tenacious resistance by obliterating part of the town, which would have made it extremely difficult for the Prussians to penetrate. However, instead of taking that uncompromising stance, he executed a fighting withdrawal from Freiburg. Stolberg's quick thinking spared the town from suffering any significant damage during the battle. Meanwhile, the Stutterheim brothers continued to make significant strides in the battle. By 10:30 a.m., their forces had renewed their advance and pushed the remaining enemy troops out of Klein-Waltersdorf. The 7th Infantry of Bevern, under Otto's command, charged ahead with great ferocity, forcing the enemy to retreat from their mountain stronghold. The Prussians managed to capture 5 cannon and a flag, surrounding the enemy from the south in the process. Schmettau's 4th Cavalry was equally relentless, charging through 2 regiments at the Spittelwald, capturing 10 guns and 8 flags with impressive might. At around the same time, Johann Stutterheim charged forward with his task force towards Freiburg, adding more momentum to the already favourable situation for the Prussians. By 11 o'clock in the morning, the tide of the battle had irrefutably turned to the advantage of the Prussian forces. Even the 33rd Infantry of Esterhazy, sent by Butler to support Stolberg, could not stem the onslaught of the Prussian forces closing in from the west and the south. With the enemy forces rapidly approaching and the outlook increasingly bleak, Stolberg began contemplating retreat towards Frauenstadt. Shortly before 1 p.m., he initiated his retreat, which was aided by the cannons, to inflict as much damage as possible on the enemy while providing cover for the imperialist forces as they withdrew. Though the Prussian commanders did not pursue, the retreat was a critical moment in the Battle of Freiburg. The situation around Freiburg was dire, with no support troops to come to the Austrians' aid. The Prussian forces advanced. Meanwhile, General Hulsen led his forces to the Mulde, trying to reach the rear of Stolberg's forces. However, the retreat was well underway, and Butler's troops were stationed nearby at Dittmannsdorf, preventing Hulsen from safely launching an assault. The price of victory was high, with the Prussian forces sustaining approximately 1,400 casualties in the bloody engagement, while their Austrian adversaries suffered far greater losses, with roughly 2,700 killed or wounded, and a staggering 4,390 men and 79 officers captured, along with 28 guns and 11 battle flags. As the battered and defeated Allied forces retreated slowly upon Dippoldiswalde, the grim realization of their impending defeat began to dawn upon them. The forces of General Hulsen had missed the battle entirely. The resounding victory at Freiburg, located southwest of Dresden, proved to be the final blow to the already fragile Austrian position. The final movements on this front were quick and decisive. By the time Weid's forces arrived in Saxony, the Battle of Freiburg had already been won by the Prussians. Even the most stubborn hawks in Vienna had to concede that defeat was inevitable. The brunt of the fighting had fallen on Saxony, which had been all but destroyed. It was fitting, therefore, that a Saxon, Karl Thomas von Fritsch, was chosen to deliver the message to Frederick that Austria was prepared to negotiate. On the 25th of November, at the town of Meissen, the two sides finally came together to discuss the terms of peace. The grand negotiations commenced on the 30th of December 1762, within the esteemed halls of the Saxon Palace of Hubertusburg, just a short distance from Leipzig. The Austrians found themselves in a position of weakness, with their negotiating power severely hampered. Prior to receiving the news of the Prussian triumph at Freiburg, Daun had already forewarned Maria Theresa of the dire predicament they faced, stating, "If there is no hope of peace, then I cannot see how your majesty can continue the war, as the current situation is such that it is to be feared that the army cannot be kept in one piece throughout the winter." The absence of crucial supplies meant that the soldiers were scattered far and wide. The once mighty officer corps was now reduced to a state of total demoralization. In 1760, Kaunitz had warned against a peace that left all of Silesia in Prussian hands, and yet despite his fervent hopes, that was exactly what he received. Not even the fortress of Glatz, which had been held by Austria since July of 1760, could be maintained, but the delay in signing the treaty on the 15th of February 1763 was not due to Austrian stubbornness, but rather to Frederick's shrewd tactics. He cunningly prolonged the negotiations in order to extract every last ounce of Saxon resources, be it men, money, or supplies, and even women were not spared, as large numbers were carried off to Prussia in order to aid in the repopulation of the war-torn regions. The Peace of Hubertusburg consisted of 21 articles, but one in particular stood out as the most significant. Article 12 confirmed the treaties of Breslau, Berlin, and Dresden from 1742 and 1745, which marked the conclusion of the first two Silesian wars. Essentially, peace had been achieved by returning to the way things were before the war. While it may have seemed like 6.5 years of fighting had been for nothing, the more insightful among the contemporaries understood the importance of the outcome. Among them was Count Johann Hartwig Ernst von Bernstorff, the Danish chief minister, who had kept his country out of the war, stating all Frederick had to do was not to lose in order to win everything. Had Count Johann Hartwig Ernst von Bernstorff's analysis reached Frederick's ears, he may have found himself nodding in agreement. He understood the immense stakes of the conflict and how perilously close his gambit had come to total failure. His mind was not set on aggression. He confided in Prince Henry that his next course of action would be to pay off his state's debts, and after that, I shall be able to die if I feel like it. Though Frederick believed that Maria Theresa and Kaunitz had grown weary of war and desired amicable relations, he remained ever vigilant, never forgetting the fable of the cat and the mice. Truly, the 7 Years' War had been a struggle of existential proportions, centered upon the quest for great power status. As Leopold von Ranke, the renowned German historian and progenitor of modern source-based history, said, "If one were to define a great power as one that can maintain itself against all comers, even when they are united, then Frederick had elevated Prussia to that lofty position. For the first time since the era of the Saxon emperors and Henry the Lion, a self-sufficient power emerged in northern Germany, requiring no alliance, relying solely on its own strength. Thank you very much for watching this video. Please leave a like, it really helps out the channel. If there is a topic, battle, or person you would like to know more about, let me know your thoughts in a comment. I would also like to thank all my patrons and channel members for their generous support. If you enjoy House of History and you want to support my work, consider joining me on Patreon. For just $1 per month, you will already gain early access to all my videos without any in-video advertisements. Don't forget to subscribe. See you next time.